Well, guys, I don't know what the hell happened there, so I'm not gonna replay it. What's going on? Am I on delay? Jim, am I on some kind of delay?
You got it's glitching a little bit.
All right, you go ahead and you talk. I'm gonna restart.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to Thursday Night Live with your host BTM Reviews. I'm Jim Tells You, and we also have Nicholas and Wode here to bring us the West Side News. Okay, someone else talk.
All right.
I had a few problems when I first set up my computer to do the streaming stuff. It took a couple restarts for everything to work right.
Am I back now?
Yeah.
You are back, sir.
All right. Yeah. It's weird. My YouTube channel started in the background. The stream started, so I kept hearing that like 5 seconds after I talk into the fucking mic here. So it was, and during the intro, I heard two songs being played. That's why I stopped it, because like, what happened? Oh shit, my other stream's going. So like Jim is not here.
Boomer moments.
Oh my god. So anyway, today I had to, I bought this new PC, right, Jim?
Yep.
Go to set it up last night. When I get home, and I realized I don't have a goddamn keyboard.
Oh.
That I could find. And I used to have a nice mechanical keyboard for my other computer, but I can't find it. We searched the whole house. So I had to grab my son's little keyboard. And then today I just stopped at Best Buy on the way back from, doing training. Bought a keyboard. Then I bought a Lego set because I like Lego sets.
Is that a pattern on your shirt, or do you have a tag stuck to the front of your shirt?
Oh, it's rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. All right. It looked like,
a
Post-it note was
so I win again.
All right, cool. I thought it was a Post-it note at first. I was like, fuck, do I say something?
So this is where I got my concealed carry SOS. So it's just a rock, paper, scissors shirt, and I have the gun, so I win again. So, so go ahead, Jim.
In Second Amendment news, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals just removed the stay on the ruling that said that you can only buy one gun every 30 days in California. So now people in California can buy as many guns as they want.
Oh, like
everyone else in the fucking country, yeah.
Since the entire fucking country was created.
Yeah, until they play some shenanigans and put some sort of weird stipulation in place. Just like when they did the ammo sales, like delivered to your home, and then they put some other bullshit in place.
So, Jim, I did find a hard drive, that I could download my stuff from my laptop to, because I tried to connect my laptop to the PC. Will not recognize it. I even asked the guy at Best Buy, I said, can I just do USB to USB with a PC to laptop? He said, yeah, you should be able to do that, and your computer will see it. No, it didn't. It's like,
well, yeah. Well, you need special software for it. You can get what's called a crossover Ethernet cable if both of them have
Ethernet ports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could technically do it like that. There's stuff within Windows that'll facilitate it. But generally, just like a thumb drive and just backing it up.
That's
or moving everything over to that, and then just
crazy, Nicholas. Like, it's crazy though, because I can transfer a phone in like 5 seconds as long as it's next to each other.
Yeah.
But I can't connect two PCs together, and or hard drives.
Well, there's ways of doing it. Like if you actually go through Windows, like backup stuff, like you can get it.
Good thing
it'll transfer over like that.
The good thing is,
Jim, I don't
have 7,000 movies I'm trying to move over. Just like the clips and shit that I do for this, get them off my work PC and just put them all over here. So I don't have.
Well, if you didn't have that, depending on how much you had, you could have just I didn't know how much you were moving. That's what I was saying. If you get like a 1 terabyte hard drive that you just plug in USB and just take everything onto that and then plug it in and move it back onto the other computer.
Yeah, I went through my kitchen drawers. I'm like, I know I got a fucking hard drive somewhere. So I got this Seagate hard drive. It's got tons and tons of space, and I got it because it was like $10 or something on Amazon one day. So, but I knew I had it somewhere, so I'm glad I did. And it has backup stuff on there too, Nicholas, for a Mac and a Windows computer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well, mostly it's just because you need it for both, but I wouldn't even use those. Generally, it's going to be clunky as all hell.
Oh, I'm just
Um,
saying it had in case my computer
Yeah.
crashed, right? But hey, what's up? Well, who do we got in the chat? We got Ben Togel, we got Elemental MJ. How are you? Too White, Sweet Tooth. How are you? The Blue Flame. I thought Dave was in the nip at first. I've been accused of this shirt being too flesh tone before. People thought I've been without a shirt when I wore this shirt. The good thing is a camera shows more. It used to just show up here, Jim.
Mhm.
So people thought I was being Camelot or something. How you doing, Low Watermark? Doug Dauntless. You have to wait 10 days though to get your gun though, Jim, in California.
Is it 10-day waiting period?
It's stupid. It's 48, I think, in Illinois. 24, 48. So I think everybody that wants to buy a gun is buying a gun to go kill somebody, Wode, not to just, collect it and enjoy it.
Heaven forbid you have to defend yourself because the restraining order is just a piece of paper.
Yeah, the good guys aren't buying guns, or bad guys aren't buying too many guns legally anyway.
Yeah.
And those ones that, do and they go a little crazy, they can do it with a knife too, man. They can do it with any other explosive they want. They can go crazy any way they choose to. Ask England how their knife crime is going these days. It's going great, right? It's fantastic. So, anyway, do you know about Flight 19?
No, no.
I know a little bit about it. That's the Navy bomb,
That's
the
the
Navy bomber
Navy.
flight, right?
Yeah,
that was
from
the first one.
1945.
Wasn't that like the thing that like made like the Bermuda Triangle like a thing?
I think it's the thing that made it headline news. I think
like-
it was always freighter ship guys knew it was a thing. They
Was it
kind of
Cyclops? I
right.
think it was Cyclops in 1918 or 1914. I can't remember which date.
Right. But it's 5 planes that disappeared, Jim, from a training mission.
Yeah.
Just gone.
They went bingo on fuel and had to put down. They never found him. Then they sent out a rescue plane and they never found that.
Yeah. Pretty crazy, man. So
Was it like during a hurricane or something?
nope.
I don't think there was any weather. They just kind of
gone.
vanished. I
So
mean,
we
they
got-
could have got socked in with fog or something, but I don't think there was like a tropical storm or anything.
Yeah. And I guess if you're following your lead, you're following your lead in those conditions.
Yeah.
And if there were bad conditions and they flew in too low into the ocean, it could happen. But they found no debris or anything, did they?
No, I think they had a fuel because they got totally lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, we take for granted, GPS and all the modern instrumentation that we have on aircraft now. And back then, those guys are operating off pretty rudimentary navigation systems,
Basically a compass and an altimeter, right? Yeah.
And there's all sorts of reports of compasses acting weird in the triangle, So
So you didn't know about that one, Jim? That's awesome. Finally, something Jim doesn't know about, chat. Holy shit.
I don't know. It might come back to me after watching it. I mean, I don't.
My thumbnail should be.
I've never quite been in the Bermuda Triangle. I've lived really close to it. Like I was born, probably within like 100 and 200 miles of it. But
I think they extended something in a pier somewhere in Miami so that it actually gets to the tip of the butte, because there's a corner of it that almost hits Miami.
Low watermark for $50 already. Holy crap, low watermark.
he really hates the theory streams.
No more theory streams. Yeah, he just funded the next one.
Isn't that the rule? $50 and you go again?
Yeah,
Oh.
and Ben Togel, he direct messaged me the other day. He goes, "Man, I love that MH370 theory thing." He said, "That's the kind of stuff I like because it's more believable. Because it's not,
That's more believable."
No, the mystical monster thing or aliens we know this was a plane that took off, that people disappeared. So what happened? That's a good conspiracy. Like, what the hell happened to that plane? And there's no answers. So that's that's like the old show Unsolved Mysteries. I used to watch the shit out of that show. Robert Stack.
Robert Stack was a man.
Yes, he was, man. Now they remade it on fucking Netflix. And
That's whose voice I'm trying to emulate when I do those trailers.
You're not doing Robert Stack.
I know. I'm trying.
Yeah.
Your voice, but not that.
Your voice is good, but it's not Robert Stack. But I would watch. Now 90% of those shows are murder mysteries. Like, no, man, that's not what the Unsolved Mystery Show used to be. It was like 10% murder mysteries and 90% woo woo.
Yeah,
back in the good old days.
I was fairly young when that show was on. I liked it a lot.
No, I would, for low watermark, just so you know, I was filming my review of Inglorious Rex 1 and 2 today, so that's why I'm wearing a red shirt and this hat. And I didn't change because I was
busy all day. And then we got Julio Scissors for 10. He says, I'm team low watermark. Wow. 2 chats in a row for no more theories. I said ginger and gay shirt. They flew through I don't know, man. It's interesting, but I pulled up a bunch of videos about it just to kind of get the kind of the lore of the Bermuda Triangle, then bring up the flight stuff just to see if it matches. I still watch it too. I have that Discovery Plus app, and guess what? On Discovery Plus, they have ID, investigation discovery, and they replay like the old unsolved
I
mysteries.
just watch compile a bunch of different unending TV shows.
Yeah.
So that's why I always watched it. A little bit of shitty video and audio, but not bad.
Oh, we have to get our solar update today, Jim.
Oh, shit.
We do have to get our...
Are we going to die? Is my microwave going to work?
I don't know. There was another midday in a dystopian future where science is used for amusement as well as survival.
Weird looking solar flare.
Alex Stone's journey into the world of monster martial arts.
Every
fighter has a beast
Rex
inside them.
Stinger.
Can they
Inglorious Rex
control
Stinger.
the beast when it's unleashed? Inglorious Rex, Volume 1 from 9 Lives Comics. Story by Shane Davis and Yanzi Lin. Pencils by Shane Davis.
I do think you're
Ink
probably
by Yanzi
abusing
Lin.
the Stinger.
Colors by Jason Wright. Lettered by Eric Weathers. Inglorious Rex, Volume 1. Available today at 9livescomics.com.
That's 1, and this is 2.
Looks like the graphic you'd see on like a big sheet of LSD.
Yeah.
Before they break out.
Right. Yeah. I hear Robert Stack there. He sounds awesome.
I didn't get the voiceover done for this one.
Nice.
But hey,
I like that. I like everything's all bouncing around.
Me too. I like it.
I didn't.
I'm just
Yeah, it's safer for people with epilepsy than that first one.
Are you still? Have you done the reviews yet?
Well, they're filmed. It's just they're not edited.
Okay.
Okay, so where's our solar flare news? We got to know
Right here.
what boomer excuses that people have for their shit not working now.
All right. Do you want the one?
Nice, Nicholas. I'm going to use that next time.
The
morning
morning
update
one or the afternoon update?
Well, I think we start with the morning, and then, when we take a break from Bermuda later, we'll get our update. He's got that 3-minute 6-second fucking down, dude. It is
Good
always
morning,
right
folks.
there.
We're going to review the space weather information relevant for the coming days. We'll take a look at a fascinating story about Stonehenge, and we'll check out a paper on magnetic pole shifts, geomagnetic excursions. But we are starting with the last 24 hours on our star, and we find it was a much quieter day. If you recall, yesterday we had to hit 2 M-class flares and an X-class flare No such fireworks today. However, if you caught last night's video, you know that the last flare, the X-Class event, produced a faint halo signature CME on SOHO LASCO coronagraphs, and it is likely heading for Earth. NASA's Enlil Spiral has it impacting either Friday night or Saturday, while NOAA's shows it coming much more slowly, sometime on Sunday. We'll be watching this weekend, but either way, a low-level geomagnetic storm is all that is likely from this event. We'll keep watching the sunspots, however. We do have that big one on the north, and in addition to having some generally flare-inducing magnetic polarity, it has a reverse patch within the massive umbra, red in the dead center of the blue, showing a magnetic reversal core to that umbra. In the days ahead, we'll also need to keep an eye on the incoming limb on the south, as a major sunspot is about to return into view. We've got eyes on all of it. First article today is with Stonehenge. If you didn't hear the big news yesterday, one of the main stones of the structure was actually cut and carried 800 kilometers southward from Scotland. It's another nod to how incredible the ancients were, not only in building, but in the transport of extremely heavy objects. We really just have no idea what they knew how to do back then. We also have a fantastic article here on recent geomagnetic excursion events. The goal was to identify what has happened since the Gothenburg excursion event 12,000 years ago. Main finding was about what we have called the Noah event about 6,000 years ago, which some scientists call the Tianqi event, but here they're calling the Solovki event. Interestingly, immediately following that event was a frozen period of the peat used in the study. Probably warrants a bit closer examination in the days ahead. Either way, third column is showing the magnetic field strength declining again now as we head into the next magnetic pole shift. Don't forget, later today, we're going to be sending out the latest issue of Observer Review. It's a great time to sign up if you haven't yet, as it is not only the best way to support the observers and the best way to keep up to date on the most relevant science every month, but here, we're not just sending out the August issue. You'll get the entire summer's worth of issues all in one, June, July, and August. Link is below. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here, but right now at 6 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open, no fear. Be safe, everyone.
Like you think it's over, but it keeps going. That's how he gets to the 3-minute 6 part.
He's got to have his outro, right? He says it every day. So it's not the fact that they moved a stone. It's the fact that they moved a stone 800 kilometers. And it was, what, a 2-ton stone or something, Jim? Is that what he said?
Some couple tons. I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
You don't even pay attention. If the first sentence says "we're not dying tomorrow," you kind of check out, don't you?
Yeah, it's for entertainment purposes only.
He entertains you.
Yes.
He is. Does he have like just a full staff of people doing this, or does he do it on his own?
I think he does it all himself.
Is this his life, or is it a hobby?
Well, I mean, he's like a dual PhD, like astrophysicist or something like that, and geophysicist.
Okay, so he's probably doing it, and then just okay.
He's not correlating stuff very well. And give him, I just have to say that.
Yeah, I mean,
he does is like a lot of times what he's doing is just spitting out the facts. I don't know what the correlation is with the facts.
I don't even know what the facts mean when he says the words half the time. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I was a little caught off guard with the whole magnetic readings from the frozen peat thing. I was like, okay.
But they get it. I mean, but that's how they sell science, knows everything, right, Wode? Like, trust the science.
It's important that we know about the frozen peat because we need the peat to kiln our scotch. Right?
That's right.
That's the best. Peat kilned. So I want some of the fine vintage of the whatever thousands of years ago we had that.
Well, are you drinking anything tonight, Wode?
I'm being pretty boring. Just got the liquid death.
Oh, okay. So you're just
I've been a bit under the weather, so I'm just trying to hydrate.
Gotcha. All right. So we're gonna play this first video I have pulled up. It is called, now I might get hit. I don't know. It's infographics. I don't care. Because I only say that.
I would imagine they would be one. They're definitely a part of a
There's one here
multi-channel network. I would imagine.
There's
We'll
one here
pause
from Lemino, and he didn't hit us.
He didn't
last
get
time.
us. Yeah, he
That's
didn't
what
hit
I'm
us.
saying, but there's one here, a 20-minute one from Lemino.
Okay. Pull it up.
Okay.
We did pause it a lot though, and added our thoughts to it, so I think that helps. Lemino. All right, so
Numerous unexplained.
we're gonna learn about the legend of the Bermuda Triangle. This is good. All right, 23 minutes. Be prepared. Wood, if you got questions, say pause.
Hype.
All right.
Just let me know.
In 1950, an article was published in multiple American newspapers highlighting numerous unexplained disappearances between the coast of Florida and the island of Bermuda. The article details 5 separate incidents over the previous half-decade in which 1 boat, 9 planes, and some 135 civilians and crewmen vanished without a trace. It was the first time this particular region of the ocean was suspected of being abnormally prone to nautical vanishments. But as the author failed to provide a cause for this alleged abnormality, a provocative mystery was born. In 1952, a magazine specializing in the paranormal outlined the region of interest as a triangle between the US state of Florida as well as the 2 islands of Puerto Rico and Bermuda. If this triangular shape seems almost arbitrarily selected, it's because it was. The author makes no attempt to justify their selection of this shape. Once this idea of an enigmatic triangle...
Isn't that kind of funny? Like he just made it up. Like this is the shape, but it sticks. Like it's just arbitrary, Woad.
I can hit you with I can hit you with a dad joke real quick. I think it was a cute idea.
Oh, yes, and he picked the perfect name, Bermuda. Like that's a cool sounding name when you add it to triangle. It's better than the Puerto Rico triangle.
Yeah, I think Lemino is just being a little obtuse.
You do.
Nice.
Got you.
Isosceles. I got nothing.
We got him.
We will determine later if he is right.
I think I saw a little. I don't know if that would be close enough to isosceles, but yeah, everything like that's always sort of like arbitrary. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if like they had facts, like at this point is where like a disappearance was registered at this point and this point, so that determined the region. But he just arbitrarily made it up.
Well, yeah, because I mean, technically, if you think about it, like if you go back into like the old days of piracy and everything in the Americas, you would actually probably be stretching that up a little bit. It'd probably go north, even of Bermuda, of like all the different wrecks and other little artifacts that would be left over from like that kind of stuff. And then also, as you even probably further north, but probably Bermuda is a decent boundary for it. Just all the stuff that would have sunk because of hurricanes and tropical storms and everything.
Sure. Okay.
Because anything that would have wrecked closer to the coast probably would have ran into the coast. So anything that's out that far might have still sunk or something.
Yeah, and you figure too, if you look at it from a standpoint of those are probably popular ports, so people were lost in between travel to those places.
Yeah, so they're recorded. Yeah.
And so if they, got off course and got lost there, that they could define those boundaries.
You think it might have something to do with the term, you triangulate your locations. So they say, well, they can't triangulate the location. So it's they're in the triangle that you can't do it or something, like some kind of weird,
Yeah,
Well,
possibly.
let's circle back to the video.
Triangle had been thrust upon the world, its eventual name was inevitable. A 1964 issue of the American pulp fiction magazine Argosy featured a cover with the caption, "Lost in the Bermuda Triangle." The article inside covers many of the same vanishments as the previous 2, but with a severely embellished narrative, complete with fictitious quotes and alarming suppositions. Which is exactly what you'd expect from a magazine predominantly about fiction. Few would suppose a magazine with a sensational cover like this to supply them with a scientifically sound and comprehensively researched analysis. And why would you? Argosy was targeting a very specific crowd. Those who seek to be entertained by mysteries, not those who seek to understand them. The Bermuda Triangle is, and has always been, a mystery for mystery's sake. The very definition of a legend. One of the oldest stories said to exemplify the mysterious qualities of the Bermuda Triangle is that of the first transatlantic voyage by Christopher Columbus in 1492. 3 events are said to be of note. The crew observed a fireball of some kind, their compasses inexplicably malfunctioned, and a strange light seemed to be suspended above the ocean surface.
Yeah,
the fireball was more precisely
I remember
described
learning
as
about that in other documentaries, Wode, about Columbus even saying weird stuff happened way back then in that region.
There be monsters there.
Yeah, the weird one was the light. That's what really bothered him the most, I think.
It was swamp gas.
Yeah, in the middle of the Atlantic.
Or a weather balloon.
I wonder if they were. I wonder if they were glowing orbs that came out of the water.
Well, Central Florida is the lightning
I
capital.
wonder
of
if there
the
were
world.
3 of them circling the ship the whole way.
Yes.
Like, especially if you drive around in any area that has any amount of like hills and valleys, which isn't very much in Florida. But when you do like that and you get a chance to see the sky during a storm, it's like lit up with lightning everywhere. I'd imagine it might be closer to something like that, or it was like a comet. But yeah, it's that area. Like as you're approaching Florida, there's just so much lightning going on all the time.
Right.
Yeah, it's like when I was a kid, you'd see the storms, they'd be far off, so you couldn't really see the lightning strikes, but you could see the flashes in the clouds. So it just kind of illuminate the clouds and make a weird, light in the sky.
All right, go ahead, Jim.
a marvelous branch of fire that fell from the sky into the sea. While invoking aliens and UFOs would certainly be more exciting, there's really no need, as a meteor would be more than qualified to account for that description. In fact, shooting stars are the most common in September due to the orbit and tilt of the Earth, and this sighting occurred on September the 15th. On September the 17th, the crew noticed their compasses misaligned with the North Star. This was certainly alarming at the time, but we've since learned that this is due to an effect known as magnetic declination. In short, the needle in a compass aligns with magnetic north, while the North Star aligns with true north. More importantly, however, neither of these two events occurred anywhere near the Bermuda Triangle, but in the middle of the North Atlantic. A fact that many seem to conveniently...
Well, I don't know if you guys noticed where that boat is. It's right over the North Atlantic, the rift, the Atlantic Rift, where Atlantis is supposed to be.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that some kaiju were going to come out or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I honestly didn't
Or
know
was
where
that
you were
like
going with
a
that.
spaceship leaving Atlantis?
Could be. Could be. Spaceship leaving the crystal spaceship leaving Atlantis. Yes, definitely. Actually, Atlantis is up here in the Azores. I don't want
think it
to
makes more
step on
sense
my
to be
own
down
story.
this regard. However, the strange light was indeed sighted within the confines of the triangle. Columbus described the light as a small wax candle that rose and lifted up, but he also believed it to be an indication of land and never described it as inexplicable. In fact, mere hours after observing the light, a crewman first caught sight of the American continent, supporting Columbus's suspicion that the light emanated.
Okay, Columbus never landed on the North American continent.
I don't think that's what he said, though. He said there was land.
Yeah, well, he
No,
just
did
said there was-
eventually. He went
Hold on,
to
let's back
Mexico,
up.
which is still North
Hold on.
America.
No, I thought he just went to the islands.
No, he got to the islands, and I think he eventually did reach it to Mexico itself, like mainland. But I think that's pretty much where he stopped. I could be butchering all that, but that's what I seem to remember.
described it as inexplicable. In fact, mere hours after observing the light, a crewman first caught sight of the American continent, supporting Columbus's suspicion that the light emanated from a nearby landmass.
Oh, the
Perhaps
American
a
continent,
torch
yeah.
or bonfire by the indigenous
say that.
population. As should be evident by now, this is all very mysterious.
All right, well. Just
He
for-
did say America.
Well, unless they're
But he-
considering the Bahamas to be America.
Yes.
Because he thought it was America.
Everything is the Americas.
Yeah,
Just North
everything
and South
is.
America.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
I mean,
I
even
don't
all the way
consider
up to what
Bahamas
used to be considered Europe is now technically North America.
Because didn't he land in like Jamaica or Haiti or something like that? Isn't that where he landed originally?
I think it was like Haiti, Dominican Republic, Hispaniola, but Bahamas, and other islands. I don't know that. I don't know.
He thought it
I
was
think
India.
he reached the
Yeah.
east coast of Mexico.
He
he
thought
himself.
he thought he went around the world, didn't he? At some point, he thought he would landed on like.
Well, yeah, when they first got
Two
there, they
white
thought they
saying,
were
yeah.
in India. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they eventually. I think Columbus was known for always believing that, but I think everybody else pretty much understood it was a different place fairly quickly, from what I understand. But I do think
awesome.
Columbus, seemed to like keep it up.
I think he was kind of overhyped for what he actually discovered, because many people were here before him. So it doesn't fucking
Well, there's
matter.
a whole theory about Columbus that revolves around the Masonic Lodge or something.
Well, they're tied to the
Freemasons.
Knights Templar.
The
Yeah,
Knights
they're tied.
Templars type of thing, that supposedly he was involved with a daughter or granddaughter of a grand something or other, and that's
Weren't
how
all
he
the
got
Masons from like
information.
England and Scotland?
Listen, man, I'm just
Well,
telling you the story.
Like
I don't know
hundreds
if
of years
that's-
later.
The Scottish Rite Temple is the one where you can go up to 33rd degree or whatever. So
Mhm.
technically, they say they're separate temples, but
Well, anyway, the story is that he had maps and everything, that those people had already been to the Americas, and it was all secret.
Well, he was famously fond. There was a monk, an Irish monk, who wrote about the tales of the Vikings coming to North America.
yeah.
And that was at the time, that was a known thing at Columbus's time.
Would
And
they?
that was what his public and written accounts of his inspiration for going to the Americas were based on.
Didn't they say I think they theorized that the Vikings might land somewhere right around Nova Scotia or something like that.
Yeah, and they
Mhm.
dug this big pit on Oak Island and put all their money in it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And then that same pit, the Templars used to hide all the stuff from King Solomon's temple.
That's where they put the Ark of the Covenant, right?
Yes,
Yes.
definitely. And if they
Yes.
keep digging, they'll eventually find it.
If you
So
if you
this
can
all
suffer
occurred
through,
in Egypt, or
yeah,
that was what was in the Indiana Jones movie.
yeah.
Something.
If you can suffer through 25 minutes of commercials in a 30-minute episode, then you can get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
Have you seen this one I got, Wode? It's a Detling.
I haven't seen that one.
This is
Oh.
a
How is it?
Alabama bourbon.
Oh, nice, cool.
It's fucking delicious. Stupid glare.
No, I got you,
Called
man.
Detling. I found it at a liquor store in Marion, Illinois. Probably the coolest liquor store I've been to in Illinois by far. Because Benny's isn't cool, Jim. It's a fucking warehouse for liquor. It's not cool. You can find everything there, but it's like not a surprise. When you go to these little stores that are well stocked with stuff that you don't even see at Benny's, you're like, holy shit. I'll be back. All right, go ahead, Jim, sir.
As long as you refrain from looking beneath the surface.
447-149, Jack!
Tell me something. What the hell is happening here?
It's flight number 19!
19 what?
It's that training mission from the Naval Air Station at Fort Lauderdale!
Who flies crates like these anymore?
No one! These planes were reported missing in 1945.
Flight 19, featured here in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, is possibly the most famous disappearance connected to the Bermuda
just got
Triangle.
hit.
Some would argue it is the catalyst for the entire phenomenon. The story goes like this. On the 5th of December 1945, a squadron of 5 planes departed a naval air station in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It was a routine navigation exercise that should not have posed a problem for these 14 experienced pilots and crewmen. Some 2 hours into the exercise, the squadron was supposed to be heading back when the pilot of the leading plane reported that he'd become disoriented as both his compasses were malfunctioning. Multiple stations maintained sporadic contact with Flight 19, attempting to determine their current location with little to no success. Communications between the 5 planes were also intercepted, and they could be heard arguing over directions and bearings. As the minutes passed, the signal between the towers and Flight 19 gradually weakened, and it became increasingly difficult to maintain a stable line of communication. Roughly 4 hours after takeoff, Navy personnel was able to approximate the flight's current location at some 200 kilometers north of their intended flight path. A flying boat with designation ST-49 was consequently dispatched to this location, but after a routine transmission, it inexplicably disappeared. 5 hours after takeoff, a final transmission was intercepted. It was simply a failed attempt by one plane to contact another, and Flight 19 was never seen or heard from again.
Pause it, Jim.
It sure
So you never heard of that one, huh?
No. So, but another plane was sent?
Yep,
The rescue plane guy.
Rescue
And
plane
then that one
disappeared.
got disappeared too?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't have the hair for it, but aliens.
I wonder. Well, I wonder though, because see, back then they didn't know about hurricanes until they actually got really close to land.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we didn't have like radar picking up hurricanes, and we didn't have planes flying out searching hurricane hunters and all that, and buoys, and so it's possible there was a storm they flew into and nobody knew about it. Maybe, I don't know.
They would have reported it, Jim. They would have saw clouds. They would have said, "Hey, we're coming up to a storm." They had communication for a while.
Okay.
And then they got disoriented because he said he got dizzy. Or no, not dizzy. His compasses were going wacky, so he doesn't know where he's flying. Now how did they determine that the planes were 200 kilometers north? They just said they had an idea of approximation, right? Well,
They projected it. They projected
Yeah.
their flight path off what they knew, but I mean, with
They didn't
sensors,
have like radar
Kinda
returns
like-
or anything.
yeah, without
Just like it-
any kind of modern sensors, they don't know where they were at.
Well, they had modern sensors in 2014, and they don't know where the fuck MH370 went. They have no goddamn clue. They just say it made a U-turn.
They know, Dave. They know.
Well, they ain't telling nobody. How you doing, Jin Wong and Mr. Jimmy the Lumberjack? How are you? Good to see y'all. Yeah, I find it interesting. Jim, there's some really good documentaries about that Flight 19. And again, it's all speculation, like all this stuff, right? If nobody's there to tell you the story, it's speculation, what people think. But I think it's cool.
I think Jimmy's onto something with it's a missing 411 case. It was GHB.
Ooh. All right. What's up, buddy? How you doing, Scotty?
sounds mysterious. But I suspect the devil is not in the ocean, but in the details. The 5 planes were piloted by 4 students and 1 flight instructor named Charles Taylor. Upon departure, one of the students assumed the role of flight leader.
I wonder if the shoes were named after him, Chuck Taylor's.
Hey, good call,
while
Jim.
Taylor merely
Good
acted
catch.
as a supervisor. After turning north towards the island of Grand Bahama, Taylor believed the student to be guiding them in the wrong direction, so he assumed command of the flight. As you read the radio logs and testimonies by Navy personnel, it becomes evident that Taylor confused the islands in the Bahamas for the islands in the Florida Keys. He was heard saying, "Both my compasses are out and I am trying to find Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I am over land but it's broken. I'm sure I'm in the Keys, but I don't know how far down and I don't know how to get to Fort Lauderdale." In other words, he confused his actual position for this position. This may be hard to accept, as Taylor was an experienced pilot, but then consider this. Taylor had previously been stationed as a flight instructor at the Naval Air Station in Miami, and training exercises launched from Miami took place over the Florida Keys. Prior to that, he'd been stationed at Key West in the Florida Keys. So it's entirely possible that Flight 19 was Taylor's first time flying this route over the Bahamas. Something that further supports this theory is that
The fucking Keys don't look anything like the Bahamas.
No.
I was going to say, if he flew over the fucking Keys a lot, he would know he's flying over the Keys.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like the Keys, like you could throw a rock. A lot of the Keys, you could throw a rock from one side
From one side to the other. Yeah.
Yeah. If the dude's an experienced military pilot, I have a hard time believing he didn't know which side of the coast of Florida he was on.
He didn't know which fucking direction they were going the whole time. He was just the instructor. That's why he's the instructor. Hey, dude, I mean, don't tell me your shit wasn't working the whole trip. Yeah, that I don't like this. It's the same flesh-covered shirt. I did it just for you, Kevin. I think the last time I wore this shirt, you had a blast. So I wore it. I put it on. I said, fuck. They're going to get me again tonight.
Dave needs to get a flesh-covered shirt with pasties on it.
Well, I like it better with the rifle.
Yeah.
But, that's okay. I don't think this experienced instructor would confuse the Keys for the Bahamas. I just don't. I don't like that statement he's saying. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I'll look for a more woo-woo video after this.
No, it's fine. It doesn't have to be woo-woo.
Well,
those are the Bahamas.
I
and
want
Bermuda.
somebody who
or the Keys.
I would
and,
like
or
a video
the,
that would kind of at least play around with the idea that there might be something going on there.
Well, I've got some of those videos.
Are
Yeah,
you denying that there might be something going on? This guy's just not a fucking crackpot, Jim. The fuck?
No, he's saying
Like you don't believe in this shit at all.
I believe in everything.
Everything's. You're the non-believer, Nicholas.
Maybe meth made its way to Miami ahead of its time.
Maybe.
Hey,
Although back then,
maybe they were doing 8 balls.
I remember about 15 years ago, there was motherfucking flesh eaters in Florida.
The bath, blaming on the bath salt eating people's faces.
Well,
yeah,
that was not just once or twice either.
During
a lot
World
of, not
War
everything
II,
got
our
really
pilot-
famous, but there's a lot of weird
during
shit
World War
back
II, our
then.
pilots were using cocaine and methamphetamines to fly.
Oh yeah,
well, I mean,
sure, yeah, Germans too. Yeah,
for the
they
longer
have to.
flights, they. I
Chocolates.
mean, you can still. The guys are basically on speed.
Yeah, the Germans
Stay
had
awake
meth in
for-
their chocolate. That's right.
Yeah,
Yep. Well, the fucking Japanese.
well, we did it too. Yeah,
The Japanese took some crazy drugs. The kamikaze pilots.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Well,
They-
no, every single pilot from every single nation at that time that had
No, but
access
the
to
ones that were
meth
crashing their
was taking
planes,
it.
they were on a very nice trip. They were going down in a party state of mind. All right, let's go here.
Taylor initially identified himself as MT-28, standing for Miami Torpedo Bomber 28. His correct ID was FT-28 for Fort Lauderdale. This growing confusion of what he knew from
I mean, maybe that could have been a radio breakup. FTMT. Someone heard it wrong. I don't know. Or maybe
he just got fucking stationed there,
yeah.
and he just misspoke.
Yeah.
That could happen really quick. Not hard. I mean,
Yeah.
I've called my wife, my daughter's name 1,000 fucking times, and I've called my son, my other son's name 1,000 times. So because I don't know their fucking name, just because it's the first thing that came out of my mouth. You know what I'm saying, Mo? You're just like, oh shit, sorry, Alex. Call my grandson Alex all the time, and I call my son my grandson. It's like weird, like this weird thing in my head. But
One of my brothers calls me his kids' names all the
Yeah.
time,
yeah,
Like, both male and female. It's like,
well,
fuck you.
That's progressive.
experience and what he saw outside his windows is likely why he came to distrust his instruments, as it's highly
Alzheimer's,
unlikely
not
that both
ADD.
his compasses
Alzheimer's, Jimmy.
malfunctioned simultaneously. As Taylor thought he was in the Keys, he continued flying north in an attempt to reach land, but this had the opposite effect of taking them further out to sea. He was also
Pardon me.
disincentivized from turning west, as from Taylor's perspective, that would have taken them into the Gulf of Mexico. In reality, turning west would have...
He would have fucking turned east. He knows Fort Lauderdale is east of the fucking Keys. What are we talking about?
If he would have
Why
turned
would-
east, he would have went way out to the ocean. So
No, if he was coming north from the Keys, he's going to hit Miami really quick if he turns right, not fucking left. So this makes no sense for him not to turn right to get back to Fort Lauderdale or Miami from the Keys. I mean, Jesus Christ, calling the guy a fucking
Okay,
idiot.
so who? Okay, so are we talking about Flight 19 right now still?
Yes.
Okay. So they got how many planes was it?
5.
5.
plus the search
Right.
plane 6.
What's the search plane 6? What's like the? I mean, do they have like a last known location on them, which is there?
I don't know.
They're
Yeah.
speculating. They don't know because they said that their compasses weren't working properly. That's why they were panicking.
If they went down in that area where they sort of seem to be indicating, which I would imagine it's wherever last known location is probably there, or at least somewhere around there. They might not find the wreckage. It might
With
get
all
washed
this
out to sea.
coastline, with all this coastline in the Gulf, there would have been some wreckage that hit a shore somewhere. Whoa. The shit
Well, in
does
the Gulf, but on the East Coast, the jet stream and all that comes through there. You know,
But
the
I'm saying
Gulf
if
Stream.
if what Limino is saying is correct, and he's in the Gulf when he crashes, or all these planes crash, they would have found some wreckage in the
Well,
Gulf.
Well, he's saying that's where he thought that's where he
Yeah,
thought
he's
he was.
saying the pilot thought he was there.
The
which I
pilot
don't
thought he was
know.
on the left coast
No.
of Florida instead of off
No,
the right.
pilot, right. But what Limino is saying here, though, is the Navy's assuming he's in Bermuda.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's why
But-
they projected they projected the position where they'd go out of fuel to be 200 kilometers
Right.
north of that position.
Yeah,
But
I believe this.
Limino is saying that the pilot believes he's on the Keys side.
I
Yeah.
believe this is Bermuda right here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, Bermuda's like way far
Yeah.
north.
Yeah.
So that's why the triangle comes like this.
Right.
saved their lives. Meanwhile, the weather was getting worse, the sun was setting, visibility was poor, and the sea grew increasingly violent. The logs reveal how truly desperate the situation became. At one point, Taylor informed the students, flying close formation, and when one plane drops to 10 gallons of gas, all planes will land together, suggesting that even in the event of a crash, they would remain as a group. He later continued, "I suggest we fly due east until we run out of gas. We have a better chance of being picked up close to shore." At this point, they're flying away from the coast, out towards the open ocean. Some of the last discernible messages reads, "Have to land on water unless landfall. We may have to ditch any minute." Then there's the flying boat ST-49. ST-49 was initially scheduled for a night navigation exercise when, upon getting a fix on the location of Flight 19, it was diverted into a search and rescue mission. After a routine departure transmission, it was never heard from again. But it was likely seen again. 23 minutes after ST-49 took off, a ship reported seeing a plane catch fire and explode upon impact with the ocean.
You think there was lithium-ion batteries on that plane?
Yes, and they were specifically packaged underneath the communications room of the plane
Yeah. Yeah.
in unmarked crates, so that yes, that fucking lunatic
12
but-
of the passengers were trying to get a patent on advanced microtechnology.
in China.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yep. Yeah.
The resulting inferno continued for several minutes with flames rising some 30 meters above the ocean surface. Once the ship reached the location of the explosion, it found debris and a pool of oil, but no survivors. Yet another ship equipped with radar observed as a plane vanished from the screen at the exact same time the explosion was sighted. While an explosion is certainly surprising, given that pre-flight checks revealed nothing of note, the plane had
Wait. So they said another ship that was equipped with radar. In 1945, radar was like a new thing.
It was land based, Jim. It was land based radar. They were tracking the plane on. They were tracking the rescue
No, it's
plane.
this. He just said another ship that was equipped with radar. Like,
I thought he said the ship saw him. They made a visual on it.
no, he said another ship. Hold on. See, yet another ship equipped with radar observed as a plane vanished from the screen. And I didn't think they had radars, like small enough for ships in 1945.
You need to back it up 10 seconds. Sometimes the fucking
Captions don't match.
captions are not what's being said.
All right.
Especially when you watch Austrian shows.
Once the ship
Nobody can
reached the
interpret that
location of the
Austrian
explosion, it found debris and a pool
That's
of
it, big
oil,
total.
but no survivors. Yet another ship equipped with radar observed as a plane vanished from the screen at the exact same time the explosion was sighted. While an explosion is certainly surprising, given that
interpret what he
pre-flight
said there,
checks
though.
revealed
Yet
nothing of
another
note,
ship-
the plane had went
Positive.
aground due to a malfunction.
What he's saying is yet another ship equipped with radar vanished at the same time on the screen. So is he saying a ship and a plane both vanished, Jim?
I think a plane is a ship too, maybe, isn't it?
No. Go back 10 seconds, Jim. One more time.
Looks like they had radar on ships as early as 1939.
Okay. So go ahead,
Found
Jim.
debris and a pool of oil, but no survivors.
Listen, Woad.
Yet
Listen.
another ship equipped with radar observed as a plane vanished from the screen at the exact same time the explosion was sighted.
So,
While an
are we saying
explosion is
that two
certainly
things happened at
surprising,
the
given that
same
pre-flight
fucking time
checks
there?
revealed
I think what a ship saw, a ship reported seeing a plane go overhead, and then another ship that was radar equipped saw it disappear from their scopes. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Okay.
So there's
And it
there's a visual
disappears because
sighting.
because if something disappears out of radar, it either leaves, like it either goes too high or too low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
So
pretty
Kevin
sure those.
says- Kevin says Google says it started being used in ships in 42.
Yeah.
So I guess they got the technology down good enough that they
I
can
thought they've had, like,
produce it.
Radar since like the medieval times.
Those are called fucking those are called birds.
Birds aren't real. Birds aren't real, Dave.
Well, they are in fucking House of the Goddamn Dragon. These fucking birds are their livelihood. Okay, I'm just confused by the sentence. Atlantis did have it. They just couldn't see that fucking tidal wave coming, Jim. So it killed them all. All right. Sorry to get my brain confused.
nothing of note, the plane had went aground due to a malfunctioning engine the day before. What exactly went aground entails is not elaborated upon, but it did warrant inspection of the plane's hull. Some Navy personnel immediately presumed the reported explosion was linked to the missing ST-49. Despite a systematic and week-long search involving tens of ships and hundreds of planes, nothing and no one was ever found. Though multiple planes and ships did report sightings of flares and various debris. All available evidence suggests that Flight 19 crashed into the ocean once they ran out of fuel, while ST-49 combusted and exploded, possibly due to a malfunctioning engine. The 6 planes and all 27 airmen aboard sank into the ocean, leaving no trace behind.
So even today,
But
with
not
as good
every
as our
incident.
technology is, they've never found any debris. Still,
They just said they found debris. They just completely downplayed it. That's
well, but they're saying not the military, like fishing ships and cargo ships claim they see shit all the time, but they didn't grab any out of the ocean and say, "Hey, look at this fucking wing off this plane, guys." But I'm just saying, with today's technology, nobody's went down to even look for some wrecked military planes.
I don't know what would be left at this point.
And
It's
It
been
probably
so
didn't have
long.
like advanced coatings on it to prevent
Yeah.
rust. or
Yeah, I
anything.
mean, a lot. I
That's
mean,
salt
during
water.
World War II, a lot of those planes didn't they? A lot of them have like super thin. Basically, like they didn't.
Especially when you're cranking them out for the war effort, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Like even to this
Okay.
day, you have if you live along the coast down there, you have to get your car washed constantly, or it'll start
Yeah.
rusting out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I'll be right back, dude.
Okay.
Incident can be so thoroughly explained. On the 17th of January 1949, a plane known as the Star Ariel departed Bermuda for Kingston, Jamaica. An hour into the flight, the pilot made a routine transmission with no indication of alarm, but the plane was never seen or heard from again. There was no evidence of a crash and no distress call had been received. The weather was excellent for the entire duration of the flight. The pilot and his crew was highly experienced and had flown this specific route many times before, and the plane was in working condition prior to departure. A succeeding investigation failed to determine a probable cause due to a lack of evidence. But what makes this even more mysterious is that a sister plane known as the Star Tiger had vanished under similar circumstances the year before. On January the 30th, 1948, the Star Tiger disappeared while approaching Bermuda from the east. The pilot and the rest of the crew were highly experienced, but the weather was not ideal with strong winds and heavy rain. The strong winds had blown the plane off course just an hour before their last transmission, and they were never seen or heard from again. The succeeding investigation concluded, "In closing this report, it may truly be said that no more baffling problem has ever been presented for investigation. What happened in this case will never be known, and the fate of Star Tiger must remain an unsolved mystery."
See, there it is. They'll never know. Unsolved mystery, mysterious mystery of the Bermuda Triangle lives on to this day.
Well, at least he didn't just make assumptions, right? They don't
Yeah.
know. There's no proof of what happened, so it's a mystery till they.
I think this
They
is
know.
propaganda put out by the aliens.
Could be. This could all be written by the Anunnaki from their underwater base in Atlantis.
Could be.
Maybe it flew. Maybe it they saw it or something.
You know, I don't know. I would have to check the historical record to see if when these planes disappear, there was any solar flares.
I think people were tracking it. 1948.
Maybe.
I don't even think they were using sunscreen yet by then.
I mean, they could be using like Godzilla kind of creatures to go after stuff like that.
I think some people were tracking solar
Pulverize the
flares going
plane,
back hundreds of years because you would see, but I mean, they were tracking sunspots.
Yeah, right. Could be the giants.
Could be. Could be the Nephilim.
Just reached up, grabbed them out of the sky. You know, what's this fucking thing flying overhead? Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
But even in information-deprived cases like these, natural explanations do exist. For example, the accident report of the Star Tiger revealed that the plane had been poorly maintained and known defects remained unrectified. Subsequent investigations also found that this particular type of airplane had a heater in the cabin that was prone to malfunction, and due to poor design, there was a chance of combustion and explosion. Two pilots experienced with this type of aircraft believed this was a real possibility, and one of them stated, "My theory is that hydraulic vapor escaped from a leak which got onto a hot heater and caused an explosion."
Okay, Jim.
Oh,
These
my
are
theory.
these.
I mean, that's
These are
just as good
disgruntled.
as
Yeah, these are disgruntled employees. They're like, yeah,
they didn't keep
we've been
taking
bitching
the
about
plane,
these
so this is what
fucking
we take
heaters.
care- Yeah.
Nothing's ever happened before, ever. They just complain about it. You know, the heater don't work sometimes. I'm gonna get David Ick to come on the show. Please do. That mother effer ain't real. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Jim? I did not mean to interrupt.
No, I just said that means our theory that aliens transported it is just as good as this guy's theory. It's
Mhm.
based on the same amount of facts.
None.
I
None.
mean, we've all seen the evidence for the Anunnaki being in Atlantis, which
Yeah,
isn't that.
Exactly.
Mhm.
It's written history, dude.
We've never seen this evidence.
Right.
Is
When we
Mothman.
saw that video of the 3 orbs disappearing that giant plane that was way bigger than these planes, with way more people on it, if they could do that.
And Jimmy, you're right. Carbon monoxide poison in the cabin could be just like
I don't think
just-
these planes were pressurized. They didn't fly high enough.
Well, no, carbon monoxide. I mean, not necessarily them being if there was some sort of an exhaust leak and it got into the cabin.
right.
Because I mean, it's not beyond the pale that there was a design flaw in something, even though those were probably pretty vetted aircraft by that time.
Exactly. And that's the point. Like, had this ever happened before to a flight? Had anybody had to land the plane because the heater malfunctioned? And no, I mean, not that maybe they'll get there. Maybe he's going to bring up the fucking record of this plane in a second, Jim. Nope.
Perhaps one of the most mysterious incidents is that of the 5-masted sailing vessel Carol A. Deering. On January the 9th, 1921, the Deering departed the island
There
of
you go.
Barbados and set
Whoa.
sail for Norfolk, Virginia. Less than 3 weeks later, the ship was sighted by a lightship near the coast of North Carolina, and the lightship's engineer took this photograph as she passed by. The person at the helm of the Deering hailed the lightship and used a megaphone to inform them that they had lost both their anchors. The ship then progressed up the coast towards Norfolk, but she never arrived. 2 days after the sighting by the lightship keepers, the Deering was located by the Coast Guard. The ship had run aground in an area known as the Diamond Shoals and appeared to have been abandoned. This was confirmed once the ship was boarded a few days later, and the ship's log, the crew's personal belongings, key navigational equipment, various documents, 2 lifeboats, as well as the ship's 2 anchors, were found to be missing. Furthermore, the steering wheel and other equipment also appeared to have been intentionally destroyed with a sledgehammer. There was no sign of the 11 crewmen, and they have never been seen or heard from since.
Didn't they make a vampire movie about this?
Oh yeah.
That picture that they used, you could see the anchors on that ship. I mean, unless they're just using a completely
Right.
unrelated
Just
ship
stock
for that
photos. Yeah.
Unless
photograph.
it's in stock footage or something.
Yeah.
It's like there's fucking anchors right there.
It's like I can see it. I can see it. It's right there. Hey Dave, you're a big Fallout guy, right?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe their ship was flooded with the same gas that was in that vault that caused all the people to go crazy and murder each other.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I mean, that's about as reasonable as
well,
the
it's like
I guess maybe.
it's the same thing with MH370, right? They claim he made this crazy U-turn, but if they lost pressure and he just passed out and grabbed the wheel and it just turned the plane, everybody's already passed out. It's a Payne Stewart situation. It just fucking flew until it crashed. We talked about that the other night. I mean, it could be that fucking simple.
Well, I mean, if a plane loses pressurization, all they really need to do is they just drop down in altitude to where there's breathable atmosphere.
Well, they even put in that video that there's data that shows the plane went to 58,000 feet, MH370, and dropped to 5,000 feet or 15,000 feet, like incredibly fast. And you know what they did? They disregarded. They said it has to be a malfunction. It's the plane's not designed to go to 58,000 feet. That could never happen. It could if fucking dummies are all passed out and they're just tugging on the thing and nobody knows what's happening. They're already dead, right?
Well, no, the plane, wouldn't be able to get that, but the engine would probably
You never
freeze
know,
up or
dude.
something.
Shit happens
stall
weird
out
all
or
the
whatever.
time.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking women pick cars up off their kid when they get ran over. That ain't supposed to happen, but they can do it with the adrenaline. I mean, there's crazy shit that happens that ain't supposed to happen. Well, hey, dude, that's as good an excuse as any, Julio. Seriously.
That's more
That is-
reasonable than what you said, Dave. I just want to put that out there.
Man,
I mean,
the worst part is like
someone drunk
235
and was
people
like,
died on that fucking flight.
all the way up to like
Or
60,000.
they didn't die. They're living in the
Space Force,
future.
yeah.
Oh, living a better life
Sure.
where the future is all, a utopia of socialism.
Or yeah, maybe they have all new names and they're living inside the U.S. under assumed names. Maybe they could be you.
Did they all get fucking 7-Eleven franchises for agreeing to the experiment?
I imagine they'd all be fucking dead by now. That was a long time ago.
Well, no, that was
10 years ago.
2014.
Oh.
Yeah. MH370 is only 10 years ago. And
Oh, okay.
maybe
I
they
pay
just
attention.
maybe they did land that plane at a military installation load and told those 12 engineers, get the fuck off the plane. We're taking your goddamn information for these chips. You never fucking know. I mean, it was Obama era. That dirty prick. He'd do anything. He'd kill Americans. He don't give a shit.
Well, it's like I was saying in the back room before the show. It's all these people go out and they'll come up with these great inventions and they'll patent it and they'll hold all the stuff to their chest real secret, and then they disappear or die under mysterious circumstances. So
lots of electric guys have died under mysterious circumstances, for sure.
I don't know if y'all remember about probably a little over 10 years ago, the Iranian nuclear scientist that got kidnapped by the CIA who uploaded a couple of videos to YouTube.
Oh,
wow.
That's fucking real, dude. They're pretty much memory holding at this point. It's like, you're making these videos like, help.
Help, brother. Yeah.
I guess he got away or something a couple times. Or that could have been like a counter espionage kind of thing where like he literally defected to the CIA and he was just trying to get him to stay off his ass or something. Like, I didn't really do it. Or kill him.
I just found out I like Julio even more. He has a 6-pack of chicken ramen in his house. If it was beef, I'd like him way more. The chicken flavor's okay. The beef I like more.
Beef sucks. Beef is horrible.
I'm with you on that, Nicholas. I like the chicken the best.
My kids like the shrimp too. The shrimp flavor.
If I'm gonna poison my body with 1,000 chemical noodles and mass amounts of sodium, we'll make it chicken.
That's why. You only put like half the pack of the flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't go full. You can't go full.
Did you guys see this? That the FBI cremated that guy's body that shot at Trump 10 days after the shooting?
Oh, wow.
This is fucking
The FBI did?
Yeah, here.
Oh, they're not allowed to just hold on to the body forever.
Well, they don't own the body. The family owns the body. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, the family's not just going to hold on to the body either. I mean, you got to do something with it.
No. It's the body.
That ain't Christian.
The family gets to determine what they want to do with the body, though.
Yeah, and it ain't Christian. There's a fucking rotten corpse around forever.
Report.
A weekend at Bernie's with the guy.
Cremated would-be a Trump assassin Thomas Crook's body before Rep. Clay Higgins could examine it. According to a preliminary investigation report from Higgins, the FBI cremated Crook's body without telling anyone 10 days after the PA rally. Tragedy. My effort to examine Crook's body on Monday, August 5th, caused quite a stir and revealed the disturbing fact. The FBI released the body for cremation 10 days after J13, the report reveals. On J23, Crooks was gone. Nobody knew until Monday, August 5th, including the county coroner, law enforcement, sheriff, etc. Yes, Butler County coroner technically had legal authority over the body, but I spoke with the coroner, and he would have never released Crooks's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The coroner's report and autopsy both are late. As of Monday, August 5th, they were a week late. The problem with me not being able to examine the actual body is that I don't know 100% if the coroner's report and autopsy report are accurate. We will never know.
Why would Rep. Clay Higgins know more than the fucking coroner? What the fuck? Is this guy like our white knight? Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
So either way, I
mean, I guess we'll never
I
know.
don't know.
What
I don't know
drugs
why.
he was
I mean,
on. You know, if they gave him NK Ultra drugs, if he was on SSRIs, if he was, you know,
Clay, whatever his fucking name is not going to run a goddamn drug screen on him. And if he did 10 days after the goddamn incident, that shit might be out of his system by then too. It might be untraceable at that point. You know how many people get poisoned all the time? It always blows my mind. Whoa, these people are getting poisoned by their wife. And the fucking doctors never ever think to look for poison. They just go, it's you got some chronic fucking bronchial disease. Dick, I'm getting poisoned by fucking, something my wife's putting in my drink. I don't even know what's happening. I mean, these fucking doctors, they're dipshits too. And this this Clay guy, he can go fuck himself. I don't like that article.
They want to do an autopsy on my great uncle because they thought his wife was poisoned with arsenic, and she got the body cremated before they did it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. She wanted.
People are a lot more vicious than
Oh,
give them
yeah.
credit for.
People are terrible, terrible animals.
I mean, even my own family. I mean, I've seen like the selfishness. Luckily I don't have any real monsters like that prey on people, but I've seen some family members just take selfishness where it does cost another person their life, and it's so careless how inhumane people are.
Mato, are you? Just give me a thumbs up if you just liked the stream post on Twitter, because if that's your fucking name, that's pretty funny. So go ahead, Jim. Let's get back to this no anchored boat.
A few months later, a man named Christopher Columbus Gray discovered a message in a bottle not far from
whoa, another Christopher Columbus? Wait a minute. Maybe it's the same Christopher Columbus.
He's an eternal.
How did they just happen to have a video camera there filming this?
I don't know. And maybe he found the Fountain of Youth in St. Augustine.
Maybe.
That's not in St. Augustine, you jackass.
You're not supposed to tell anybody.
It's in Volusia County.
He hid inside the inner earth for a number of years before he came back out.
Well, no, there was just a mass racial or racist population. They all wanted to name their kids Christopher Columbus because he was the biggest racist ever, right? Wasn't like Christopher Columbus was a terrible human. So
Christopher Columbus was a swarmy fucking Italian.
There's actually there's a rumor. I don't know, rumor, whatever. Not rumor, whatever.
Hey, Nicholas, that's swarmy by today's standards. He got to live a long life. Nobody killed him for being a swarmy piece of shit. But today we kill everybody because of past aggressions that nobody even saw or gets made up. I hate this.
He was supposedly from Genoa, correct? Genoa
salami. Not as good as hard salami, but I'll take it.
Genoa has a very high population of a certain ethnic group.
Yes.
Well, that whole region, Arabics, North Africans, because of the caliphate.
Let's just say.
Did I get called? Did I get accused of using that word in a video?
No. It starts with a J.
Yeah, I was going to say that he's going into that.
Oh
ground.
Yeah.
Ends with an H.
Yes.
Okay.
So Christopher Columbus was a Hitler admirer, is what you're saying?
No.
Hitler was a Columbus admirer. Columbus might have been.
Hitler probably would have put him in a camp.
Yeah, Hitler would have put Columbus in a camp. Yeah.
You think so?
He's a swarmy fucking Italian.
Well, he didn't kill the Italians.
Anyway.
Did you see what Hitler did to the Italians during the fucking war, man?
He loved Mussolini. Thought he was his best friend.
That was the only one.
They were allies, dude.
He sent a whole army to North Africa to bail him out.
Yeah.
Italy was a part of the Axis powers. They weren't a part of the Allies.
Exactly. So
Hitler was not part of the Allies either. What are you doing?
Right.
Right.
He was.
What?
Oh, because of all the people they brought here for after the war, the Nazis
yeah.
that they brought here for paperclip.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess. Hey, who knows?
Who
Maybe it
wouldn't have
was
gotten to
all
the moon otherwise?
maybe it was all a big plan.
Thanks, Stanley
I'm si-
Kubrick.
I'm just like, are we in the fucking Stanley Kubrick movie? Like, holy shit, am my balls tripping right now? Holy shit. Oh man,
Jim's the
did
only
I?
one who can keep my shit going.
Now that's some good woo.
Jim's the only one who can give me an out of this stuff. I have no idea where I'm going with it either.
The wreckage, and it reads as follows.
SOS.
Deering captured by oil-burning ship, something like a chaser, taking off everything, handcuffing crew hiding all over ship, no chance of escape. Finder, please notify headquarters of Deering. The message was perceived to be genuine, and thus it was presumed that the crew of the Carol A. Deering had fallen victim to piracy. But then
Someone got on board and said, "I'm the captain now."
Yeah, yeah.
Come here, guys. Come here.
What would have Hitler's war been like if he was actually on the open seas instead of like, had tanks and everything and planes? Probably would have taken them a lot longer.
They had
3.
some pretty robust ships and a really good U-boat fleet. Be interesting to see.
Well, if it was more back during this time. We
Oh,
didn't have access to that.
oh, I see what you're saying, like
Sorry.
sailing ships and that kind of stuff, or
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would he like Greek fire on anybody that wasn't like, Northern European?
He would have gone to Antarctica and found the secrets of Greek fire and resurrected it. Yes.
a few months after that, handwriting experts proved that Gray himself had written the message and that the entire thing
Was this
was a hoax.
A Gray? As in,
But
like,
Gray
the alien?
may not have been too far off, as there is evidence to suggest that a mutiny took place. The US State Department issued a statement at the time in which they wrote, "There is every suspicion of foul play." First of all, the person who hailed the lightship was not the captain. He was described by the lightship keeper as a red-headed man with a Scandinavian accent. So, me without a soul. While this description could not have been that of the captain, it was descriptive of the other crewmen, most of which were Danes, which of course only strengthens the possibility.
I wonder if they were great.
I was.
Well, look at
know.
look at the video footage. Everything was gray back then.
He said, "Great
Oh,
Danes."
sorry. Like the dogs.
Maybe.
So the last 2 nights, Woad, if you haven't been here, by this time, Jim's been doing this.
Oh,
He's
He's
been
doing
falling
the-
out. Tonight he's on fire. We got to keep Jim on fire. It's so
he's doing
good.
the JFK. He's
Yeah. Yes. But tonight he's rolling. So this is good.
he drank a monster.
Yeah. Well, they don't even give me energy, dude. I just like them for the taste now. Like, I don't drink Monster to wake me up.
Too much time on active duty. Caffeine doesn't
So
do anything to me anymore.
No,
so
I can
is
drink
this
a
guy
Monster right before I lay in bed and I'll go
Yeah.
to sleep. Yeah.
So are they saying it was piracy, or are they saying it was a mutiny? I mean, I don't understand. Where did the
Sounds
people?
sounds like a
accused.
mix of both, because they're reporting
Sounds-
a mutiny, and then they're saying also that somebody came and took the ship.
Yeah. Pirates. And
The
beached
Jews.
it. Yeah, they beached it. Like, why would you beach the ship if you wanted the ship and destroy the fucking steering wheel and get rid of the? Why would you do all that if you were trying to take the ship? Maybe they're just trying. Well, maybe they were in competition with another shipping company and they would just want to take one of their boats out of commission. That's
Yeah.
the thing, right?
Kill a route
How
for
close
him.
were they to Epstein? How close were they to Epstein's Island?
That
This was
seems
the
like,
first customer. This was their first customer.
although you know where they were.
Jeffrey's
close to?
great grandfather owned the island originally, and this has
Oh.
been going on forever.
This seems that they found this boat really close to where that Murdoch guy was. So maybe they stumbled into his drug trade.
I'm telling you right now, Murdoch got a raw deal.
Yeah, I don't think he killed his wife and kid, but I think he was up to some shit though.
Oh,
Who
dude,
did think?
that's fine. You can be up to all the shit you want, but he didn't kill his wife and fucking son. Sorry, he didn't do it. Did you watch that trial, Woad?
I didn't watch that one.
Fuck.
I watched
That
some of
dude
it.
got fucking railroaded.
We got railroaded, but that doesn't mean he didn't kill his people.
Dude, that jury should not have heard 90% of that fucking evidence they were using in that financial stuff. Without the financial stuff, he doesn't look like a bad guy, Jim.
Yeah.
And then prove that he was in a certain location when his pings proved he wasn't there.
Yeah.
His fucking car proves he wasn't there. But he stole a bunch of money from some people. So obviously he killed his wife and son because he stole money.
Well, I
Get
think
the
they
fuck
were
outta here.
they railroaded him because they didn't want everyone to find out just how corrupt that legal system is and all the shit that was going on for years with these highfalutin attorneys ripping off all the yokels.
Yeah, the insurance claim attorneys. Yes.
Yeah.
Like the state trooper that won $3 million and they gave him like 70,000. Like that's how dirty these fucking people were. But they're claiming it was him. Yeah, I don't think it's just him. There's a bunch of partners in the law firm. They all know what the fuck is going on, dude. They all see the books. Don't be, doing this shit. So, yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
Ability of mutiny. Secondly, later investigations found that the relationship between the captain and the crew was strenuous at best. Prior to departing Barbados, both the captain and the first mate spoke ill of each other, and the captain was concerned that the crew might turn on him. The first mate had also requested a ship of his own, and when this request was denied, he boasted that he would get the captain before they reached their destination. The first mate was subsequently arrested because of this, but was later bailed out by the captain himself, who forgave him for what he'd said.
Concentration camp.
So there's plenty of evidence to suspect a mutiny. Nevertheless, this cannot fully explain why the ship was subsequently abandoned or why the crew disappeared so completely. But it gets even stranger. Soon after the Deering had passed the lightship, yet another vessel appeared. It was a large steamship painted black, roughly sailing in the wake of the Deering. When the lightship hailed the vessel, not only was the hail ignored, but the crewmen unfurled a canvas to cover the ship's nameplate before speeding away. Some have speculated that this could have been the American steamship SS Hewitt that vanished around the same time, but unless further evidence can be unraveled, there is no way to know. So perhaps Gray was unintentionally correct. Perhaps the mysterious vessel was indeed.
So there's another ship that went missing too?
Yeah. Low watermark for $25. What is this BS? This can't be a Thursday stream, can it? Woe it is me. Jim tells us all. Nicholas rides a railroad sailing. Now, I always invite Low Watermark onto these. I didn't tonight though, but I will, because he's like the detractor of this stuff. He's like the realist, whereas I'm open-minded. Jim, Wode, you're open-minded, but Low Watermark, yeah. Fucking there's monsters in the woods in the Ozarks. Sure, guys. People just see shit. They just, you would kind of like Wode to sometimes it's if they got a drug test right as soon as they made their claim. Like, can we do a piss test real quick? How high are you? Can we check that? But thank you, Low Watermark, for the $25. So that goes on the board too, guys. $20 or more goes on the board. You missed it last night, Wode. I fucking destroyed a t-shirt from PTP. It was the funnest shit. Like,
oh shit.
He said, I bought his Last of the Seeker stuff.
Yeah.
I showed just how garbage it was on the stream last night. And Rich C sent me $20 to rip it up. I could tear the shirt at the collar and rip it by hand. That's how shit this t-shirt was.
It's because you're a real American. You fight for the rights of every man.
I'm proud to be an American. Oh, Trump. He plays that song every time, doesn't he, Jim? Isn't that his theme song?
How much in super chats would it take for you to give us a full-throated rendition of that God Bless America?
By Lee Greenwood?
Yeah, well, just one refrain. How much in super chats would it take?
To get me to sing, dude, I can't sing.
You just
I'm
did.
terrible. My kids are the talented ones. I just watch. I'm not talented. I don't think anybody wants to hear me sing.
Hopefully, super chat for it.
It's like my OnlyFans where people pay me money to put clothes back on.
Yeah, like please. Dave, please don't pull through.
Nice.
I honestly, I never thought like only clothes. Yes, Ben. Only clothes. So it's unbelievable. So I remember when I was a kid, Snakes, and my sister like just had a voice, right? She could get her voice out. And she told me, she goes, David, I'm not doing anything special. I'm just relaxed. And I'm like, well, I'm never relaxed. She goes, well, you got to breathe and all this stuff when you're singing and sing from your chest and not from your throat. I'm like, whatever. But my dad was a singer too. Well, he was like, he won the band. Like they had a band competition in Arkansas. He was up against Johnny Cash and his band beat Johnny Cash.
Oh shit.
They grew up together. Yeah. So like they saw each other touring in Arkansas. But when my dad graduated high school, he didn't see a future in music. When his buddies wanted them to run to Memphis and make a record, my dad's like, no, dude, I'm going in the fucking Navy. And that's what he did. So it's fucking crazy. But they like Johnny Cash lived like there's this town called Newport, and right across the bridge, you go into this little town, and that's where Johnny Cash grew up. And then my dad grew up in a town. Oh fuck, what's the name of that town? It's like it's a cotton field. Like my dad didn't have a house when he grew up. He lived in the shacks that they had in the middle of the cotton fields for the sharecroppers to live in. Like they had dirt floors. Didn't have a house. Yeah. So, he spent 26 years in the Navy. He got a retirement by the time he was 44 years old till he died. That's not stupid. He could have made one fucking stupid record and never done anything and could have been a fucking farmer the rest of his life. And guess what? If that would have happened, Ben, you wouldn't see me on stream because he would have never met my mother, but he did. So God bless him for joining the Navy. Going to Morocco and meeting my mom. So awesome. Go ahead, Jim.
A pirate ship chasing down the Deering, or perhaps the crew conspired to commit mutiny. In either case, numerous elements are at best difficult to explain.
Thanks again, Low Watermark. Very generous tonight. Very, very generous.
To conclude this video, I'd like to talk about the triangle itself. If the Bermuda Triangle was anything but a legend, why is it not marked on publicly available maps and nautical charts? If the US Coast Guard is so concerned with the safety of others, don't you think they have a responsibility to warn the populace about this abnormally dangerous region of the ocean? Yet they and every other relevant authority willfully allow hundreds of ships and planes to sail and fly through the region every single day without as much as a warning. If we need a sign for wet floors, a sign for imminent death by supernatural forces seems justifiable. After all, the region that is the Bermuda Triangle is a highly trafficked region of the ocean. Now, one could argue that more traffic equals more accidents, thus more vanishments, but that would almost make a bit too much sense. One of the articles I showcased at the beginning of the video concludes with this open-ended question. Will somebody please come up with an explanation or even suggestion as to just where all these planes, ships, and possibly submarines did go? I'm gonna take a wild stab at this and say the ocean. The ships and planes and possibly submarines sank into the depths of the ocean. No, they sink. I don't know what to tell you, but a catastrophe at sea and buoyancy are just not the best of friends. Besides, do you really want to listen to a clown in a sewer drain over the physical laws of reality itself?
Oh yes. They float
day is flawed.
Okay, maybe I'm overtly facetious at this point, but the absurdity of this phenomenon is also what makes it so fascinating to me. Despite my best efforts, I've been totally unsuccessful in my attempts to understand what exactly constitutes as a Bermuda Triangle disappearance. How does one know when to attribute a missing craft to the Bermuda Triangle? It sounds like, and it truly should be, an easy question to answer, but it is anything but. In some cases, such as in the case of Flight 19, the incident occurred within the general confines of the triangle, but Flight 19 is an exception. Most vanishments occur when the route of a plane or ship simply overlapped the triangle. In 1963, a ship known as the SS Marine Sulphur Queen departed a harbor in Beaumont, Texas, heading for Norfolk, Virginia. Her last known location was here, but then she just vanished, as if sinking into some inexplicable abyss. Her disappearance is blamed on the powers of the triangle, despite the fact that the ship is just as likely to have disappeared in the Gulf of Mexico. In fact,
Okay, so just as likely to have disappeared, so
Yeah.
maybe it's 50-50 where?
Look at that. Doesn't that look like sort of like a bone, like a skull, Gulf of Mexico?
But
Skull
again,
of Mexico.
don't tell me.
Oh, wow,
that,
look at this. See, here's the big head. Like, it's got a big, here's the lips.
Yeah.
Here's the
Anunnaki head.
nose.
The big
Oh my God.
Anunnaki head.
Anunnaki head.
Kind of looks like a tiny Australia to me.
I think the growing Earth had a bad day that day. The design got a little out of whack. I don't know, man. So that ship disappearing, if it did disappear in the Gulf, it's highly trafficked too. Nobody saw. This is in the 60s, not the 40s. There was no debris anywhere. Well, that's what I don't understand about this. If they say it disappeared in the Gulf, there's got to be debris coming up somewhere. And
Wormhole pools.
I have no idea how deep the ocean is out here, Jim, in the Bermuda Triangle, but we go pretty deep now with some of this technology. And if they're saying that they don't care, the reason,
You ever hear anything about these giant methane bubbles that come up out of the ocean floor and disturb the water so much that like a hole opens up and the ship basically falls into it?
Like a sinkhole in the ocean.
Yeah, like a sinkhole in the ocean.
Yeah, when I was looking at some of that stuff earlier, that's one of the natural causes they were talking about. That and magnetic interference, which was, causing the compasses to freak out.
So is that like
goddamn
the
solar
giant
flares.
farts in the ocean?
Yeah, this is cow farts out of the
Nothing
ocean.
comes up.
goddamn fish, quit eating beef. Holy shit. You're killing your own environment.
the Coast Guard believes she disappeared just before reaching the Florida Keys, but what do they know? In 1954, a plane disappeared while traveling between the U.S. state of Maryland and the Azores. It is said to be a victim of the Bermuda Triangle, despite being...
I hate when I listen to people talk and they say, it's the Coast Guard. And then he's like, we're the bad guys for not trusting the Coast Guard. Because he said, yeah, what do they know? Like, because the Coast Guard said it should give it more fucking value. Why the fuck should it give it any more value? They have a fucking reason for saying what they say. It's all pre-planned when they come out with these statements. Whoa, I listen to these people on some of these podcasts. Yeah. But the government's wrong. Yeah, the fucking government is wrong.
Are you saying, Dave, that you don't trust the government?
I don't trust anybody except for the people I live with, and that's when I can verify it. Other than that, everybody's fucking lying to me. Sorry. That's the way the fucking world goes.
You would have made it to season 6 in Game of Thrones.
Yep.
No, I wouldn't have, because it's fucking if it's 58 minutes of talking every day.
No, he's just saying you wouldn't have got killed because you didn't trust
you'd have been
anybody.
fine.
Oh, gotcha.
You'd have kept your head.
Well, the problem is, Ben, these people I listen to are fucking Europeans, and you guys, they laugh at Americans for loving their fucking Second Amendment rights. The Americans, they really need to have an AR-15 to stop somebody entering their house. I need an AR-15 because I want to buy an AR-15, not because I got to stop somebody coming from my house. Well, if it's available and I want to buy it, I should have the fucking right to buy it. Then,
I should be able to line my house with Claymore mines.
Well, I mean, the Second Amendment has nothing to do with personal protection. It has everything to do with the citizenry as a whole resisting government tyranny. That's why it's there. It's not for personal protection.
Yeah,
No,
it's not for hunting deer.
It's for individuals' rights to have guns to defend
exist.
against tyranny.
Yeah.
If they decide to get together.
But it has
whatever.
nothing to do with personal protection. So,
If
like,
I'm protecting myself against a tyrannical government, I'm protecting myself with my gun.
that's being semantic.
No, you're being semantic.
Missing. That's
You're being
missing those words.
semantic. The purpose
Well, no,
of the
because if you're
Second
saying I need
Amendment
a
is to
handgun, like it would make
No.
more sense to restrict handguns as opposed to
no. It makes no
rifles
sense to
and tanks.
restrict anything because the government should never be able to out fucking do the citizenry with their weapons because they can. Fuck that. If Wode comes up tomorrow with an automatic fucking Uzi and it weighs 10 ounces and it shoots 800 rounds in 2 minutes, Wode should be able to sell that shit and people should be able to buy it because the government can do whatever the fuck they want.
I wouldn't sell it.
Right, but they could be equipped with anything they want. And where's our defense against tyranny? Oh, Joe Biden even says it. We've got F-21s or F-18s. What are you going to do against our jets?
The pilots have families.
Yeah, but so did the Gestapo dude, and they still put a lot of.
Well,
people
they took all their guns away first. That's kind of what they did,
right.
you know.
Exactly. So I can't stand when I hear the Europeans say that shit. Like those gun rights are so silly. Yeah, okay. Ask all the fucking people in London that are getting stabbed every day by illegal fucking or your illegal border crossers, your migrants that are stabbing your citizenry because they have no fear of you protecting yourself. They don't fucking fear it. They don't understand that there's no fear of retaliation. These people just fucking do whatever they goddamn can. Oh, dude, I'll send you the link to this guy, and it's real funny when I hear him. I like to listen to his podcast, but he makes some sarcastic comments about our Second Amendment rights, and it really pisses me off. Sorry, it does. I remember Twigs when I was a kid. You could actually join the gun club.
Yeah,
and you could go shoot guns. And there was also the Future Farmers of America. So you could learn maybe if you wanted to grow some crops, how to do that shit too. And we shot guns in that class too, Wode.
When I was a little kid.
Yeah. Yeah. Those were things. But I remember having to take home ec as a fucking credit. I don't even think they offer home ec in school anymore. They don't teach these kids how to do shit. They teach them how to fucking dial for Uber Eats, not cook a goddamn Salisbury steak or something like that. Whatever the fuck it was.
Ooh, Salisbury steak sounds good right now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that does sound pretty good.
I love country fried steak. With some
no, but I remember we'd roll up to school and you'd see kids have shotguns up in the back of their truck in the gun rack.
I miss gun racks and trucks. I don't see them anymore anywhere.
No, you don't. But we would go out after school and go hunt birds, you know?
Yeah. And your parents didn't even think about it. They didn't even think about it. Like, I remember when I was 6 years old, my grandpa gave me a 410 shotgun.
Yeah.
And my grandma was like, isn't that a lot? Or isn't that a lot, Al? He goes, maybe, but I'll teach him how to use it. And we went rabbit hunting. We just fucking went rabbit hunting out in the woods. And I didn't shoot it. I was fucking 6 years old, but he just took me rabbit hunting, and that was an experience. But he bought me a 410. Remember 410s? They cost like an air rifle almost. Wode. They weren't expensive guns back then. This is in the 70s. I like that shit's all gone. They demonize everything for the sake of fucking demonizing it.
It was like a rite of passage where I grew up when you got like your first 22 or whatever. And you go out squirrel hunting with your grandfather or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Squirrel, rabbit, all that stuff. Remember?
Yeah.
And that shit tastes good, too, when you eat it.
Yeah.
Like, squirrel meat's good.
It's, and in Spain, you pay exorbitant prices for the acorn-fed ham. What do squirrels eat all day?
Acorns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never hunted or anything, but I did do a lot of like little kids like shooting stuff, and
Yeah,
did like JROTC in high school and stuff like that with shooting.
like
I
my
just never
kid,
got into hunting itself. I like shooting though.
the Cub Scouts, like my kid, but they learned how to shoot in Cub Scouts, and one of them was really good at it. Really good.
We had a really big garden, and my grandfather had a bounty. He said,
Of rabbits.
every rabbit you kill, I'll give you." At the time, it was like 50 cents, which
Sure.
for him was amazing because he was a cheap old Danish dude. He didn't want to give anybody any money.
And for you, it was even more amazing because you could go buy a Coke and a comic book for 50 cents and have change back then. Like, holy shit, you know?
Maybe not that far back, Dave.
Dude, how old are you?
46.
Okay, I got 10 years on you. So
Yeah.
I could go for 50 cents.
If I killed 2 rabbits, I could get a comic book and a Coke.
Yeah. Or maybe play the pinball machine that was in the 7-Eleven and hang out with your buddies.
Yeah, for a while.
Yeah. Fucking great. Kids could bring their guns for target practice for school. I think they stopped that in the late 70s. I was never a shooting at that. Yeah. Like, of course not, dude. I think any teacher that wants to be armed, Nicholas, should be able to be armed in the school. Because if they're willing to be armed, if they're willing to be armed,
A lot of people I don't want armed in the world.
Dude.
Sorry.
Why?
Because you fucking kill other people around them
Are you
accidentally.
talking about the teachers?
An armed
Yeah.
society.
Have you
is a
seen the
polite
teachers?
Society.
Yeah. I mean, no. But look,
I don't want
if
some
you're-
crazy old cat lady fucking shooting me between the eyes because I make a fucking sexist joke, man. Come on.
No, that's
No,
why
no,
the
no.
students need to be armed too.
Right. I don't understand that theory. Like,
Yeah.
just because
I fucking
she's a
loved
crazy
cat
cat
ladies when I
lady,
was in high
she
school.
probably
I'd
will
fucking
defend kids to the
harass
death.
the
And
shit
some
out of 'em.
psycho asshole walk through the fucking door with the gun. Those teachers are there. They have. I mean, when the teachers are running out of the classroom and leaving kids behind, fuck them. But when those teachers have their gun and they're like, "Fuck these dumbasses, I'm going out there." More lives. Guess who doesn't happen? They don't show up at the school.
Yeah.
They don't even go. Well, they got arms in that school. We're not going in there. They're always looking for the easy target.
The person. Okay, so the person who prevails in those kind of situations, the person that can
Bitten tilt of
keep
the
calm
earth, and this
and all
sighting
that.
occurred
I
on
just don't trust teachers to be those kind of people all the time.
Now I understand that, but not all teachers are going to want to carry a gun. But the ones that will are probably people that secretly vote to the right, but have to act like a leftist idiot to keep their fucking job. Right? I mean, a lot of them, or they're willing to carry that gun because they care more about the kids than they do some stupid agenda, or they care about protecting their own life. Wode. They don't want to fucking die because they got their own wife and kids that they want to get home to. But when you take that ability away from them, that's pretty fucked up. Especially when you're in a school with like 2,000 kids.
I do think that they should have probably more security at like most schools, but I just don't want to see teachers being that security.
I went to school. I went to schools in many states. I never once walked through a metal detector, and I never saw one security guard at a fucking school I went to, ever. It was not a thing. It didn't happen, dude. You fucking, you were a kid. You understood the rules. If you broke the rules, they were sending your dumb fucking ass home, or suspending you, or putting you in detention, or they're throwing you out, right? I mean, that's it. But nowadays, no kid left behind. Thank you, George Bush, you dumb fuck. Leave these idiot kids behind. If they can't follow the rules, get the fuck out.
My high school had 3 cops in it at all times.
In Chicago.
And metal detectors.
Never, ever saw a cop. But I went
In
to
the
school.
80s.
I went to school in Northern Virginia in the 80s in Fairfax County. Very heavily populated, very mixed culture school. Never saw a cop ever once.
By the 90s, even like nicer high schools and stuff had cops in them.
Dude, my kids went to high school in Braidwood, Illinois, with a town of 5,000. There's a cop there all fucking day. Jesus
School
fucking
resource
Christ.
officer.
Yeah. No, he's a cop. He works for the city.
Yeah.
For the city of Braidwood. He's just
Yeah,
there
they get assigned to the school.
Yeah, like how fucking boring. Like he just sits there for 8 hours a day watching. And this town has a metal detector. It's like they all got it. They're all in the same
There's one community where like all
realm
the
of
local,
stupidity.
like they would work with the school resource officer to basically figure out where we were and round us up and take us back to school again.
Like old school truancy officers.
Yeah. Well, even the
Yeah.
regular cops. Yeah, it was a rich low crime area, but
Yeah.
so, and we were like, I guess, the bad ones. So they would
All I
just
know
take us
is
back to school.
I wouldn't mess with my principal at the elementary school. I mean, granted, elementary school as a kid, but he was a retired Chicago police officer, and he was a big dude. You could tell he didn't put up with any business, man.
Yeah, I tried to stay out of the principal's office. I did. I mean, but either way, I know we're completely off track with this. But either way, gun rights.
Maryland to Azores.
And Brits
Bermuda
do
Triangle.
not Brits do not respect gun rights. They think they're lame. In some
I don't
weird
want
way,
Jim
like
having a gun.
Jim has a full fucking arsenal. I dare you to roll up on him.
They have
Roll
no
up.
guns. Guns are bad. They're dangerous. No one should own guns. Only the government should have guns.
I have metal with certain objects attached to it that might send a explosive device through it, but it's not a gun until I put a bullet in it and pull a trigger. Until then, it's just a piece of metal laying on the floor or in my gun safe, right, Wode? That's all it is.
Sure.
It's an inanimate object
That's
until I make it animated.
Coolest gun I've ever seen.
That's totally not a
Police
gun
sniper
safe
rifle.
back there. Right there. That's
No,
a
it's
gun
not.
safe. It's
No.
not. It's where I keep my suppositories.
Oh my
my
God! There's a
grandfather-
$5 Ripaverse sale tomorrow. I can't wait.
Yeah, but
I'm-
they sent out it had to send out an updated email because they incorrectly stated that a bunch of stuff was going to be $5 that they're not going to sell for $5.
Of course not. No, because no.
Like, wait,
no.
we made a mistake. No, all those covers aren't going to be $5. Only one cover.
Didn't they do that on their last $5 sale too, Jim?
Well, they
fucking
kind of
made a
did that with the
mistake.
store-wide sale that they had
Yeah.
that wasn't store-wide.
They limited it to like anything that was ISOM related, basically. Yeah. Eric's running a Steam sale.
Nice.
Some
Gotta move that merch.
Some dude in America, Snakes, got put in jail for what, 80 years, Jim, for making that little fucking card that
A card.
Yeah,
a tchotchke,
Yeah.
a auto key card, a piece of metal
auto
with some
key
engraving
card.
on it.
Did he even make the metal card, or was it just
Well,
a piece
actually,
of
the
paper?
one guy didn't even make it. Hoover, Matt Hoover.
Yeah, I think he
did
just
not
put the
make
paper
it.
up, right? Like he put a
He
PDF
just sold
up.
it. A PDF, or no, he
Yeah.
sold it. He was advertised it. He did
Yeah.
advertising for it.
Well, the guy that designed a lot of the distributed defense or whatever, which is here
But
in
they're not
Austin, where I
guns.
am,
Metal
they
card.
the government honey trapped him, honeypotted him into jail.
FBI foils, FBI terror plot.
Dude,
Well,
that is a fucked up thing that happened to that guy. I mean, imagine just making a key card like that and 80 years because some organization that Chevron deference let make fucking rules and laws that aren't even passed by Congress or the executive puts this guy in jail forever. That's why them just getting rid of Chevron deference, 8 months ago, Jim? It's out. All that shit's. I think a lot of people are going to let out of jail, Jim, when they go through some of these laws. They're like, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. This is not a law.
It's time to appeal.
Oh, so CSR Firearms is his YouTube channel. His wife does updates on it
CRS.
now.
It's CRS
CS.
firearms.
Yeah,
Oh, CRS. Okay. It's fucked up, man.
PSI?
it's the little dude with all the tattoos on his arms.
Yeah, and he was like a small gun shop owner and YouTuber. He owned a small gun shop in rural Wisconsin and stuff with his family, like a family thing, and so
And it
he
wasn't
lost
the
his
state that got
livelihood.
him; it was the feds. The
Yeah.
feds got him. Like, what the hell? Like,
Well, yeah, the feds, they should have left him alone. Like, if they wanted to go after the guy that was making them and selling them, that's one thing. But all he did was accept like a sponsorship from the guy and
but they're not.
advertise it.
But they're not guns, Jim.
You're right.
They're not guns. Like, it's just not a thing. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, the whole world. There's like been some like global, like some of those global organizations consider the whole idea of 3D printed guns, even just the information on it, to be like of a global security concern.
Well, those people are
So they're
called
very
fascists.
harsh on it.
Yeah,
What's
they're-
that?
yeah,
What's
they're
that guy?
fast. Oh
He's
no,
over-
we're the fascists, Jim. We're the fascists because we believe in gun rights. We
Yeah,
want to
I-
hold people. We want to take people's right to express themselves sexually away from them because we're the right wingers. We hate all gay people. We hate all these people. Shut the fuck up. We have no desire to even care about your shit when you turn 18. But before that, you leave the kids alone. Leave the kids alone. After they're adults, whatever.
Well, since
Hopefully
we're
I've-
about midway through with the show, it's about 2 hours in. I thought we would
I noticed
play
you
our-
have a new pole shift video up.
we would play our midday solar flare update.
Nice.
We get to see your poll, Jim.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, folks. We're going to dive a
Except
bit
the
deeper and
ones
add
that don't,
perspective
man.
on this morning's top story, the geomagnetic excursion, the magnetic pole shift that happened 6,000 years ago. Despite
You do a pole shift
recognizing
every
dozens
morning
of
when you
others,
get up.
the latest one, 6,000 years ago, was the last to be declared. We had been discussing it for years based on the various paleo intensity stacks showing the dip in magnetic field strength about 6,000 years ago, and without an official name, we were calling it the NOAA event. At the end of 2022, the first official declaration of the event as a geomagnetic excursion came from cooled lava flows on the China-North Korea border, and since these usually take the names of the place they are officially discovered and declared, we began informally calling it the China event. Last year, a second confirmation came from Russian deposits, making it now fairly certain that there was a magnetic pole shift 6,000 years ago, completing the known cycle. The Chinese scientists would later call it the Tianqi event, which you see second on the list here. Indeed, we have such an event about every 6,000 years, and here, 6,000 years after the last one, the magnetic poles are shifting and the magnetic field of our planet is weakening. We're seeing enhanced solar storm impacts and atmospheric changes indicative of the shift. It is about to happen again now. This morning, we got the third confirmation
Jim.
officially declaring that.
Pause it. How are they documenting this? How do they know that? How do they know these dates from 60,000 years ago?
found
Articles
these
and
things
ice cores, like
the
their
ice cores and different cores and,
how their magnetic stuff is
magnetic
like liquid.
dipoles.
Because we can't trust the core samples because we found World War II planes deeper than stuff that they claim is older than that era,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know.
So
Some of the stuff they found in sediment, sediment, not ice. Some of it's found in rock and stuff, sediment. So I don't know how they make them.
okay. I just wanted to know, like, how are they? How is he finding out this information? And you have
He's
a good
making
answer,
it up,
guys.
honestly.
Okay.
I mean, look at those fucking names in there. Do you trust any of those names on that list?
All the Russians.
Fucking Russians,
Yes.
yeah.
I trust them more than I do the SJWs.
Oh, look at this guy's name right here. A.N. Didenku. So it's not a didn't do.
That geomagnetic minimum 6,000 years ago as an excursion, except this time they chose the name of the Russian location where it was confirmed, the Solovki event. I will say
Yeah,
that
no
using
shit.
different names is not exactly helpful for the larger awareness of the issue. The timing is interesting, since they say it began after the peak of the magnetic field strength 7,500 years ago, which isn't usually how that type of science is done. It's usually done when the acceleration of the shift begins, but by this method, the Levantine Iron Age magnetic anomaly peak was about 2,000 years ago, so makes sense from that perspective. Interestingly, this study was using hematite and magnetite in peat deposits, but were unable to gather evidence from just after the last excursion because the peat was frozen. This is especially interesting because the event 6,000 years ago, even after being declared an excursion, was not known to come with much cold evidence as much as the others were. I had honestly chalked that up to it being during the interglacial warm period we call the Holocene, but it appears that was wrong too. There was a major cold event at that 6,000 years ago mark, concurrent with the tropical hydroclimate event that greened the Sahara. In short, despite new data to unpack and a new name for the event, there is now no doubt that the 6,000 year cycle is solid. It's been solid. It happened 6,000 years ago, and here, 6,000 years later, it's about to happen again. For more information, see the links below the video. I promise it's going to answer your next 100 questions about the magnetic pole shift unfolding now. Subscribe here for daily updates, and I'll see you in the morning for the daily show. Be safe, everyone.
Makes sense, but you probably need like 3 PhDs to understand it.
Well, I just want to know if
These
the
are just
pole
his daily videos. He has like long videos where he goes through everything on his, but we don't have hours to sit here and listen to
right.
it.
Yeah, that's a. But Jim, I have a question for you about this pole shifting stuff. If the poles shift, does that mean that our toilets are going to flush backwards and the Australians are going to actually flush the right way?
I don't
Because
think that
happens if it
I
happens
think
more
that
than
has-
3 times you're gay.
I think it has to do with where we're sitting and the direction. Like if you believe that the Earth is round, not flat. Okay, so
I do. Yes, I do
Okay.
believe the Earth is
So,
round. Let's get
so
that
then
out of there. Yeah.
Above the the Earth goes like this. It's like round. So above the equator, you're sitting like this, okay, and then below the equator, you're sitting like this, and the Earth spins in the same direction. That's why the water spins, because it's basically reversed. You know what I mean? So if you
We're flipped upside down, basically.
right, so that's basically why the water. That's why the water spins in a different direction. It has nothing to do with the magnetic field.
But why
That's how
doesn't all the
they
blood,
made
why
them
doesn't
down
all the
south.
blood rush to the heads of the humans that are below the equator?
It
Where
Same
says,
reason it
flush
doesn't
back?
rush.
why do you think they
because-
look like that?
Okay, because the same reason it doesn't rush to the people above the head, because how do you know which way is actually up?
The toilets do, though, you're saying.
No, the toilets just know there's a difference.
Don't you love
So-
these conversations, Mode? Isn't that the
Oh,
best
God.
part about
Well,
these
see,
see,
the
PMs?
first thing
It
when,
has to do with the
when Jim was talking
centripetal
about, he
force.
said it depends on where you're sitting, and I thought, no, it depends on where you're shitting.
Well, that too. Yeah, I don't think it. I don't
If-
think I don't think when they dig holes in the sand at the beaches, no matter if it's in Australia or in New York, to shit in. I don't think I don't think the shit turns in any different direction
Yeah,
in those holes.
I don't know. Like maybe when you shit in the streets in Portland, it falls slightly to the left or right, depending on the magnetic pole.
Correct. Could be.
Yeah.
As
but-
opposed to
and there's
shitting
plenty
in
of
the
iron
streets
in your
off the
shit.
Ganges.
Hey, Dave, I gotta bounce out, man.
Peace, bro.
Hey,
Thanks for being here. Are you getting sick, or you just got to work early?
No, I gotta go to work tomorrow. I'm gonna be out tomorrow too. I'm gonna go watch a concert, so I'll
Who you
be out.
watching?
I'm gonna see Primus and Coheed and Cambria. I'm pretty excited.
So I was talking to old man Dave 2 nights ago. I tried to get him on, and he couldn't show up because he had to be bothered with going to see Robert Plant in concert. Like such a bad night. He got to go see Robert Plant. Like,
Yeah,
oh my
Julio.
I like Coheed and Cambria. I
No.
saw them in Chicago at the Hard Rock.
That's my favorite band. I got their graphic novels that go along with the albums and everything, so I'm pretty excited. I hate concerts because I'm weird, but it's like they're going to be close. I gotta go.
So
Well, it looks like there's going to be a
the
good
reason I
show.
hate concerts, Wode, in my brain, is I don't want the live experience to ruin what I've listened to on albums forever.
No, these guys are awesome. I've seen a lot of.
You know what I'm
their
saying?
live-
You know what I'm saying, though,
No,
right?
no,
Like,
no. I get it,
That's
but the main
right.
reason I don't like concerts is because all the fucking people.
my
I
wife,
just
my
don't like
wife, my
people.
wife hates crowds. She hates them. So, but we went and saw Five Finger Death Punch, and Shinedown opened for him. Shinedown made Five Finger Death Punch look like amateurs.
Yeah,
Five Finger Death Punch sucks live.
yeah.
It ruins all of their albums. Like I was like, we're like 3 songs. I'm like, babe, we got to get the fuck out of here. These guys suck. She goes, I just want to hear one song. And it was the next song that came up. I was like, thank God. And she looked at me. She goes, yeah, we got to go. They're terrible. And she loved them. But
Yeah.
Shinedown, that motherfucker knows how to sing and put on a show.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Well,
could you imagine-
gentlemen,
Hey,
Wolverines and man your own jackhammer.
and we need to schedule. Oh, he did it.
I feel like a bad habit, dude.
He did it as. He didn't give us our little 10-second fade out there, Nicholas. Like,
Well, actually, probably gave us a whole minute.
All right. Let's get back to our boy here, Jim.
Okay, well, I just want to let everyone know
Tricky.
that if we're not done streaming by 1:15 a.m. tonight, Eastern time, we are going to be tuning into the Nick Rekieta and Dick Masterson stream, which is scheduled to start at 12:15 Central Time. Because
Why
that's
so
going to
late?
be. Well, that's what
Dick's California. So yeah.
And
Oh well, I have nothing scheduled tomorrow, so we can stay till fucking 5 a.m. Chat.
oh no, I'm sorry. It says 12:15 a.m. So that's my time. So I'm sorry.
It's 11:15 Central. Yeah, it's
Okay.
fine.
Nikki and Dicky. They're going to
Ricky-
get tricky with Nikki and Dicky.
I wish Rick would. I wish Ricky would get back to drinking his bourbon. I wish he would, but I know he can't because of reasons. But I just wish
Actually,
he would.
he streamed last night, and
You
I
suspect?
would have if I had a guess, I would say he had a few drinks.
Good. He needs to. There's nothing
He
illegal
wasn't
about
hammered,
it.
but he was like, he seemed
I'll be
like
right back,
he
gentlemen.
was feeling good.
Well, I'm sure that's it's possibly the drinking, Jim, but that's also the first stream since his kids came back, right? Like he's super happy. Like fuck, big pressure release there, right? Like I don't have that on my shoulders when I'm streaming. Did Julio check out?
He said he'd be right back.
No, I'm
No,
saying
I mean,
Julio.
Nicholas.
He checked out of the chat.
Yeah, he said he don't like me anymore.
Well, you know what? It's been people ask me like, Dave, why do you stream so much? Because I love it. This is fun for me, Jim. What would you have done tonight if you weren't streaming? You'd be watching somebody stream or trying to find something on
trying
Netflix.
to make videos or something as well.
No, you wouldn't have been making videos until you started streaming. Right?
Well, yeah, no, I started.
Right?
Yeah,
But my point is this: now that you are streaming, it is like you found this place where you're like, hey, I can make some videos, or you're not looking for shit to watch that might be good or might suck. This does not suck. And there could be 2 people here and I'd still have a good time with this. It's awesome. This is why I do it. Goddamn, I woke up this morning, though, Jim. Like my alarm went off. I was like, oh, fuck, I gotta go out and do some training. I agree, Snakes. The fact that his kids are back already, Jim, before this August court date, to me says a lot about like it probably wasn't as bad as what's his name, Legal Mindset, or even Cody. Cody bought into that shit too. Talked about how bad it was. So you want to play it, Jim? Or are you done?
Yeah.
Have you had enough of Lemino?
no, well, yeah. If you want to watch a different one, this is almost over. I was
Okay,
going to
go
bring
ahead.
up too. I guess Biden just was at some some kind of rally or something, and just told all his people to beat the hell out of Republicans. Isn't that a call to violence?
Let's play the video and hear the context, because I hate this shit. Like,
Okay.
did he say beat the hell out of him at the ballot box?
No. Let's see. Watch.
Let me tell you what our Project 2025 is. Beat the hell out of them. I mean it. Let me tell you what our Project 2025 is.
That's a fucking.
Man.
That's a
when
gotcha
Trump
clip.
said fight, they said that was a call to violence. So he's saying beat the hell out of him.
When Trump got shot and said fight, that was a
They
call
said
to
that
violence.
he was calling the violence. Yeah.
I didn't see that. I didn't even know that happened. Oh. Yeah, well then he's a Nazi piece of shit. Yeah.
All right. We got a couple minutes.
LawTube was good when Nick didn't just talk about law, when he got into other stuff. But the other idiots, I don't watch any of the other idiots. I only watch Ricada because he's actually got a personality. Andrew doesn't have a personality. He's just the tall guy that lives in Asia, so whatever. I do like Bronca, but I don't watch his stuff. I don't watch him. But when he's on Nick's show, he's enjoyable. He's fun to watch. I don't tune into any of them but Nick. Just how I am with this stuff.
You talking about?
It's even more embarrassing in
Yes.
the case of the aforementioned
Yes.
Carol A. Deering, as she
I'm
safely
outing your
traversed
DMs.
the entire Bermuda
I don't know who would ever
Triangle,
do that.
only to go all hocus pocus once she had cleared it. Proponents will often justify these inclusions by invoking arguments of adjacent regions. In other words, disappearances in close proximity of the triangle should be considered part
But now
of
he's
the
a fag.
triangle. Okay, but how far do these adjacent regions extend? Is the Gulf of Mexico an adjacent region? The Caribbean Sea? The coast of Brazil? The coast of Nova Scotia? The entire North Atlantic, perhaps? If that's the case, why even bother with a triangle to begin with? I've compiled a list of some 40 disappearances said to be connected to the Bermuda Triangle, and if they are all to be included, I think we need a bigger triangle. If anything, the true mystery behind the Bermuda Triangle is why people so adamantly insist upon it being mysterious. As far as I can tell, there is nothing uniquely conspicuous about this location as compared to the rest of the ocean.
Okay,
Ships
so pause
and
it, Jim.
planes
I'm gonna
vanishing without a
say
trace.
something about this video that I did not expect. Limino doesn't usually be the detractor of this stuff. He usually gives us reasons like why you might want to think about it. In this one, he's like, don't even think the Bermuda Triangle exists. It's not a thing. And that's fine.
Maybe he's working for the feds. I don't know.
Not if you watch the JFK video. No, he's fucking not, dude. Like, he brings up all the points you do, Jim. Like, all of them. Like, it does not fucking make sense how this happened and why. What the fuck are you talking about, oh snakes? Joe Logic offered to tell explicit details of a miner's grape behind a paywall. What the fuck, dude? I like Joe Logic too when he's on Nick's show. He's actually like the most grounded guy of them all, and he didn't abandon Nick, Jim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's offering to talk about grape. What the fuck? Ugh, dude. I have never. Look, I'm not abnormal here. Most people don't think about grape. Grape is a terrible thing. It's awful. What's worse is though when women accuse men of grape when it wasn't grape, Nicholas. Like or a partner, whatever it is, male, female, whatever you're having sex with, and the next morning they wake up and they go, "Well, he graped me." Really? Like, and then you go to jail because some chick who agreed or dude agreed to have sex with you said they graped you, and the cop said, "Well, that's what she says." And there's evidence of sex last night, and these kids in college, Jim, they are sterilized. They're afraid to have sex in college now. There's no more of this free love shit going on.
Free love.
Everybody's
Soon
a
they'll be
fucking
making another video
Yeah,
about the
everybody's a-
Cosby family.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
on
I'll
the
put it in your- put it in
love
pop.
boat. Oh my God.
is unfortunately quite common and certainly not limited to a corner of the North Atlantic Ocean. The amount of vanishments in a given area is largely dependent on factors such as the amount of traffic, the frequency of adverse meteorological phenomena, and the presence of powerful oceanic currents. The Bermuda Triangle ticks all three boxes. There's a ton of traffic, it is frequently invaded by hurricanes and storms, and it is intersected by the Gulf Stream. But I have to say the most crucial flaw of this alleged enigma is the variation. The fundamental aspect of the Bermuda Triangle is that these incidents can somehow be correlated, yet each disappearance could not be more different. Some vanishments occur during a storm, some when the sky is clear, some when the sea is turbulent, some when the sea is calm, some during the day, some during the night. Probable causes include mechanical failure, explosions, human error, sabotage, fuel starvation, inexperience, piracy, mutiny, etc. Some ships and planes are brand new, some are many days.
Yeah, but I think Occam's razor would say it's the Bermuda Triangle because it's the one thing that they all have in common. Right?
I don't know
The most easy
who's
explanation.
fucking eating fuel, by the way.
I
Is
don't
it
know.
fuel starvation?
Oh, isn't
I mean,
that wait? What's that? Isn't there some group of people that do that and they had to make a song about not drinking the gas or sniffing the gas or something?
Well, that's people
Yes.
doing it as a drug, the Rama Rama.
Rama Rama. No Rama Rama. Do the Rama Rama Rama.
Decades old. Some are extremely large, some are tiny. Bodies, debris, and wreckage can at times be recovered, other times it cannot. A distress signal is sometimes transceived, sometimes it is not. It involves every type of vessel and every type of aircraft. They can be traveling at any speed, in any direction, at any altitude, with any number of passengers for any amount of time.
And if they pass through the Bermuda Triangle, they have problems. See? He's just proving our point that it's fucked up there. Because it doesn't matter what type of aircraft, what type of vehicle, vessel, anything, what speed, what height, how fit, nothing. It gets them all.
Dead.
It gets them all.
For any reason. Whatever this mysterious force is, it is certainly not selective about what, when, or how it strikes.
Oh, okay. So at the end, he said it's all fucked up. And
Yeah.
it's real. Cool. All right. When you got some better ones?
Better?
That one fucking
Some
sucked.
ones that don't suck? Like this one did?
I don't know if it sucks, Jim. He's just
I was just
grounding
thinking
it. Yeah, he's just grounding it.
It's
so-
right in the fucking ground.
So
the
this is a
fucking planes
video-
went right into the ground.
So this is a video just basically talking about the Bermuda Triangle. It was made just a couple months ago, so it's not old information. So like there's updates, like it says theories and recent updates. So this might be some good woo-woo shit. So I'll play this one. Let me see what it was. All right, so this is Bermuda Triangle. All right, so you got so many tabs open, Jim. It's hard to pick from your list when you hit present. It's like, oh boy. All right, so this is Bermuda Triangle Mysteries and Theories. It's only 10 minutes, so it should only take us 2 hours, like 2 hours to get through this one. It's all Jim's fault that we veer off in all these weird directions, you know, talking about weird stuff because Jim is
Weird.
so distracted all the time. So
And
here we
weird.
go. Weird.
Weird.
Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle, a world cloaked in darkness where ships
is-
disappear without a clue and planes vanish into thin air. We're going to
What does UWU mean, Jim?
Ooh-woo. Ooh-woo. Ooh-woo.
Oh, did I just ooh? Maybe I did.
Ooh-woo.
I have no idea what that means.
I think that's. I've heard that on a couple people use that. Ooh-woo. I don't
I
want
just smile and nod.
Oh,
when I see
instead of
the
woo
logo.
I said ooh. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe I
ooh-woo.
did. This Alabama bourbon after 2 drinks is pretty potent.
look into the perplexing history of the Bermuda Triangle. Join us as we reveal its chilling history and tell you about the spine-tingling theories behind the mysterious Bermuda Triangle.
Now, Ben
Brace
Togel
yourself for
sent me a
eerie
video
tales
today
of
that we're gonna
lost
play
vessels,
next.
strange phenomena, and the enduring enigma that has fascinated explorers and scientists for decades.
Fascinated.
Discover the theories behind this infamous maritime mystery that continues to baffle and captivate the imagination of people worldwide. The Bermuda Triangle, also known as the Devil's Triangle, stretches between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Over the past century, this region has been the site of numerous unexplained disappearances of ships and aircraft. In the dead of night, under the moon's sinister glow, is the Bermuda Triangle, a chasm where reality blurs and waves whisper about the supernatural echo. Its hostile reputation dates back to the dawn of maritime exploration, back when there were many other mysteries in the waters too. The Triangle was still something that scared everyone. Legends murmured about ships disappearing into thin air, eaten alive by the darkness without a clue, leaving behind only supernatural echoes of their last moments. As researchers dared to wander into its two-faced waters, stories of terror spread like wildfire across the seas. The Bermuda Triangle became identical with fear, a place where the laws of nature twisted and bent in ways that are against any explanation.
Wow. Now, I would say this guy's coming off pretty woo-woo, Jim. Like, he's buying in. He is all about this shit. I would love
Sounds
to
like he
see,
knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, dude, you're convincing me that if I took my goddamn compass out there, it's going to spin in circles. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see somebody go out with a compass in the Bermuda Triangle on video and show me their compass is working perfectly, or they're guessing which direction they're going. We'll see.
I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
You hear that? You hear that music, dude? Oh, you're gonna make Kevin very happy if you come back with food, if he's still here. Like, Kevin loves watching you eat.
Ships that ventured to sail too
That sounds
close
like a fetish.
found themselves trapped in a web of suspense, their crew condemned to wander the depths for all eternity. Very few were lucky enough to survive. As the modern age dawned, the Bermuda Triangle's grip on the world only tightened.
Look at that lightning there, guys. Look at that. Like, there's a weird
Is
electromagnetic.
that why they call it the triangle? That thing?
Oh, like maybe that. I mean, wow.
Makes sense.
Like, is that like a space station there? What the hell is that?
It's almost like a power plant.
What is that? Like, is this generating electricity out in the middle of the ocean or wherever they're at? And these ships are just wow, this guy made a fucking he made a great fucking AI picture here. This is awesome.
It's not AI. That's a photograph.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Philadelphia experiment?
Of course.
Yes, this is documentary evidence of that. And that's where that flight went and crashed because of it.
Right into that triangle, yes.
Despite advances in tech and seamanship, ships and airplanes continued to disappear like the stars in the daytime, leaving behind only shattered dreams and daunting questions.
You shut up, Ben Togel. EVS would never put that art out. He would never say this is quality EVS art. Now, he would do it for a thumbnail. His thumbnails are banging. Like, his thumbnails for these trash casts are incredible. I would love to know who he's paying to make his thumbnails for every stream, because I know EVS ain't doing it, because he tells me he's drawing all fucking day, all day. So he ain't got time to be prepping for live streams. He's just starting his show, throwing on a 15-minute intro. There's a fucking thumbnail ready for him to go, and he's going. So no,
I think he's already
currently the Bermuda Triangle.
What's that, Nick?
Probably. I think he's stocked up on them at this point. Someone just probably sent him like
thousands of them. Like, I don't like, whenever I try to use AI stuff to make thumbnails, they're so bad. I go, what? That's not even what I was try and like, I guess you should be super detailed in your description. You know, I guess that helps a lot, but I have no idea. No idea.
Remains one of the biggest unsolved mysteries of our time. A dark portal that denies any explanation and continues to haunt the imaginations of all who try to look into its secrets.
That's what I was saying.
Let's dive into a few of the most baffling cases. In 1918, the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy cargo ship, disappeared with 309 crew members aboard. No distress signal, no wreckage, just gone.
But Twigs, I'm not an artist. Like, I don't have an artistic bone in my body. I can appreciate art. I think that Ethan's AI thumbnails are cool. I would never buy one. I never. What were those things, Nicholas, that people were selling? Like the digital art you could buy. Only one copy is available, and people were paying like millions.
Oh, the NFTs.
Yes, like
non-fungible tokens.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Like you own a JPEG.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You own a JPEG. The only copy, quote unquote. Whatever.
Laden with ore and carrying over 300 people, this mighty vessel vanished in 1918, leaving nothing behind. To this day, the destiny of the USS Cyclops remains one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time. One that might never get solved, and it isn't for a lack of trying. In addition to these famous cases, countless other reports of ships and aircraft have disappeared under equally baffling circumstances, adding to the lore and deepening the enigma of this forbidden region. And then there's the case of Flight 19, a squadron of 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers on a training mission. All 5 planes and their 14 crew members disappeared after reporting strange compasses and disorientation. Their final transmissions are a haunting echo of desperation.
Okay.
In recent years,
pause it there.
Yeah.
So there was compasses, strange compasses. Like there were these external compasses.
Look, man. So this is the part that Lemino talked about, where nobody else does. Only one pilot, who was the trainer on this mission, was not a trainee. All the other pilots were trainees, but he didn't say it here. So it's like, you know, trainees are going to do what trainees do. They're going to follow what their trainer says to do. They're not going to break away, especially in the 40s, dude. Like, you just followed the fucking rules. You just did what especially their military. They're just, you know, out there on a training mission, learning, you know, whatever they need to learn about these planes. So, like, you gotta give the whole story, and I will give Lemino credit for that. He gave us the full story. And why are the transmissions disturbing? At least Lemino told us why they're disturbing. Like, the guy who was the trainer said the wrong base, right? Which could be just a Freudian slip. Like, oh, fuck, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say this one. And whatever it was. But, you know, this is why it's a legend more than maybe a thing. I hope not, because I think it's a thing. I do think a lot of weird stuff happens out there. Apparently there's something under the ocean that affects things, you know, so we can get to that later, but it's a
giant spinning metal.
Yes. Like, give us the whole fucking story.
Incidents continue to baffle. In 2015, El Faro, a large cargo ship, disappeared during a hurricane. Despite advanced tracking technology, it was lost to the depths. Was this?
All right, so this is recent though, Jim. This is 2015, and it's just gone.
Great Mexican food place in Chicago called El Faro. They make great tortas.
Not anymore.
No, it's still there.
All their supplies are in the Bermuda Triangle. It ended. Like, it's over. It's over, Johnny. But
so if Atlantis sank and landed around there, and all the people, you know, are air breathing people. So
Right.
if they're gonna have like this thing city underneath the sea now, it would make sense they had this giant spinning metal contraption around it to create an atmosphere where they could breathe air, but it's underneath water.
Yeah, of course. So
Hey
this
Jim,
chip,
you're not supposed to come back until you're done eating.
no, he's supposed to come back with food so the chat can answer the chat on what he's eating. Popcorn. Not even Chester's tonight, just regular microwave.
No, regular old popcorn. No.
It's like what OnlyFans hoes do, Jim. You're eating for fetishes.
Yeah, and making everybody walk away, go get their snacks real quick.
It's a result of sailing into a hurricane or something else. Each story adds another layer of intrigue to the Bermuda Triangle's dark reputation, fueling
Next, Jim's
endless
gonna start
speculation
licking his
and debate. So what's behind these mysterious disappearances? Is there something going on here that's different from other places in the world? Well, let's explore some theories. First up, we have natural explanations. The Bermuda Triangle is notorious for sudden and violent weather changes, including hurricanes and waterspouts. Rogue waves, massive and unexpected, could easily capsize ships. Under the calm appearance of the Bermuda Triangle is a stormy heart, where the elements clash in a deadly dance of chaos. That's not the only thing you'll face in the Triangle of Death. The strong waves deviate the sailors from their course by messing up their navigation tools. It's so quick that not even people who've trained to tackle emergency situations can escape. These waters now hold the secrets of what happened to many people, and we're none the wiser for it. All these decades later. Still, though, the most horrific.
Doing the talking in this video should have just let AI do something.
Yeah, I guess.
Just this constant adjective after adjective.
Yes.
I mean, he knows what he's talking about, but it's just constant adjective after adjective.
Like, okay.
Aspect of the Bermuda Triangle is the uncertainty of one's destiny. Sailors who have sailed these waters for years speak of calm seas suddenly exploding into chaos, as if the very ocean itself was ready for destruction. It's a place where the line between nightmare and reality blurs so much that the forces of nature become unforgiving to all who dare to venture into its domain. Next, we delve into the realm of human error and mechanical failure. The area is heavily trafficked, and navigational challenges combined with potential equipment malfunctions could lead to disasters. The magnetic pull of the area is of special note. How are you supposed to navigate through a storm when your compass needles are rotating wildly, drawn by the charming call of unseen powers? Inevitably, they lead the poor passengers into a dimension no one's been to before. Is this the work of nature's hand, or is something more sinister at play in the shadows?
It's Atlantis. You just nailed it, Nicholas, like 3 minutes ago. Atlantis is down there fucking with people as they come over Atlantis, or sail over Atlantis, or fly over Atlantis. I've been slowly passing out. Have a good one. Thanks, Snakes. See you soon. We'll be back tomorrow night. Same bat channel, same bad time, or whatever time we get here. But yeah, Nick, you nailed it.
Rotating.
Those who have experienced the Bermuda Triangle's magnetic abnormality firsthand speak of a sense of unease that settles over them like a shroud. To be fair, there's a reasonable explanation too. You're going to be very stressed out when your electronic gadget starts malfunctioning. But how do you explain the apparent strange lights dancing on the waves, which were seen by many people who have lived to tell the tale? Most of the ships and airplanes are done for when their magnetic compasses go haywire, leaving them in unidentified places until they disappear into a void. Some say that the Bermuda Triangle is a pathway to other dimensions, where the laws of physics cease to apply. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. We're no closer to cracking the mystery now than we were all those years ago.
There's a
And
lot
then
of
we have
fucking
the more
preamble.
exotic theories. Methane hydrates. These pockets of methane gas trapped under the seafloor can suddenly erupt, reducing the water's density and causing ships to sink like stones. Let's also not forget the paranormal. Stories of UFOs, underwater alien bases, and time warps have all been proposed to explain the Bermuda Triangle's mysteries. As per some researchers, there are portals in the Bermuda Triangle that no one has been able to grasp. They talk about things that lurk in the darkness, while others believe that certain alien
learn about
forms
these
are
portals.
watching from the deep inside. Evidently, in 1974, Charles Berlitz even went as far as to write that there's a world that is way beyond
Again, we
human
get back to why
imagination.
this is all a part of the Nazi plan.
Did I miss anything important? Like, did he?
Yeah,
blow our minds
I
away
was
here?
telling Chat about the Hitler and the Nazis and everything.
Oh, well, they were well ahead of their time for sure.
Where space and time are merely playthings for entities beyond human understanding. Later, in 1977, Richard Weiner also affirmed this myth in his book, The Devil's Triangle. Maybe time moves differently in that dimension. There are tales of planes and ships disappearing into thin air, only to reappear after days, months, or even years later with no memory of their time in the emptiness. Some believe that people have their minds broken and twisted by the incomprehensible horrors that they saw there. Still, no one to this day can really tell what is happening
Empty or is there
in
any
this strange.
comprehensible horrors? That didn't make sense.
I think there's a reason this video has 3,000 views or 64 views.
How old is it?
A month.
It's like it's. Oh, I mean, because like the video, it's just constant intro. The whole video is
Yes.
like one long intro.
Like, are you going to give us
There's
any
all the shit
facts?
where he's like,
Yeah.
well, it's like for like 2 seconds at a time. He's telling you about something.
Ugh.
Part of the world, with scientists not having much evidence to work with. The truth remains shrouded in mystery, as if someone is trying to hide it from within the dark. Some of the explanations talk about the existence of extraterrestrial beings. Others believe it's just the tough terrain to deal with, owing to the natural circumstances, and a few blame it all on something paranormal. All we know
Yeah,
is
I wrote
the
this.
Bermuda Triangle will continue to capture our imaginations and haunt our dreams for centuries to come. Recently, scientists have gathered evidence that supports some of these theories. For instance, a study in 2016 suggested that hexagonal clouds over the Bermuda Triangle would create powerful air bombs capable of downing planes and sinking ships. Furthermore,
What the fuck is that, Jim? Is that the water spout stuff?
I don't know. I do have a video though that shows the portals and what happens to planes.
Really?
Yeah, if you want to play it.
Yeah, because I'm done with this video. He's not even woo-boo. He just is pointless.
This is
Glad I
for,
found it.
this is for Nicholas.
Yeah, like it's just BS, dude. You're just talking to talk.
Watch. See, look, the plane. There, the plane goes in the ground and goes. The plane sinks right there. It's gone. It's spinning out of control into the Bermuda Triangle. See, it's all right
Was
there.
this your placeholder for fucking Rumble?
Yeah, it's all right there. See?
So-
It's facts. You
Hey.
talk live.
Now, you know, one of the bigger conspiracies are that electric cars are going to save the planet, right? They're
Yeah,
going to
right.
save us. Like electric cars are the future. They're so much a part of the future that we need to get rid of all of our fossil fuel cars because they're the best thing ever. All these companies have converted. And Twig says he saw that, or they saw that on the news. So Twigs is with you, dude, like completely. So there's this guy who completely buys in to these electric cars. And Ben Togel sent me this video. And I'm going to play it because I think
We
it's
almost
very
went
informative.
electric cars in the 50s.
I just think it's super informative. And I think
Oil industry that torpedoed it.
Yeah, I think this guy has a great point. Here we go.
Well, certainly the decline of electric cars is going even faster than what I thought. Fiat just announced that it's going to reintroduce a gasoline-powered 500 Fiat because many drivers don't want the electric version. Right?
Oh, no. People in Europe don't even want the electric car, Jim?
Maybe.
Well, it's Fiat, right? Italian company. So I don't think I've seen. I don't think I've seen an electric Fiat
power
in America yet.
Who didn't see that one coming, right? Even the Europeans think they're stupid ideas. The CEO of Fiat, Olivier Francois, hey, you think it should be an Italian guy, right? It's Fiat, but no, it's a Frenchman. He says there's been slower than anticipated sales of EVs and their Fiat.
Oh, kind of like Ford, right, Jim? Like
Maybe.
They're backing out. No, Ford is. They're backing out of the EV world. You know who else is? Volkswagen. Like, we're out of this shit. Nobody's buying these goddamn things.
500s too. You got a combination of a crappy car and crappy electric car all rolled into one. And what he claims is, and I quote, all but the youngest drivers have turned their back on electric cars. Because the young are young and stupid. They don't know anything. They don't know it's going to cost a fortune to fix them. They're going to brag. They're going to get stranded somewhere with electricity. They have no experience. So they can be sold a line of horse manure about electric cars a lot easier because they have no experience of actually driving cars and see what it's like to fix them. How much.
Oh, there's a lot of Fiats around here where I live, but they're not electric. They're putzing around in their
money it
gas
costs.
Basically, this guy's saying, I have no idea how this stuff works, therefore no one else can.
Well, I'm going to trust him because he's got 6.3 million subscribers. And this video already has 73,000 views in a day. So I'm going to believe Scotty Kilmer knows his shit about vehicles.
He said everybody but the youngest drivers.
Right, because they don't know anything. They don't like they're brainwashed. They haven't been in a situation where they can't charge their car or they want to go, more than fucking 3 hours without having to charge their car.
The only people that are buying electric cars are people that are semi-affluent. Right? They're not, they're at least upper middle class. It's not like poor people are going out there buying electric cars.
Young people are, though, if they
that have money.
No, like that fucking Ford Mustang car that they came out with, Jim, when they made that Mustang, the electric version, the Mach 1, right? Young people were buying that shit. My daughter wanted one. I said, whoa. Let's do the math here. And now she drives up a gas-powered car. I'm like, they're cool until they're not. Like when you go to an electric car, like the Volkswagen, they have their SUV that's an electric car. You walk up to the car, it automatically unlocks the doors. You sit in the car, it turns on the engine, all this, cool shit. And then you go, wait, I can only go like 250 miles between charges. Well, I do that in like fucking 3 hours or, one way in a day drive for my job, just one way. I'm going to have to drive and then charge for 8 hours to get the fuck back home. It's fucking stupid. Fuck that.
Yeah.
To fill up with gasoline and would have painted it.
But for anybody that's not doing that.
But all these car companies are finding that it's just not working out for them. Especially, when...
Well, it's not working out for those car companies.
Well, Ford's the biggest fucking car company in America, and it's not working out for them. Chevy, they've had that Chevy Volt forever. I don't know what
Teslas.
Right. The only company I think that it's working out for is Tesla, but Elon's got so much money, you wouldn't know if it was failing or not. He's not going to tell you. You don't give a shit.
I live in Austin. There's a fucking shitload of Teslas.
They're here too.
As soon as they come off, you see them around here.
Well, you have to
always see
order
the
them
newest
here. You
ones.
can't even go to the lot and buy one. You got to like fucking sit down
They have
and
like
shop
multiple Tesla showrooms here.
Yeah, Chicago's got a bunch of them too.
Is to charge these electric cars. But of course, the head of Fiat also said this will be the final version of gasoline ones before they go full electric by 2035.
That's the other thing too, Jim. They keep pushing these dates out, right? Like everybody's going to be in an electric car by 2028. Nope. 2035 is his next try.
That's 11 years from now. A lot of things can happen between now and 11 years from now, right? They're just trying to push the stuff. People don't want it. As we all know about anything that's a political hot potato, things change radically, not in 10 or 11 years, sometimes in 6 months. People don't like it. They vote the politicians out. Somebody else comes in and says, hey, there's no infrastructure. We can't
There's your Tesla, buddy, right there.
spend trillions of dollars for this stupid system that doesn't work all that well in the first place, right? Well, even Fiat's finding out this stupid little electric car, guess what? It won't cut the mustard. Okay, Patel 139 says, I have Toyota Camry engine noise. I recently had an engine replacement because my head gasket went. It's a 2014 Camry LE. The new engine is now making this noise. The engine has 91,000 miles on it as a 1-year warranty. Toyota dealer said to drive 500 miles and the noise will be gone. All right, well, numero uno, they're giving you a line of horse manure. You don't have a new engine. You've got a used engine with 91,000 miles. Now, sometimes if somebody rebuilds an engine, it might make a little noise for a while and it'll quiet down as things wear in. You don't have a rebuilt engine. You just have a used engine. If I have somebody bring me in a Toyota Camry that's got 91,000 miles in it, it shouldn't be making any noise at all. Those engines
No shit. Like those engines are awesome.
just last a really long time. That tells me that they sold you a crappy used engine. It's making noise. It should not make noise.
Nope.
That's the problem with used engines. You're rolling the dice, hope that it's a good engine. You don't know. Maybe the previous owners didn't change the oil enough. Even a Toyota, if you don't change the oil, the engine's going to be ruined. So the Toyota dealer's just covering her honey saying, we hope in 500 miles the noise goes away. Why would it go away? It's a used engine with 91,000 miles on it, right? It's already well worn in. If it's making a noise, it means there's some kind of a problem, right? I mean, I would dock.
All right. So I think we're past the electric stuff, but what is this, Jim? You got something pulled up? Nothing?
No, I'm in for another Bermuda Triangle video, but this fucking dog wants to go out.
Wait a minute, Elemental. Ford did not get bought out, or they did not get they did not take the fucking money. Chevy and Dodge did. Not Ford, right, Jim? They did not get a bailout.
I think they made him take the money.
But they paid it back. Or I mean, they're like the only ones that said, here's your fucking money back. Chevy and Dodge never paid shit back. They never did it. And then they made it harder on people to buy cars, even though the taxpayers saved their fucking businesses. And if you're gonna fail, you're gonna fail.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll take the dog out.
So I thought so too. Ford was the American company that said, no bailout for us, guys. We do not want the bailout, which is why I respected Ford at that time, Nicholas. Remember all the banks that got bailed out that shouldn't have been? Like, that was awful.
And watching like Congress like debating like how much of everybody's money that they're going to give them, and how they're promising to do right by the consumer going forward. And then seeing how at every opportunity they dicked everybody over.
And what they did to make it better for consumers going forward is made it harder for everybody to buy a house again, because people were getting houses very easily, which got all these banks into trouble. Now,
especially after they refuse to give loans to individuals for all of these foreclosed properties. Refuse to give it. They would only give them to like big, like, I mean, that's like the aftermath of the housing crisis, is why like now I think like a surprising, I'm not quite sure if it's a majority, but a lot of like even like single family homes that are used as rentals, they're actually owned ultimately by private equity firms, with management companies buying them up and everything. It's like, especially like in the Austin area and even like the outskirts of it, it's like hardly anybody's buying the houses as opposed to renting them. I mean,
because they
I
can't
mean, it's
afford to buy them. Yeah, like Austin's expensive as hell, right? Like
yeah.
they're turning into California prices in Texas, man. I got an offer to move to Texas like 3 years ago for my work. I was like, yeah, I think I want to go back down south. And I started looking at properties. I'm like, well, fuck, these are California prices in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, holy shit. Like Texas is really, really bringing in a ton of people. That's how you can tell, because their properties prices just go through the roof.
Like I'm not as familiar with the Austin area myself, but I saw like something similar happen in like Orlando, and
Yeah.
like right around this one lake, these old houses that at one point, were just like, lower income houses, back even like 20 years ago, starting to go for like 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Just because of where they were.
Because of where they were. But that's what they call that when they rebuild these old dilapidated communities. And because these
Gentrification.
when they, the young hippies or the gay couples come in and they turn it around and then they drive up the value of the property. But you're just running people out of town that can't afford to live there anymore. And now where do they go? Dripping Springs is crazy expensive now. Is that in Texas?
Yeah, it's like in the Austin area.
Wow.
I think that's south of Austin, I believe. But yeah, because the Austin's got a lot of like suburbs and bedroom communities surrounding it. But like Austin proper, yeah, you can't really. I mean, you can live like in the poor part of it, and watch junkies walking around all day
In your neighborhood, yeah, right.
Yeah. Or it's super expensive. Because there's some really nice houses, like on like what's the Lake Travis, which I think is like more of like a river than a lake, but and it's got like some really cool like architecture along it and stuff like that, just because of money, because it's also the state capital too. So
Austin, yeah. But Austin is your San Francisco in Texas, right? Isn't that what they say? Like it's.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not from Texas. I've been here almost 10 years, I guess. But so I'm used to like I spent most of my life in Orlando, so it feels a lot like Orlando, which Orlando was also a pretty liberal city and everything.
Right.
But I haven't really like it's even the smaller parts of Texas that I've been to, and it doesn't. Aside from the local politics, everything feels pretty much the same.
Why the move to Texas from Florida? Just to change?
A better economy over here as opposed to what was going on.
For what you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't think it was hot enough in Florida.
It was too humid. Yeah.
I deal with the heat well enough. Like especially dry heat. But here you get a real mix and everything. Because like 1 minute it'll be like humid, hot, and then others it's like then the air blows from a different direction. You got more like the desert heat.
Yeah. So Rilzik says, if you don't already own an Austin, I'd be scared as fuck. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to buy unless you're wealthy, right? You're just not going to buy in Austin at this point. Yeah. Unless you inherit it from your family or something.
When I came here, which is roughly about 10 years ago, was when it was still affordable, when it was
it was still Texas. It wasn't a big import of Californians or Arizonans coming over there to change their shitty politics. I heard there's a sale in Florespark, Texas. I would guess so. When you got a giant fucking helo station landing on the city, property values might go down, right, Jim? Isn't that what happened in Alpha Core? They put a thumb drive in their computer in their little hovercraft thing, big hovercraft thing, and it just crashed. And probably killed a bunch of people, destroyed a bunch of buildings. It's no longer the Lone Star. It's the Red Star now. It's kind of purple, right, Jim? Isn't Texas getting purple, Nick? Like it's a fight to win Texas for the Republicans. They
Yeah,
tell
like,
us. They keep
well, yeah,
telling us that. Yeah.
Yeah, for a long time, the Democrats have been trying to sell this thing of we're going to turn Texas blue.
Blue. Yeah.
Yeah, it's they haven't made too many. I mean, because they've made a little bit, but I think it's going to flip flop a lot. I think it's going to be more like a swing area, but like down on the border, even among Mexican Americans, they tend to be Republicans and stuff like that.
Especially American Mexicans. Yes, they
Well,
don't want illegals here.
They were trying to sell this bullshit.
But there's been
a couple years ago with saying that Abbott was close to losing or whatever, and he ended up winning by like 9 points or 11 points or something.
Right.
So it all depends. Beto was going to beat. Beto was going to take out Ted Cruz, and what did Beto lose by? 9 points, 11 points.
Yeah,
at least. Yeah. What's that guy doing now? Is he still around?
I don't know. I constantly see people with his bumper sticker on their car. It's annoying.
Next to their coexist bumper sticker.
Yeah. And it's like I think he's from like San Antonio or El Paso or something. He's from a much different area, so he's just from old money. Like the whole idea of him being called Beto.
He's not even Hispanic. Yeah.
It's just a LARP, which is one of the reasons why I think people really couldn't get behind him. Again, a lot of people just have like a stupid view of people. Like they think if you're like not Lily White that you're supposed to be ultra liberal. That's just definitely not the case.
Not the case.
Yeah.
Jim, you're also from Florida, Nicholas. Like the Cubans don't play that shit. They're very, very red. Yeah. Yes. Don't.
Cubans are fucking anti-communist out the ass.
Yes, dude. They'll tell you. I lived in that shit. You don't want any part of it. Stay the fuck away from that communist nonsense.
Well, even like the second, third generation. I mean, they're just like they seriously hate. I mean, that's why it's no joke. Like even like one of the Proud Boys. A lot of the there's quite a few of the Proud Boys that are of Cuban descent. It's because they're raised to really hate that kind of stuff.
That shit
because their land. I mean, their land, like their ancestors and like their relatives' lands was confiscated. Especially a lot of the Cuban Jewish community. I mean, they just totally got all of their shit taken.
You know what a hassa is?
Hassa?
What'd you say?
A hassa? It's a pig. It don't fly straight. You a hassa, Frank.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Manolo.
Scarface?
Yeah.
Jim's lost his fucking mind.
A hassa.
Yeah. Did you say you found a woo-woo video, Jim?
No, I was looking, but I thought you had one.
Well, I thought I'm kind
I
of
keep
trying...
getting all these videos. I look at them and they're like coming out of India or something with like just all AI generated bullshit.
Yeah, like a Hindi experience.
Yeah,
of the
Hindi.
Bermuda Triangle.
We have to find Bermuda Triangle. Come on, and I'm like, oh, that ain't gonna work.
Well, the other thing
break out into a musical number.
Yeah, like the one we just watched. I do have this video from Brightside. Again, 44 million subs, guys. 44 million.
Which one? One about the pilot that survived?
No, it's 15 eye-opening facts about the Bermuda Triangle. These are eye-opening facts. Like the other guy didn't give us facts. The other guy just gave us shit that he talked about. Go ahead, Jim. What were you going to say?
This one says the Bermuda Triangle mystery has been solved from the bright side. 31 million views. We don't want it solved. We don't want. We don't want to know about the solve. We want to know about the.
The more I watch this stuff, it's like maybe the Bermuda Triangle is just like where people actually. I don't know.
Here's one for Brightside saying what's really going on at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. It looks like
I saw that one.
A giant asteroid or something down there.
Let's play that. let's we have to make sure that we make it what they call that, Jim, when you transformative. Yes, we have to transformative this video because I don't want Brightside coming with their 44 million subs after me. Although it won't last long. Go ahead, Jim. I got to present it, right? Yeah. There you go. Look at that production value, Jim. I think you do this.
Let's rewind back
could.
about.
I think you're this good at making animations now.
600 years. The story begins with an Italian man. He wanted to sail.
An Italian man?
What? An Italian greaser? What?
He's calling that Jewish guy that discovered America an Italian?
He's an Italiano, yes.
Italiano. Genoa.
Across the ocean to reach Asia, a continent
He was just, he go to find me some pepper.
rich with spices, silk, minerals, that kind of stuff. Getting there by land would take ridiculous.
Oh, I saw you bring me very much rice. I bring you a chop of suya.
I don't think it needs to be this fucking transformative.
Long, so he figured, hey, why not to build some sturdy?
See, he go, why not do you build me some sturdier ship and I bring you there and I get you a white lies.
I know nothing about Brightside. Is this a guy's channel or is this a company? Is Brightside like? I think
it's like Wi-Files.
No, it's much bigger than Wi-Files. Like it's 44 million fucking subs. Holy shit!
Oh, we're gonna get slammed.
I don't know.
We're just gonna get bent over and just
railed. Like take us down a rail. They're gonna take us to the Bermuda Triangle and stick us a hole so deep that we'll never be found.
Do it, Johnny. Do it.
We're gonna get hustled.
This is gonna be more abuse than Milo used to take from his husband.
Well, yeah, the Wi-Files has really slowed down in their content lately too. It's been 11 days since he's released anything.
Well, I heard Hecklefish was sick.
Well, I also heard that
he's got a case of the ick.
Well, I've heard that AJ is worried that with some of the stuff that he's making now, that they might rip him off YouTube for it because of it. But he still has his YouTube channel.
He's got a huge Patreon.
Don't talk shit, just be fair. Who we talking to? Is Jim talking shit? Jim's awake tonight, guys.
Jim just makes problems for us all the time.
Oh man.
Yeah. With Jim's content, they clip my show, and then all we hear is Jim talking like N-words about people. It's crazy. Like
I still haven't watched any.
Everything Jim does is justified.
I watched the first thing that they put out, which was you telling a silly joke, like a dad joke. It was the first one. I laughed at that. I thought it was funny. I think it was the Richard Cranium dick.
Yeah.
It's a stupid boomer dad joke, but it was funny.
But they got to clip it like on this guy that's out to kill Eric. What the fuck?
I ain't talking shit about Brightside. I just said they might strike us, and it might not be justified. Because we are transforming this.
Well, if Matt Barr can strike Katie Did, Brightside could put me out of business. They'll take all my super chats and fucking laugh on the way to the bank.
We are going to transform this in more steps than it takes to do PTP seekers.
That took about... No, dude.
We're going to transform this more than Muhammad's virgins. 72 of them, some bitches.
Was the gun in the holster or was it out of the holster? It was in the holster. Where was his gun? On his lap. Really? Like, yeah. You still got it, big boy. You can draw that weapon quick. Oh my God.
And this just video proves that Columbus was not a bigot. He brought a midget with him. See?
Well, somebody had to man the small ships.
Midgets are nice, yeah.
Those
Midgets
were
are
all
nice
rich.
to have around.
They can get into tight places and plug the leaks.
Those are all the big
Pretty
ships.
ships again.
He grew. What the fuck? He grew.
Holy shit. That's some steroids. They're on steroids. They cannot get the gold.
Jim, I don't know if you can do this kind of animation. This is pretty quick. Like that guy grew.
I'm working on it. I got a
apes.
program. I got a program called what's it called here?
Peter Dinklage wants to suck my dick. Is that what it's called?
Maxon. Called Maxon.
It's a good height.
Maxon Cinema 4D that I've been playing
I
with.
guarantee. Look, man, I lost 6 subs last night.
Yeah, there were a couple of sailors.
And my fucking stream is still monetized. Like I had to do nothing to demonetize last night's stream, and I still lost 6 subs. It's like, okay, the sub number's bullshit. Ethan's right. It's all fucking fake. It's all fake.
It's all a bunch of horse cocky.
Can we talk Adobe and how great that product is, Jim? Because I want to hear.
I will tell everyone who listens, Adobe is dog shit software. It fucking drags on your computer. My fucking computer started like I don't know, like it was like AIDS for my computer. I've been using this program called GIMP, and GIMP is great.
If you know what you're doing to a certain extent, like, and it's not, or as long as you know what you're doing, GIMP is perfectly fine. Like a Photoshop, I mean, it makes stuff easier, I think, but I haven't even used it in years. So I tried to test it out since they went to like that whole internet subscription stuff.
Yeah, it's fucking dog shit, man. It takes like every step you do in Photoshop takes like 30 seconds to wait for it to be ready to do something else.
And it's all like you have it all cloud, so it slows everything down.
It's the only way you can get it now is cloud. That's it. It's all cloud.
So everything is going
through AI
to
with
make
it and everything.
Yeah. Oh my God. So that's awful.
All right. Let's see where this is going here. There's a map of Asia.
Sailors and set off to Asia. What could go wrong? That man was Christopher Columbus, by the way. In 1492, with a little help from Spain's royal family, he embarked on his journey. Everything.
A little help. They fucking funded it, dude.
What? And I thought wait a minute. Didn't the Portuguese fund it?
I think he went to the Portuguese first. I think the Portuguese, he went there first and he told them no. And then he went to Spain. I'm pretty sure that's how it went, Jim. Because at that time, Columbus had already went to the Portuguese. And I think a couple of his expeditions did not return on the investment that they gave him. And when he went back for this one, they're like, fuck off, Chris. Get the fuck out of here, you slimy goddamn Italian. And then Spain said, okay, Chris, we'll give you a shot.
Okay. That's probably why the first place he landed, they named Hispaniola.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Was going well. I mean, apart from totally going the wrong way. But as he got to the end of his voyage, he noticed something very strange. He didn't know it at the time, but he was sailing through the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The BT, the point of no return.
Oh, I thought I was going to say the
scary
BTM.
place.
Like, that would have been even better. The Bermuda Triangle Monster. That would have been awesome.
It's the BT Irmu A. So it's Irmu. Like,
Irmu.
Yeah, BT Irmu.
Where the hell is Snorum tonight? I need Snorum. I love Snorum when you read it backwards. It's so great. You're all morons. Oh, it's so great.
Well, the line is pointing to the M.
Yeah, see, BTM Irmus.
There we go.
BTM Irmus. BTM Irus. It's really close to reviews, like REVUs.
Holy
He's
shit.
watching my show. He's watching the show, guys. That's all I can say.
This is like the Cryptic Web Chronicles.
We're finding theories within the theories. That's how deep we get here. We're smarter than the average cat. What's that cartoon?
Between Bermuda, Puerto Rico, and Florida, there are loads of stories of ships, boats, and planes disappearing into this mysterious realm. Some were found years later, and some disappeared off the face of the earth, lying undiscovered at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe. We know one thing for sure. We have no clue what's going on over there. People have been trying to figure it out for years, but nothing. Zip,
No
nothing.
clue.
So
That
what
can't be
was it
right,
that Christopher
Jim.
Columbus saw that fateful evening? What freaked him out so bad? According to his logs, Columbus saw a huge flash in the sky. I don't care how tough you are. If you're sailing around with no clue where you are, then you see a...
Well, I mean, it's possible.
Dude, I walk outside.
He was
and see
closer
shit
to
in the sky that
Africa
I
than
can't-
to America at the time. But,
No, he was off the coast of America when he saw that light. Remember, because
Nope.
2 hours later, one of his crew members spotted land.
Well, he was only supposed to go on a 3-hour tour, and then he was stranded on an island with the Captain Ann Gilligan and the Professor Ann Mary Ann.
He just wanted to fuck Mary Ann. That's all it was,
Yeah.
dude. Like he's like, you know what? Let's.
But
dock
why
this
was
fucking-
it Gilligan's Island? Why the fuck was it Gilligan's Island when he wasn't the captain of the ship or the rich dude? He was just the first mate. So why
Because-
was it Gilligan's Island? Wouldn't it have been the captain's island?
Because if
He was the
they
funniest
called
guy.
if they called the show the Rich Guy Island, nobody would have watched. Gilligan just sounds like a you know what it sounds like. It sounds like just a ridiculous name. So it draws. Shut up, Jim. You know why they did it. Fuck off.
Well,
Quit
couldn't
making
they
me
just
answer your gay
remember?
questions.
Couldn't they just renamed it the Rich Guy Gilligan?
They could have
They
called
should
it.
have they called him Gilligan Thurston Howell the Third.
Or they could have called it Hot Chick Island and went on from there, except for the old lady, right? Ginger and
Mary Jane
Marianne.
Island.
Ginger and Marianne, they both had it going on for different reasons.
Now, do you think it was just a coincidence that she had red hair and they called her name was Ginger? Or
No,
is
it was
that
perfect.
where the whole
It was
hold on, or was
perfect, dude.
wait, was that where the whole thing of calling people with red hair a ginger came from? Or was it did
Yes.
that predate that?
Yes. When her nudes came out is when they started calling redheads gingers.
Okay.
Oh, really?
So the drapes
Yes.
matched the curtains? Or the rug? The drapes matched the rug? Curtains
It's a
matched
little
the
darker
drugs?
down there generally. Some women it's brighter for some reason, but hers
Though
is-
some women prefer it to be darker down there.
Oh, Marianne over Ginger for me too. Retro Dice. Marianne was my cup of tea, and I guess the reason is because as a man, I never felt like, or as a young guy, whatever, that I had a shot at Ginger. But Marianne, yeah, I might have a shot at her. She's somebody I could make laugh, and she'd say, "Yeah, this guy's kind of funny," but not Ginger. She would be the snob in the bar that you'd never get close to. That's how I judge women. Do I got a shot?
I just got a neg on them. Those uppity bitches. Just neg them a little bit.
Well, yeah, they're always the ones that nobody talks to, right?
Yeah.
But
I just neg them. Just go up and start teasing them. Makes them start laughing, and then they're all
I've
of a
tried
sudden
that. But
realizing their
anytime
place
you
in the
go up
world.
to some girl and tell her she's fat and ugly, they usually get mad.
Okay, you don't go that far.
Oh, well, how does it work? Explain.
So you just go up and you start talking to them. You know, it's like a tiny little feature or something like that, and you don't say that's ugly. You be like, oh, that's weird.
So you don't go
straight.
mole.
Only if she's like a fucking perfect 10. Otherwise, because at that point she wants somebody to call her ugly. Perfect 10 women want you to call them ugly.
As long as they don't have giant meat drapes or beef curtains. There,
Why?
Retro Dice.
Play with them.
You can swing from them. Oh,
dude, Rilzik.
George of the jungle. Look out for that tree. You got to really be careful these days that you don't swing into a tree on some women. Oh.
Women with extra parts.
Yeah. They've got a tree trunk. You slam right into that. You'll get hurt.
I love me some redheads, dude. Just do. Love redheads. It's always been a thing. Love them.
I'm just like guys from the Middle East are like obsessed with redheads.
I'm from
People
fucking
I've worked
Southern
with over the
America,
years.
and I love redheads. And my wife's not a redhead. And she's my favorite person ever, but I do love me some redheads. Go ahead, Jim.
Who sail their ships right into the sharp rocks. Now, mermaids, on the other hand, totally awesome. They like karaoke too, but they're not into the whole ship smashing thing.
What?
Good old mermaids. They're real, right? And let's not forget peg-legged pirates. Arr, lootin', raidin', saying arr every 2 seconds. Arr. What else do those guys do all day? So back to our Italian friend, Columbus. Maybe he just saw a thunderstorm. Duh. Why didn't he think of that? Well, I'm not 600 years old, and I wasn't there. How on earth would I know? Weird thing is, he never mentioned any huge waves or heavy rain. No strong winds either. Just a single flash in the sky. Maybe some dolphins were setting off fireworks or something.
Yeah. Maybe it was the Lunar New Year. Maybe it was the Tet Offensive.
Maybe it was the expanding Earth.
Maybe.
I mean, the expanding Earth is always the answer in this stuff. This guy is annoying as fuck. I don't know why he's got 44 million subs, Jim.
Maybe it was sea turtles.
Ooh. They've got all the secrets. They live a long time, right? Like 200 years, 150 years. I mean, they could, if we could tap into their brain, they would just tell us everything.
After the flash, Columbus wrote that his compass needle started dancing all over the place. This keeps getting weirder and weirder. His report ends with a friendly turtle with sunglasses jumping.
Right there, see, a turtle. It was a turtle.
You called it. You called it.
With sunglasses, though. They didn't even
Is this
have
is this a documentary, though, Twigs? Or is this just a guy having a good time?
This just a guy disguised as another guy, pretending to be a different guy.
Playing another guy. Yeah, this is the guy. But people like him. I mean, he's hit the algorithm out of the fucking park, Jim. Like, he's hit the algorithm so hard, it's not even funny. Like, wow.
Out of the water, pushing the 3 ships to shore, and everyone went out to get hot dogs. Only kidding. So what happened? Scientists now think they've got the answer. Drum roll. An asteroid crashed into the ocean.
Ooh.
Case closed. But wait, what about that stuff with the compass? What does that have to do with an asteroid? Asteroids come in all different shapes and sizes, but they're like chocolate eggs, the best part's on the inside. They're packed full of minerals and metals worth trillions of dollars. Scientists are even trying to figure out how to land on a big one and mine it. It'd have to be a really big one. I'm talking about an asteroid the size of Rhode Island. Why? Because chances are it'd have a magnetic field around it, making it way easier to land on. Scientists think that the magnetic fields around some asteroids can last for millions of years. Mystery solved. Maybe. Captain Christopher Columbus's compass went cuckoo crazy because of an asteroid crashing right in front of him. That actually might explain some other strange Bermuda tales.
The voyage started just like any other. The cargo ship SS Cotopaxi is making another journey to Havana, Cuba to deliver coal. It's November 29th, 1925. For Captain Meyer and his crew, leaving Charleston Port, South Carolina, it will be the last trip the ship ever makes. Its route...
Why the voice change? What was that?
I don't know. It's a different person, I think.
So it's a team. It's a team of people.
It might be AI voices.
No, they're putting some actual inflection into their voice, Jim. I mean, have you heard like YouTube or AI text or speech? It's very whatever.
Monotone.
Yeah, it's monotone. There's nothing that's funny or even trying to be funny about it. They just repeat what you put in.
I don't know. What if you had him read Shakespeare in the style of two wild and crazy guys? Think I could pull it off? Like they say.
It ran through the Bermuda Triangle. 2 days into the trip, the Cotopaxi sent out a distress signal. It had got caught up in a strong
The Cotopaxi, unlike the Maxi Patty.
tropical storm and turned over on its side. The wind was very strong. And
Jim, it's a brand. It's from South America, right? Like every bag is different. Everything is different. My wife loves that shit, by the way. And she can buy a new Cotopaxi backpack or mini backpack. She will fucking get it if she likes it. She loves that stuff, though.
There was powerful lightning as well. Rain gradually filled the ship's hold. Then there was a bright white flash, and the ship disappeared without a trace. Later, its wreckage was found in the...
Wait. What? What? A white flash, just like the plane that disappeared.
I think that's just an editing effect.
Now we're in the Gobi Desert?
Yes, that's where it reappeared, in the Gobi Desert.
The ship?
Yeah. It's crazy.
How the fuck did it get there?
Aliens, mate.
Atlantis.
The Gobi Desert, which is in a completely different part of the world. All 32 crew members, including the captain, were missing. Of course, the part about the Gobi Desert is fictional. For one of his movies, Steven Spielberg came up with the idea that the ship was moved there by aliens. Still, in real life, the ship was never found, and its crew really did disappear. It was officially declared missing a month afterward, and nobody could find the wreck. It seems like a classic case of mysterious things going on in the Bermuda Triangle, but most mysteries are solved sooner or later. In 2020, the Cotopaxi was found. A man named Michael Barnett had moved to Florida to study shipwrecks off the coast. One wreck in particular...
Oh, so just another guy that just goes and he finds it, just like the guy who just happened to go find the plane wreckage. So just another person, is this the same guy?
Hey, dude.
That they just send places to say he finds shit?
He just moved to Florida so that he could find shipwrecks.
Shipwrecks.
Yeah. Jim, you've been retired for what, 10 years, right?
I ain't found no shipwrecks.
Did you move to Florida to find shipwrecks?
I moved to Florida to find Ponce de Leon's gold.
I thought you moved there to avoid state taxes.
Oh, that too.
and you have the what's that homeowners thing you have? Homestead Act. Yeah, two good reasons to move to Florida. Isn't there a Homestead Act in Texas too, Nicholas?
I think so.
Yeah, you get the homestead exemptions.
We don't have that in Illinois, do we, Jim?
I think you do. It's just not.
It's not as.
It's not as. It's for your. It's for your property insurance. But it's, in Illinois, it's not as like in Florida. Once you're homesteaded, they can't take your house from you no matter what. Like no matter you could get sued or whatever, and they can't touch your house or your pension, or your pension.
So even without a trust, they can't
Correct.
come after your shit. But in Illinois, they still could.
Unless you have a trust. You have
we
to
got
trust.
offline about a trust guy, Jim. I'm sure you know somebody you can hook me up with.
Yeah, you need a trust. It'll trust you up.
But the trusses, if they're not at the right angle, they'll fuck everything up.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Go ahead.
really caught his attention. It was much larger than the others, and the locals called it the Bear Wreck. It was about 40 miles from St. Augustine in northern Florida, but no one had ever managed to identify the rusty hull. So Michael started to do some detective work. He measured the size of the shipwreck and started working through all the information he could find. He researched hundreds of old newspapers, leafed through insurance records, and looked at artifacts found on the wreck. After hundreds of hours of hard work, Michael was sure it was the Cotopaxi. But a few years before, there had been a rumor that the same ship had been found off the coast of Cuba. The Coast Guard found the wreck of a cargo ship about the same size that looked a lot like the one lost in 1925. Michael was sure they were wrong, so he teamed up with some science journalists and kept investigating. Soon they discovered something that seemed to confirm Michael's belief. Divers found brass valves with the letters SV on them in the wreckage of the ship. Michael suggested these initials referred to Scott Valve Manufacturing Company. The headquarters of this company was in Michigan, not far from where the Cotopaxi had been built. The company had probably supplied parts for the Cotopaxi, so the puzzle seemed to be solved.
Jim,
Probably,
could have, might have, didn't agree with.
So this guy who went to Florida to find a ship, went there and found a ship, and then everyone else is wrong?
He's the one. Yeah, he's the
I did
guy
all the research, and I looked everything, and I measured the ship with what the fuck? How the fuck do you measure a ship underwater? Someone went with you here? Hold this measuring tape while I swim to the other end of the ship?
Yeah, just put a magnet on one end and drag the paper tape to the other one.
Paper tape doesn't work well underwater.
Twigs.
As long as it doesn't break.
Like, shit. Yeah, my
shit,
brother.
Fool.
Shit,
What you talking about,
brother.
Willis?
What the fuck, Willis? Shit. I mean, this is coulda, woulda, shoulda bullshit. Like, this is on the level of Eric July hibbity jibbity bullshit, Jim. Like, I'm the guy that moved here from another state to prove all of you other fuckers wrong. Like, I'm smart. Y'all are dumb.
Oh,
Testimony of the ship's carpenter among some old papers. The carpenter claimed that the hatches covering the coal on the ship had been in a terrible condition before it sank. Repair work on the covers wasn't finished before the crew got the order to sail to Cuba. So if the hatch covers were still broken during the trip, water could have easily gotten on board. This water probably flooded the hole during the tropical storm.
Wait. So we got another guy
brother's got all the answers, maybe.
Who used to be a carpenter on the ship. Well, why isn't he a carpenter anymore? Did he get fired for some reason? So he's disgruntled and said, "Oh yeah, they had all fucked up." He was the guy that should have been responsible for fixing the hatch covers. The carpenter says, "Oh, the hatches were all fucked up and they didn't fix them." But why didn't he fix them then? Because he got fired. He wasn't there.
You mean like the Navy? You mean like the airline pilots of the that other plane?
They said, "Oh, the heaters were all fucked up."
The heaters are fucked up. Yeah, the heaters they could have leaked or so. What? Wait a minute. I think I got a sound effect for that. Jesus Christ. That's some bullshit. Let's get back to our boy with maybe, could have, and should have.
Weird going on there. One of these strange events happened in 1948. A passenger jet was headed for Miami from San Juan, Puerto Rico. It disappeared in the same area as the Cotopaxi. The 32 people on board vanished without.
1948, they had passenger jets? 1948?
Did he say passenger jet or passenger plane?
He said passenger jet and just showed a jet on the screen flying.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure up until like the 50s and 60s, they were still.
It was all props.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that stuff probably started appearing late 50s. I think.
At the earliest, because this was brand like had we even like the Germans, we just beat them. We hadn't started producing mass jets to airlines. Yeah, 50s were like if I'm watching this guy with 44 million subs, Jim, I've already turned this shit off.
Jets existed, but the thing was that
for the military,
for the military, but for passenger planes, they were still using propellers all the way into the 60s, and a lot of
or late 50s, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, de Havilland Comet was like 52. Yeah, it's this is terrible information. Go back, hit your J button real quick so you can relive the nightmare of what he just said.
One of these strange events happened in 1948. A passenger jet was headed.
No, it wasn't a passenger jet in 1948. It wasn't. It was a passenger plane. That's what I'm saying. I think this might be AI. That he told him, and they just the AI said, he said a plane leaves from this, a passenger plane. And they called it a passenger jet.
For Miami from San Juan, Puerto Rico. It disappeared in the same area as the Cotopaxi. The 32 people on board vanished without a trace. The weather was clear throughout the flight, but experts think that when the plane was about 50 miles from the coast, it could have been hit by a strong wind that knocked it off course. Years later, a similar plane was found in the area of the Bermuda Triangle, but because no one could work out the registration, it was impossible to say for sure if it was the same one.
Hold on.
Something even.
So, jets were so fucking popular in 1948 that they could not even get a number, Jim, off of a plane that was, if it was a jet and this was a like a beta model, right? Like they're just kind of getting them out there to see how they work out. There's no record of this shit. Give me
it wouldn't be that hard to figure out where
the first jet airliner, the de Havilland Comet, first flew in 1949. Yeah, it's like, you know why, Ben? Because people are dumb. There's no critical thinking anymore. Nobody questions what they hear.
Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. With me today is a good friend, longtime contributor to the show, or whatever.
Why are they lagging? Is that
hey, what's up, man?
Or are they
How
lagging?
You doing?
I don't think I'm lagging.
How's it going?
Are they lagging?
It's going. All things considered, it's going okay.
I don't
it's going okay. I mean,
have you been keeping an emotional journal through this
You're not?
process?
Yeah, I have. It's on my Twitter.
Journaling? Oh, Twitter? No, I wouldn't journal there. That's a bad place to be doing journaling.
It doesn't matter.
Especially when you're on trial, I would say.
It doesn't matter where you journal anymore. All journals are equally accessible to all people. No, man, I've never journaled. Never been
I just closed a bunch of tabs.
I'm a writer
Jim.
who doesn't write. I mean,
Well, it should
story
be
of my
going
life,
directly
right?
to stream.
Start.
I mean,
I'm a lawyer who doesn't practice.
No, it looks
a writer
good
who
now.
doesn't
It looks
write. Streamer who doesn't stream. What's next?
A fucker who doesn't fuck. I know you're not that.
No, that's me too. No, I'm just kidding. No, man, it's been wild. I've got my my next major hearing in my criminal case coming up on Wednesday, and I'm just like,
Wow.
I'm chomping at the bit. It's been so fucking long that you don't get to say anything for this period
So
of
now
time.
you get to respond to all the accusations by the state. Finally,
just to at least to start. We get to make.
What lawyer song do you hum as you're walking in the courtroom to pump yourself up? Do you give yourself
Law
like
and
a
Order.
Law and Order, bum bum, bum, or do you do like a
No,
Freemason?
it's just wet ass pussy. It's just
Wet ass pussy.
That's all it is. That's all I play all day because I
Cool.
just thinking about how physically attracted I am to the chair I'm about to sit in and be prosecuted in.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say how you're gonna fuck the government, but of course you wouldn't say that. So.
No, the government. We can't fuck the government, Dick. You should know this. The government will fuck itself. We won't. We won't ever be able to. But we have a chat quick from Coop says, thank you for not killing yourselves. You too, brother. Thank you.
Thanks.
Big ups to that.
Man, my head is so big on your stream. My head, look at all, I'm getting really gray. I don't look at myself in the mirror because there's just no need to, but man, I'm losing it.
Well, anytime you need a mirror, I'll invite you on the stream. You can be like, oh, God,
Okay, thanks.
got to check and see how it's going.
So you're going in Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday is my contested omnibus hearing. So it's not like all pre-trial shit that you you get to fight the government on. And then, in theory, also, I could take a plea deal, I guess, on that day, too.
Snakes.
That is possible.
That
is if they've offered me one. Dun, dun, dun. Since they've offered one to Lady Rackets, but doesn't seem like they have to Nick Rekieta.
Oh, is that?
They may have
I'm
been
not.
offered him a plea offer.
I don't know everything that's going on. I just know that.
Don't worry. Nobody does.
There was something out there, people claiming that Lady Rackets was offered a plea or took a plea or something.
Oh, so he's making fun of the hearsay, basically.
Yeah.
Like, okay, all right.
I think they do. It's so fucking funny because it's
Blame
like
the lack of alcohol,
sarcastic. They're
Snakes.
saying they offered your wife.
Drink
a
some
plea
more
deal,
alcohol,
but
you'll be fine.
They did.
Yeah, well, they
You'll fall
did.
right asleep.
They offered my wife a plea deal, and everybody's like, and they didn't offer one for Nick. They're gonna get her to roll on him. It's like, okay, I guess that's what happened then.
Yeah,
it's amazing because the people who keep commenting with so much authority about what's going on, there are people who in the past, if they would have just asked, I would have probably told them what was going on. And now they're out there just freaking out about it. And they're being like, this is what Nick's doing. He's like, no, that's not it at all. I don't know.
I like that legal guy, that guy with the one eye on the law and the one eye on the Thai lady boys. That guy, fucking Walleye Esquire. What is his?
He puts the limp in Pimp Limp.
Oh yeah, he has a limp.
I'll take one with you, Snakes.
Oh, dude,
I don't know anything about that guy. He just seems to be on he seems to be on the popular side of the law. Every time I hear from him, he's like, "Oh yeah, this is."
You can also find him on Fresh and Fit. Hello, fellow Chads.
Yeah.
Very good.
Last time I heard from him was Dick doesn't know anything about cocaine. I said, okay.
What's up, Tim?
Does he?
You don't know anything about Thai lady boys either, I'm sure.
It's just wild. Like, this has been one of the most interesting parts of my case for me is watching, again.
Hey, look, Dave, we're both
I know
getting to
all
stream
the
with Nick and
filings.
Dick.
I have the discovery. I have all that stuff. Now
Dick
it took
and
a
Nick.
while. At first,
hey,
they didn't serve me fucking.
Here's
anything.
the thing, Jim.
For my first hearings that I had with the child custody part of it.
Not to be a dick, Can I get an update on the Montegrath case? Like, can we talk about Montegrath? Like, that shit's not even mentioned in Nick's vocabulary anymore. He
Well, we'll
never
see. Maybe it'll come up.
Probably doesn't want to talk about it. It didn't seem like it was going very well for him.
No, it's because the Minnesota judges are dicks. That was just a hearing on where the case would be heard. It has nothing to do with the actual case. He talked about it on another. I know. His own stream, Ben. Okay. Oh shit! You okay, Kevin? I didn't. Man, finally got out of the hospital. I'm back home now, recovering slowly from my surgery. Oof, man.
Get well soon.
Man, get well soon. Hope you heal up quick. Hopefully, you have some mobility, so you can work through the pain. It's always the worst. And don't take the opiates if they gave you any. Please don't take opiates. Just take your Tylenol 3, get through the pain, and just come drink alcohol with us when you heal up.
Dave.
Yeah.
Tylenol 3s have codeine in them. They're opiates.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same dose. It's not the same.
It's still an opiate.
Smoke a little opium.
Yeah.
They didn't tell us we had a hearing.
I hate you, Jim.
Like, I found out
Always
the
proving
day
me
we had a
wrong.
hearing.
I'm just
I found
saying.
out that 3 hours
Vitamins
before the
are
hearing
good.
that we had one.
Are they
And
just
addictive.
incompetent? A, B, trying to fuck you, or C, so used to dealing with like poor and retarded people that they just don't tell people anything because they can't explain it.
D, all the above.
All the above.
Seriously.
speed
So
this
one
up?
of the more
A little
interesting
bit.
things as we
Okay,
were having
good.
a walkthrough.
Because we're gonna pause it.
One of the times
Yeah.
the government was in my house, they get to come check out your house like whenever you want when they have your children, right? And because they just go, oh well, if you want to ever see them again, it's amazing.
That's
how they
great,
do.
man.
They just
That's
gun to your head
great.
the whole time. They're like, oh, you want us to come over to your house right now? You want us to do that? It's like, yes, please. Actually, I would love it if you just walked around in it and looked at
Nobody
all the
needs
doors
an
or whatever.
assault children. Oh God.
And but
You have your
one of the
kids back,
times,
though, now, did I read that right?
yeah, kids are back home
Oh, that's great.
full time. My parents didn't move in. Neither did Kayla's parents. The rumor, like, dude. So
Jesus
our
Christ,
first,
look at my neck. Look at this.
yeah, it was, well,
My
you look
razor
like
broke,
Stra-
and
your
my
razor broke.
my,
Oh
my
God,
my
I
clippers.
can't believe
You look
'Cause
like
I gotta-
Sweeney Todd.
Looks
I
like
can't
he got
believe-
strangled.
it looks like he tried to hung himself.
Yeah, looks like there's laceration marks there. Nick, if you
Fucking
didn't
razor
do
broke,
man. What the
cocaine,
fuck?
none of this would have
Look
happened.
like that chicken
My wife did
Beetlejuice.
that to me in my sleep because I said something. I was like, I don't really like that.
I think that guy Aaron was so pissed off at Nick.
My clippers
he would have
broke,
done
and I had
anything to
already
get the
jacked
cops at
off, so I
that
didn't want to
house.
go looking
Cocaine or no
through my
cocaine.
house for
Yeah, like
a
plant
screwdriver
26 grams of
with,
cocaine in
my
Nick's
space.
house.
I just like
Yeah.
It's possible.
Just yelled at it.
rigged it. Yeah,
then
and
put it
bashed
in
it.
the
and I
SpaghettiOs?
don't think I prepared it right. Anyway, sorry. You're talking about your kids.
No, it's fine. It's the first lawyers that we had were appointed attorneys because again, so you get out of jail, and they, like I said, they didn't serve us any of the documents related to the child custody case, so we had no idea. We started hearing from our relatives about some hearing that was coming up, and we're like, "What is the hearing for?" And they're like, "We don't know." Like, well, why? Like, what are you talking about a hearing for? We don't know anything about it, and we couldn't look it up. Because you can't look up child custody stuff. They have it all the names are protected. But there wasn't even a hearing listed at the time we were supposedly having a hearing. So then the government shows up at my house and they're like, oh yeah, you coming to the hearing today? It's, are you coming to the hearing today? The one about your kids. And it's like, yes. What the fuck? I said, when are you going to actually service the papers? They said, well, we don't have to. And it's like, well, I mean, you kind of
do it though.
Yeah. You kind of have to, except they don't because they just have your children and they don't have to do anything like you. And then you have to fight for it.
Yeah.
And the leverage that they always have is, okay, you can fight, but we'll just make it take longer.
Yeah.
And one of the, but
That's
just,
fucked
you
up,
mentioned it in
Jim.
part 3, but they're
Holy
just so used to dealing with
shit.
people who are like dumb
Yeah.
or don't speak English or whatever,
Yeah.
not used to the legal system. One of the walkthroughs, the government worker looks around, she goes, we're just not used to dealing with people in your socioeconomic status.
Yeah,
And I
because
was
you're not
like-
supposed to. Like, there's
I was
nothing
like-
to do here.
I said, probably because I didn't stab someone for meth. Like the other people you're dealing with is the people who stab people for drugs or whatever. Like what you guys have done is bullshit.
Yeah, because the government exists to deal with poor people, lady. That's like, you guys. Nobody told you guys that, but that's the reason why we have this.
Oh, that was great. This whole saga gets fantastic, but and eventually I get to tell the whole story. But for now, like the first lawyers we had were appointed at the hearings that we didn't know we had. We got there. Our lawyers had nothing prepared. They hadn't read our complaint. We didn't get to see our complaint. I didn't see our complaint until the second hearing.
Wow.
So just so everybody's aware of
You
that.
know what you're getting accused of?
No.
Dude, he's got so much.
Nope. At
Jim,
the first
he's
hearing,
got
I
so
had
much
not
he
even
just wants
seen
to let
the
loose.
government
It's
allegations against
unbelievable.
us. Then at the second hearing, I finally get to read them, and I'm reading them over my lawyer's shoulder, who are lawyers. They're like, "Oh, we want to do a continuance at this first hearing. We'll give us 10 days to prepare a case." And we got there 10 days later after the continuance, and because they first said they're like, "Well, who are your witnesses and what are your exhibits?" I'm like, "I don't know. I've been in jail." Like, what exhibits do we need? The government has to show a dangerous environment. There's nothing. I don't need an exhibit. I have witnesses, and they're like, "Well, let's just get the case ready. We'll do a continuance for 10 days, and then we'll do it." So we're like, I guess. 10 days later, I show up to court, and my lawyer looks at me and she goes, "What are your exhibits and where are your witnesses?" And I said, "Excuse me, that's your fucking job." Like, and I had been in contact with this woman. Like, I had spoken with her between hearings.
What's like an example of like what was she supposed to have had in that time?
I don't know what exhibits she would have done, but like, this is her thing was, let's do a continuance so we can get some exhibits and witnesses together.
Okay.
I had the same witnesses. Actually, I didn't have the same witnesses because I think I would have had another witness at the first hearing than I was able to have. But I had the same witness list of potential people, and the exhibits were the same, which is the government has to show. That's the exhibit, is the government has to show something. I don't have to show anything. There's not like an exhibit I can show you to show that something didn't happen. So I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? And they had no preparation done for the case. They hadn't talked to a single witness. They barely had talked to me. They hadn't prepared an exhibit. They hadn't read any reports. They had nothing. I had to effectively represent myself, but I had to fight with my own counsel to do it. It was fucking embarrassing. Those two lawyers get appointed to every child custody case in the county. Every single one gets one of those two lawyers.
If they argue too much, they lose business.
I wouldn't allege that. That would be insane to allege that the hand that feeds them is the government who chooses to appoint them to every single case, and that's their exclusive.
You live in like
practice.
Hazard County? What the fuck is going on there? How are two lawyers in charge of all the child custody shit?
There's not that many people in the county. The total people in the county is about 50,000.
Oh,
I've had live streams bigger than this county.
Yeah.
So like that's how like small the actual population is. But all of them, all I could think though is like, well, I'm a lawyer who speaks English. And so I know what's fucking going on. Like when people are talking in the courtroom, we have a pretty high Hispanic population, a pretty high Somali population. I can't imagine how fucked over they get by these lawyers. Cause I'm sitting there like, so one of the things I mentioned online that people kind of misunderstood, I asked my lawyer, unrelated to what we had going on in any of the particular court hearings, but I asked my lawyer to get a recording for me. I said, I'm entitled to that recorded conversation. And she said, they don't usually like to do that. Yeah, I'm not joking when I said the government has a recorded conversation with me and I want it because I can have it. Right. She goes, they don't usually like to do that. And I said, it's required by law that they give me that conversation that they have.
It's such an odd way to phrase that. So
I said, your job is to get that. So ask for it. And I asked for it, and they didn't give it to me for fucking ever. They actually did not respond to my lawyer's request. It was true. They didn't like doing that. Yeah. But she's like, well, why do you want this recorded conversation? I said, well, because they might want to use something I said in the conversation. And I want to make sure that if they do that, we are able to counter with what was actually said. Because I know what I said and I know how the government works. They'll take something out of context. This is called the rule of completeness. And she goes, what's that? And I said, I'm sorry, what's the rule of completeness? She says, yeah. And I said, well, if they use like a piece of evidence against you, like a portion, like let's say you write a book and they use one sentence out of the book, but there's surrounding paragraphs that make the sentence kind of important or change the meaning of something. The rule of completeness allows you to introduce enough
like
evidence
YouTube
to
videos,
complete
Jim?
the actual fact
You're
going with.
Yeah.
And she goes,
like
in all my
clip
years of
channels?
practice, I've never heard of the rule of completeness.
That's not
and I about put a fucking gun in my mouth, dude.
God.
She had no idea. She didn't know the actual rules of evidence, the basic rules of evidence that exist. None. She did no preparation. Didn't talk to me about the case at all. Didn't do anything.
Yeah.
They just wanted to take your fucking kids, Jim.
Not by me,
just
thank
wanted-
Christ.
Yeah, by the government. That's That's fucked, man.
Yeah. And so it's been fun. It's been especially fun, like, because there's this Kiwi Farms account, Minnesota Public Records, and they keep releasing documents from my case. And then what happened is, like, the case got sealed, so they ran out of documents to release, so they had to break up the last one into multiples, because they're like, but the thing is, they're milking
Okay,
this
so it's not a
document.
cop? I figured that was a cop. I guess if they don't have access anymore, then
I
they
have
don't.
no
They're
idea
not.
who it might be. None
It
at
might
all.
be.
None. But no, so the thing is, they only have access to a couple documents, and then they don't have anymore. And so they've been trying to milk this last one, which means that the document they're releasing is the transcript from a hearing that happened on June 7th, but they're releasing it in parts.
Oh, okay. So they're really fucking everybody up because everyone's
right,
on a
and
time delay now.
And the
Or
funny
Kiwi
thing is, they're like, "Oh, this is stupid. This is really gonna fuck Nick over." And it's like, wait, but like, no, my kids are back.
Yeah.
Like, so like, oh, Nick's really gonna get fucked by this. Like, well, that didn't happen. Funny thing is, I know it didn't happen because I remember when the hearing occurred.
Oh, they're back and free and clear. There's no more kid thing at all. So all of that was for no reason. All of it. Like all of this hysteria over your case amounted to nothing.
There's a statute that says if a controlled substance is located in a home with children, the children are presumed to be in danger and need to be removed until the danger is resolved. That's different from child endangerment, the crime. The crime of child endangerment would have the requisite intent and knowledge aspects of criminal law attached. Okay. So here's the thing. In our case, a search was conducted of our home, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that the search was necessarily valid, but that's a court argument. But a search was conducted of our home, and during that search, the county sheriff alleges they found a controlled substance. That alleged controlled substance has not been tested or weighed by the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minnesota yet. So they actually don't know that they have a controlled substance. Their field testing is inadmissible to show the presence of a controlled substance. So it's admissible for the purposes of establishing some level of cause, right? It goes into the factors for establishing probable cause, but they haven't actually tested it yet. So they don't know the actual weight of the alleged controlled substance. They don't know the actual chemical composition of the alleged controlled substance. But during their field testing, it field tested positive for what would be a controlled substance.
Like 4
and
months
based
ago?
on that, they have the ground.
May,
June, 4 months ago, and they still haven't done testing.
Well, they might have already done it. See, like
he's saying they haven't.
Well, maybe they didn't yet, but see, like that's one of the things that's tricky in these cases, like. Because not a lot of times, but sometimes if you demand a speedy trial at your arraignment, they cannot produce the results by the time the speedy trial is up.
It doesn't take. It takes like 10 minutes in a spectrogram to determine
Correct,
the
but they have to send it out to the lab, and it's a government lab that's backed up with other things, and it takes time.
But then how did he get? But okay. Now look, I know we're listening to the man who's happening to, but how does he get his kids back if they haven't even proved or disproved that it was a controlled substance?
Because he's saying that it was just a statutory thing where once they proved there wasn't drugs in his house right now, that the kids could come home.
Because
it's not actual child endangerment. The child could be in danger. There's it's different phraseology. Okay.
Comes to emergency place the children out of the home, which is what they did.
Yeah.
There are no other grounds
I'll be right back.
for the removal of my children from my house. So despite the kvetching online, there was not actually any finding of child maltreatment or malnourishment or neglect or abuse. None of that actually has
that I'm
happened.
hungry shit. Yeah.
That was all. But I tried to tell people early on that report, the kid being hungry. First of all, children say they're hungry when they're hungry. Like when they want to eat a sandwich, they say they're hungry. Kind of like
they say it all the time. They say it while they're eating. They say I'm starving. I don't want to. And they say I'm hungry. I don't want to eat that.
Yes. And when this story eventually gets told,
when this story came out,
it's so much fucking worse than I can express. But it has to be told through court first, because if I just tell it now, people won't have any reason to believe it. The great thing is when I get to tell it, I have all of the documentation. I have the recorded conversations. I have the video. I have it all to back it up. So,
well, you got to wait till the end to tell it. That's the prestige, you can't.
Yeah. It's also the felony charge. That's the other part of it. But no, this whole thing with, your kid says
You
you're
either
hungry.
have to be out of prison or in prison to tell a story. You don't want to, no one wants to tell their story and then go to prison. I'm like, shit, I already told my story. I got nothing to do in here now.
Family Services ignored all of those reports. All the reports that said that the kids were hungry or didn't have clothes, which is ludicrous. If you have any concept of how many clothes we have, you guys don't.
Right.
My kid's closet looks like a fucking Goodwill. Like it's just racks and
now
racks
they're going to
and
say
racks of
that,
clothing.
you're hoarding.
They're going to say that's because your home's in squalor, Nick.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it. It's fine. It's but it doesn't. It's like what people.
Jim was trying to tell the pod about
there's a
these
myopia
shit.
of. I'm going to say this. It sounds rude, but there's a myopia of poverty, is what I call it. I've coined it.
Okay.
And it's when people. It's not necessarily financial poverty. It's poverty of anything. Poverty of information, experience, education, doesn't matter. But the myopia of poverty is when your experience is so far removed from some other experience that you can't fathom the situation that must be occurring. And so you apply your own situation into it. So what people hear is they hear there was lots of laundry on the ground and they go, man, if I had lots of laundry on the ground, it would look like X. And it's like, and then I wouldn't have laundry to wear. It's like, oh, no. You don't understand how many clothes our children have. We have a 16-year-old down to a 6-year-old, which means we have hand-me-down. Oh, and
he's gotten into the whole clothes thing and how they had so many piles of clothes, and he's like, dude, my kids' closets are just full of fucking clothes. I raised 4 kids, dude. Like, you understand how many times your kids don't even wear the same T-shirt again when you actually aren't poor, Jim? You buy a T-shirt, it goes into dirty clothes, and they outgrow it in 6 months, or because it hasn't even got to the washer yet. You're just like, you go to Target and you buy them new clothes all the time. Like when I dated my wife, Jim, I'll never forget the first time I walked into her bedroom, Nicholas and Jim. There had to be 2 feet of clothes on her floor, across her whole floor. I was like, what the fuck is this? Well, we don't have a washer and dryer, and I don't want to go to the laundromat. So when I want clothes, I just go buy them. Like that's just what she did. She didn't give a fuck about washing them. It's fucking crazy, man. Like this whole clothes thing, when you're talking to a rich guy, like Nick is rich. Guys, let's understand. Nick ain't a poor ass motherfucker. He's got money to buy, but Jim, just like you've got a whole bedroom full of stuff you support, right, in your house. Like it's full. Like you need another bedroom. You got to throw somebody out of the house to put the stuff in you collect. That's how crazy this shit. I see you, RBN. That's why I'm checking you out on Rumble, dude. Ethan was supposed to stream tonight at 10. I think he had a few too many beers at the baseball game. That's why he didn't stream tonight, if I was to guess. Because last night he had a great stream, Jim. I watched that one. And not as far as content, but as far as selling stuff. He sold a lot of shit on eBay last night. And he got Rainbow from 161 to over 165 last night. He had like a $10,000 stream last night between super chats and all that stuff. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You said like 12,000 or something like that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how much money he made last night on a fucking Wednesday. When he's basically
He still might stream.
Huh?
I could see him still. Starting tonight.
Yeah, he'll wake up from his little booze nap at 1 o'clock in the morning and say, well, fuck it. Let's see if we can make another $5,000 tonight. It's incredible. Like, it's just, Eric, people don't hate like books, dude. They like good entertainment, and they're going to support it. This is the YouTube world that we live in. Not like books, but people like Ethan giving us something to watch and laugh at, and then hey, I'll throw $150 on those rainbow. Did you see the All American Rainbow the Brute, Jim?
Yeah.
You ordered it, right?
Yeah.
And then do you see the horse that he's coming out with, or the stallion?
Napalm.
Yeah. Napalm and other ones,
Yeah.
If he wasn't trying to make it at least somewhat presentable to kids, I would say like
stream
bombs
was
for
a
nuts
fucking
on the
QVC. Last night's stream for Ethan was a QVC episode, Jim. I watched it all day driving today. It was 50% of him selling stuff. Do you disagree? I mean, if you watched the chat, you just saw it was him selling all night. But why not? If he has it to sell and people are tuning in and buying it, why would he stop? I don't.
He's been better about the mixing in the selling more, it seems.
Oh, dude!
Like instead of waiting for it, it's like he's constantly going back to it.
As soon as somebody says in the chat, Rainbow the Brute, oh, by the way, let's check. And what's really brilliant is now he's calling people out in the chat during the live stream, Jim, that are supporting his campaigns. Like it's another super chat. You know what I'm saying? It's another form of a super chat, but you're actually getting a physical product. He's not giving fucking YouTube 30% for that super chat. And he's selling stuff on, Indiegogo or whatever. It's fucking it's unbelievable. Like he has got this shit mastered. Because what he was saying
It's starting to remind me of AM talk radio.
Well, he's said he loves being a radio announcer. That's why he likes to do these streams, because he likes being on the radio. I just find it unbelievable. Like the stream for content was whatever, but the selling, I mean, and then like that Indian dude that works in Bollywood, I think he sent him like 150 subs last night, plus another couple hundred or a couple thousand rupees, or whatever the fuck they have over there in India. He made out like a bandit. I was like, holy shit.
Low Watermark opened it with like $500.
Was that low watermark? But was that last night or the night before? Either or.
Yeah, that was last night.
And he thanked them though, just like recognizing that Eric the Bunks is just not a total piece of shit. Like he, and he's like, hey man, thanks for introducing me to Eric the Bunks. You're a good guy. You make fun of him, but you also don't hate on him, which is fantastic. Me and Low Watermark were talking about that last night after the stream. Low Watermark is a great man, in my humble opinion. People need to get him on more streams because he's a nice guy. He's got some really good opinions. And it's not for the super chats. It's to get to know people.
I like being a contrarian, so I'm just going to say down with Low Watermark.
Either way,
Watermark is definitely a glass half full kind of guy.
Right. But
bag on Low Watermark now.
Yeah. Never. I mean, he's the first guy that ever hit me up on YouTube and said, Dave, fix your audio. When you fix that audio, and you get to your sub count and your hours count, I'll be the first guy to super chat you. As soon as I got monetized, Jim, I hadn't even done a live stream. He sent me like a $50 tip in a comment. Like that's the kind of guy Low Watermark is. When he finds people he likes, he supports them. So it was fun, man. Me and after everybody left last night, Jim, me and Low Watermark just had a great conversation. And I think we might do that more late night streams, like me and Jim and the crew will stream. And I was talking to Low Watermark about this last night. He likes late night streams. So possibly Friday and Saturday nights after we do our regular stream, it'll be me, Jim, and Low Watermark, if Jim can hang. And we'll just have boomer conversations about stuff that we like and dislike, and just go there because, again, we're not dumb. We've lived our life. And I think that's one thing, Nick, and you're not a young guy either. You've seen a lot of shit in your life. So when we talk about stuff, it's from a perspective of raising kids or living our life. We're not 25-year-old dummies or even 30-year-olds that are single living at home. They have no perspective on what's really out there. I don't know, man. If people send super chats, Ben, that are assholes, and if they're assholes, you got to call them out if they just want to be heard. But you guys all know in my chat, I don't care if you're an asshole, as long as you don't talk about my wife and kids. Other than that, y'all have at it. I don't care.
Speaking of assholes, how's it going, Jim?
Haha.
I'm for real past that. All right, buddy. He's finally passed. I'll finish off my drink, Snakes. Talk to you tomorrow night. We'll be here.
All right. Let's get back
Hey, Jim, are you up for post streams with Low Watermark and me and you? Late night stuff?
Sure.
If you're not, Low
On
Watermark.
Seven spicy.
Not like Friday and Saturday nights, like when you don't have your grandkids. Or
yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, because I just think that like we could do a Friday stream, end it at 10, and start up another stream like at 11 and hang out and just have some conversation.
Yeah, we could just hang out and watch Ethan or somebody.
Well, I think, Ben, if you watched last night's stream, we did not talk about Air July much after everybody left. We talked more about the whole Eric DeBunk's crew, all those guys. And it was an interesting conversation because, one thing about Low Watermark, the guy has a full-time job, but he's willing to go on these shows with people like Dane from Eric DeBunk's crew and all those other guys, but only after he does research. He's doing the work before he goes there so he doesn't get bombarded. And that's very smart. And when he goes there and he walks away from the conversation, go, oh, they're not what I thought they were, Nick. That's a very open mind. Like, you have to appreciate that. And that's what we're talking about here. Like, there needs to be more conversations like that in general, just so people can quit picking sides for the sake of picking sides. Does that make sense? You said something I didn't like 8 years ago, so you're obviously a bad person. Okay.
I'll probably say something 5 minutes ago that you fucking hate.
That's like dating a girl, and then you love her, and then you're getting ready to ask her to marry you.
To find out how many men you already slept with.
Yeah, you ask her the dumbest fucking question a man could ever ask a woman. Have you ever slept with anybody before me? Don't ask the fucking question if you don't or you can't handle the fucking answer.
Unless
don't ask the question,
you can't handle the
motherfucker.
answer.
Goddamn right. Like, I have been married 30 years, and I have never asked my wife, how many dudes did you meet or did you hook up with before I met you? Because I don't want to fucking know. Ever don't ask questions that you can't handle the answer from. First,
no matter what answer you get, you'll be irrationally angry about it.
Oh, dude. 30 years in, you'll be like, fuck that bitch, that fucking slut. It's fucking ridiculous because we're simple-minded dudes. Like, we're the strongest
we're
guy.
hardwired to be like that.
Yes, we're hard. Like, I told my wife, and again, this is going to bring out the racial in me. If you ever tell me something that I don't want to hear,
you back and let's get there.
No. If you ever tell me something I don't want to hear when I'm 75 years old, I'm divorcing your ass. I don't want to hear about any of that shit. If you told me you cheated on me when you were 40 and I was 41, and it's been 30 years, fuck that shit. We're done. Don't ask your girlfriend's history. Don't ask. If you like that woman and she likes you, roll with it. Don't go look up her fucking internet history. Guys, quit being fucking gay. Women were fucking women before the internet existed, and they did some crazy shit back then too that nobody ever knew they did. So quit fucking being an investigator on these women. Just have a good time. And if it leads into something and you do have a happy life, oh my God, what a fucking wonderful story. You guys, everybody says, oh, they're all sluts. Yeah, well, ain't a whole lot of guys that pass up a piece of ass when it's offered to them. Just saying, we will fucking dive right in if the chick says you want some. Am I wrong, Jim? I don't think I'm wrong there. Nicholas, same thing. Whether you're gay, straight, bi, whatever, if somebody's offering a dude sex, he's probably thinking really hard about going in. Just saying. I think Jim left us again. He's probably getting more fucking food.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Do you disagree with what I'm saying?
I don't know. I mean, at 75, I wouldn't be looking to get a divorce. They'll kill you on alimony.
Not on my pension.
No, you still have alimony.
Dude. Not if I'm making $2,000 a month on fucking Social Security.
She'd still get half.
Yes, all men are sluts. Men are fucking whores, dude. Go ahead, Jim.
My wife comes from a
smarter
huge
than
family.
us.
We have hand-me-downs for days. We have new clothes for days. Like, our kids have just fucking tons of clothes. And we don't really get rid of them between the two ages because you save up, like, when one kid grows out of some stuff, you save it because the next kid's going to grow into it. So you start getting rid of the stuff at the youngest levels, but in the meanwhile, you have a bunch. And so, yeah, was there a bunch of laundry in the house? Absolutely. It was it was sorted into piles so that it could be washed in the laundry room that it was adjacent to. But hey, who's counting? That being said,
Sound like a Goodwill.
yeah, it kind of does, except with less people who don't speak English in it.
Yeah.
But no, the whole interesting thing about it though is, despite all of the remember my house was called an overall dirty home because it had dust on the vents.
Oh, it's fucking cops.
Oh, I know. It's so fucking fun. It's like they're dust on the vents. Okay. But all of that stuff about the hungry kids, the not having clothes and all that was all ignored by CPS. It was all ignored entirely because there was no basis to it. And as they did their investigation, which their initial thing when they hear this stuff is, oh my God, right? They did their investigation and continued to find that there was no basis for any of it. In fact, what they found were 5 children who are all above average height, above average weight, above average intelligence, who do very well in their studies, who are wildly involved, or their parents are wildly involved in their lives. Every single fucking interview that they had said one thing over and over. These kids really love their parents. The parents really love the kids, and the parents are always around for the kids. They're always there. We're at everything. And our kids are involved in tons of stuff. And in all of that, they're like, yeah, the only thing they ever had was there were drugs allegedly present in the home during this search. So once those were removed, it was a matter of, that's an interesting story.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting story, and it got more interesting recently.
Yeah.
Hold on.
The matter of, and in
Right,
all of
Jim.
that, they're like, yeah, the only thing they ever had was there were drugs allegedly present in the home during this search. So once those were removed, it was a matter of, that's an interesting story.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting story, and it got more interesting recently.
Yeah.
He said something about how to get in the hair.
Oh, I didn't hear what. Go back. I didn't hear what Dick said.
Let me slow it down.
Everything, and our kids are involved in tons of stuff, and in all of that, they're like, yeah, the only thing they ever had was there were drugs allegedly present in the home during this search. So once those were removed, it was a matter of, that's an interesting story.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting story, and it got more interesting recently.
Did he say the hair thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It could only be interesting when 1 out of 5, the middle kid, has coke hair tests. They're not.
That's not the middle one. It's the next to. It's the next.
Oh,
to
it's the next to youngest.
Yeah. And see that. What's funny though is that despite that, the county never actually alleged that the child had done cocaine.
Yeah.
Or ingested it in any way, and they didn't even allege that we exposed the child to it. Here's why they can't. A hair follicle test can't tell you that.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. It's almost like maybe there is a actual explanation for how that happened. That'll get brought up at some point soon.
Oh, well,
Oh, Ritalin.
But I know what didn't happen.
Ritalin.
I know that Lady Rackets and I
prescriptions
never.
I know 9-year-old's
ever.
not doing rails. That's what I know.
I know that, but I
don't know
also
why. I don't know why that's such a fucking shocker to people. Oh, how could you? Didn't you see this? How could you support this? Like, that didn't happen, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I know and can
a lot of
say
people talk to Jesus too. It ain't fucking happening.
I know and can say definitively that while in our care, in our home, those children were never exposed to any illegal substances.
Yeah,
ever. Another thing that's fun is like people. I mentioned that at one of our hearings, and they're like, "Why would Nick say that? Is he proving?
Hey,
is he
Jim,
trying to head it off or mitigate it?"
Sweet Tooth, the most interesting thing they've said so far is that state-appointed attorneys are clueless assholes. And they think when the state takes your kids that the defense has no defense against the state. That's what I've learned from the most of this stream so far with these guys.
I guess there must be some kind of statute that says whenever the state takes your kids that you automatically get court-appointed attorneys or something. Like you get counsel.
Well, for the first hearing, right? It's just they show up. Yeah.
So and because he said something about that these are the only two people that handle these cases in that county, and they only handle about 50 cases a year. And so that's why they're
and most of those people are low fucking income with no idea what the law is. So Sweet Tooth, it just sounds like the state is very aggressive in Minnesota of making sure that your parental rights mean nothing, like absolutely nothing. And if Nick wasn't an attorney, his kids might not even be together at his grandparents' house, Jim, or his parents' house.
I'm like going all conspiracy with this. I think they knew all along that Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, was going to be the vice presidential candidate with Kamala Harris, and they were trying to silence Nick. And that's what caused all this.
Certainly something.
Well, he's pro-Trump, right? So, man, that's a pretty good theory. And I'm sure I've seen plenty of Nick streams where he bashes on Biden and Kamala.
He does not like Walz.
I know why Dick doesn't
he
like
likes Walz.
Does he like Windows?
The governor of the state. He likes walls that you put certain people up against.
What about Windows?
Ben,
he likes the walls that you hang the maps on for display purposes.
Ben, is there a Hispanic population in Austria? Is that a real thing? Like, no, I talk to Jesus every other day. He's selling me tacos. Is that a thing in Austria? Are there Hispanic people with Mexican restaurants, or is it a bunch of white people selling you Mexican food?
I don't know.
You do have Spanish people. You have people from Spain, not from Mexico. Those Spaniards don't know how to make tacos. It's only the fucking Mexicans, like street tacos.
All the way.
Oh yeah.
No, it's fatter. If you're gonna do null, you got to sound fatter. Why would I say that?
The funny thing is
their best pedophiles over there at Kiwi Farm.
Nick wants to get so much off his chest to Dick right now.
They're sending the convicted
He really does. That's great.
If you're gonna send your pedophiles out on these ops, on these pedo ops, you got to send the ones that don't have pedophile records.
If they were to read just a little bit before that line, because there's a line that I said in court, and I said that the children have stated that if they were exposed, it would be from someone else.
Yeah.
The only reason I stated that line is because that's what the state wrote.
Yeah.
The state wrote that down in their complaint. I was reading that line from the complaint. My children were all interviewed by 2 government workers with no parents, no grandparents, and no attorney present.
Yeah.
Not even a guardian ad litem was present.
They got taken out of the home when the cops showed up.
Yes.
I mean, I know it always needs to be repeated, but cops are extremely incompetent.
Actually, they got taken out of the home when the cops showed up, and then they were brought back into the home several times during the search.
Flying around, really? Good job. Good job, officers. Rock and cock knuckles.
During the search, the children were brought into and out of the home several times.
Great.
I didn't know this because I was not there.
Yeah, it's the shit around the hair test is so aggravating because people just have no idea. It's not a piss test. It's hugely environmental. They cannot filter out. This is me saying it. I mean, I don't know the implications of even being on a stream with you, but I know a lot about drug testing, and the hair test is just total garbage because anything in the environment can set it off at any moment, and they cannot wash it off. They can't wash it off. They can't determine what's been ingested and what's just gotten blown on your hair from a butterfly or.
It's amazing. But the reason that I mentioned that, like, people are like, huh, what's he trying to say? I'm like, I'm trying to say that according to the complaint the government filed, the children who they independently interviewed with no possible parental influence all said that they've never seen drugs, they've never seen their parents intoxicated in any way, and they have never, and if any exposure were to have happened, it would have come from contact with someone else. That's what they said. Actually, though, what I've learned is that that line that the government put in their complaint was a lie. Not a single child said that. That line was sort of fed to them by a county worker.
Oh.
Yeah, a county work, because it's not something 6-year-olds tend to say, or 8-year-olds, or 11-year-olds, or 13-year-olds, or 16-year-olds. It's just not their normal experience to say that. But it is a county worker who tried to get them to say what they wanted them to say. And again, and people are like, oh my God, Nick's saying all this stuff about these people. I sure hope he's there. You know, does he know about defamation? It's all recorded, guys. All this shit's recorded. I'm very fucking confident in saying all of it because it's all recorded. But the kids never actually said that. The government put that in their complaint and it wasn't true. Shocker. But that's the reason that I said it in court, was because, hey, you even say in your complaint that the alleged victims, the children, have never witnessed any of this. In fact, they didn't ever present a single witness who had. Not one. Not one witness was able to ever say that Lady Rackets or I had engaged in any illegal activity at all. Not a single witness presented by the state in our family case was put on record for that. No one was brought up at all. It's amazing. It's amazing. So yeah, when people are like, Nick's never getting his kids back, and all this
It's
stuff,
amazing that they have to take your kids away for a month for like something this retarded.
They don't have to.
Oh, they don't have to?
No, they could have returned them right away. Because okay, so let's go through the steps. Okay. Allegedly, they found this substance. And I say allegedly because, again, it has not been tested. No testing has been done by the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Minnesota.
Yeah, right.
So the government hasn't even performed their own tests on it. So allegedly, they found this substance that they believe merits an emergency placement. Well, we can presume that the county sheriff's department does a fantastic job and removes all of the dangerous things when they do a search. So their entire basis for keeping our kids longer was someone might commit a crime at some point in the future. And we were asked to prove that a future crime would not be committed.
How?
Good fucking question. Because when you ask them, what do you need? Because that's all we asked the whole time. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
Yeah.
What do you need? They didn't have answers. They never have an answer. Because how do you answer that?
Yeah. What do you got?
They go, well, we want to make sure it doesn't happen again. It's like, yeah, we're with you on that. What do you need? What do you want us to do? You want to come look in our house? You want to go search through every fucking thing? What do you need? Just tell us. What do we need to do to show you that the home is safe for the children? And they couldn't. They didn't have anything. The problem was they couldn't tell us what wasn't safe, because the only thing was the alleged substances, and those were removed. So, and just to be clear to everybody out there, that's not an admission that there were alleged substances. That's what the county has stated. That's what we're charged with. The government has to prove all sorts of things about those substances, and that's what the criminal trial is for. They have not done.
And you got so many retarded people listening to your case. You got to qualify even the most like basic, obvious shit. And still just take it and lie about it. It's
Thanks,
crazy.
Nick.
Oh, it's amazing. They've said that I've like alleged that the police had planted stuff or whatever. It's like I've never said anything even fucking close to that. But people just they take two different things, they conflate them together, and this is something I've noticed.
Fucking cops.
Kiwi Farms is a game of telephone, and it's a confirmatory game of telephone.
Did you say petaphone?
Yes, petaphone.
Petaphone. Yeah.
It's where someone on Kiwi Farms will
mishear. One pedophile says to another. Yeah.
One pedo says to the next something. They misunderstand something, either intentionally or unintentionally, and then that thing gets adopted as what happened. Yeah. And then it becomes this confirmatory circle jerk, and they just keep going back and forth. It's like, and then it becomes their canon. So people, including Josh, who was willing to put in an affidavit that I said police planted stuff in the house. Like, Josh, I never said that.
Dude, he's gotten really retarded. And anything that has to do with you or I, or I guess Vito, I don't know. He's like, he's
that's the myopia of poverty.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's myopia.
Something else. He's like reasonable and has a sense of humor about so many things, but then when it comes to us, he's like, yeah, Nick's alleging that the police are planning. Like, man, what you're saying is, first of all, it's not funny at all, but secondly, it's like wildly retarded, and everyone knows everyone can see it's retarded.
Yeah, and I asked him, I'm like, please show me where I said that. I did not. Show me where, and shockingly, it has not been found, despite all of the best efforts of the world's top men
Yeah, it's right under the pedophile conviction of that guy you've been harboring on Kiwi Farms for 5
Jason
years. Go ahead and
Close?
lift up Jason Close's pedophile conviction, and Nick's statement is right under there, buddy. Go ahead and lift up the pedo. You know how Null's been trying to convince everybody that Vito is a legit pedophile, so they'll attack me for 3 years? I think the call was actually coming from inside the house. The ice cream truck was inside the house. Null.
Dude, when this Discovery document dump happened, and it showed all the people who did the Freedom of Information Act requests.
Yeah.
Buddy of mine just immediately sends me a thing. It's like, guess what? Ran someone through a database. The database is Google, and it comes up with the registered offender thing, and the addresses match. The literal first fucking person is a pedophile. And I laugh. I'm like, of course it's a registered pedophile. And so I'm chuckling. Yeah. And then I look at the request as a volunteer reporter for Kiwi Farms. And I'm like, it could not have happened funnier than that. But it gets funnier because I didn't say anything. Obviously, my lawyer filed an opposition to having the pretrial hearings recorded.
Okay.
Because there's a rule that says that they shouldn't be. But that being said, one of the things is to protect to protect minor children who may be involved. And sorry, we've got alleged victims who would be minor children, right? That are involved in this case. That could be witnesses. And so my lawyer files the thing and points out, the first person to look into this is a pedophile. And there are children that are presumably protected by the law. Like that's the whole point.
And Null is lying about them being a pedophile and associated with Kiwi Farms.
Oh, that's the funny part. So I don't say. I find this out a couple of days ago. I don't say anything publicly because it's like, this is going to get filed. And so it gets filed. What is Null's immediate defense? First, he goes onto Kiwi Farms and he changes the guy's screen name to his real name. So he confirms right there that the guy is actually a Kiwi Farms user.
Yeah, and he's been on there bragging that he's a pedophile the whole fucking time.
Since 2019, yeah. So for 5 years now, the guy's been an open pedophile on Kiwi Farms. Not only that, Null then goes to my locals and he searches for this guy and he sees that he's a quote-unquote member for 2 years. And he's like, no, he's actually a member of Nick's private locals community. And it's like, well, first of all, 2 years ago, that's weird. That's when a bunch of Kiwi Farms people started having masturbatory fits about my locals page. Yeah. Okay, that's funny. And then I check, and of course, he's an unpaid member. He never paid a penny. He wasn't. So on locals, you can go and
money on child porn, I guess, or maybe he gave it to Null for his weird lawsuit that's not happening.
He's homeless and on disability. A Kiwi story. But no, so the funny fucking thing is he was not actually a member of my locals. He was just you sign up with your email so you can get like updates.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Yeah, you can't chat, you can't comment, you can't do anything members only. But he has over 900 posts on Kiwi Farms, and he's won 25 trophies. He's won trophies for having such a strong like to post ratio.
And he's a known convicted pedophile with 135 counts of pedophiliness, of child assault, by the way.
Horrible.
Not a
horrible person.
Trip at a playground and his dick popped in someone's ass. Aggravated pedophilia.
And so Null's like, look, he's a member of your community. He's like, nope, not at all, actually.
No, he is a full-fledged member of your community, one of many.
A celebrated one. But here's what's even better. It's almost like Kiwi Farms has this way to see stuff about a person. Like here's his trophies, where he's thought-provoking because he has 500 or more posts with at least a 1-to-1 ratio of likes. Well-spoken, over 100 posts with 1-to-1 ratio of likes. Received 250 likes. Received 100 likes on your post. Received 50 likes. His reaction score is positive. 860.
He's a beloved member of the community, man.
Here's what's really good.
He's their Dennis Hastert.
You can see his postings because Null has this great website where you can see the postings and you can go and read about him and read what he wrote about me, and it's all negative. It's all negative. Going as far back as you want to go, you could just find. He first started commenting.
Null knew all this, by the way. Null knew all of this because this is the same guy that was stalking Tim Pool and all this other shit. This is all wildly out in the open and known.
So if you go back to here's the beginning of his chat history. Come on, we'll get there. It's a little Kiwi Farms around a little slow right now. It's like a special kid in line for mac and cheese.
Because Hurricane Electric was worried about child pornography.
So he's talking about Alejandra Carabello. That's a tranny lawyer. Who hates me, by the way. That's funny.
This is back in trans people is because they think it's competition for getting at the kids.
So we can go straight to the first post about me, and it's May 24th. So it's the day after my arrest is when he starts posting about me, and then he goes on and makes a couple posts. Here we go. Don't mistake me looking at this from a legal perspective as some kind of misplaced sympathy for Nick or Kayla. They absolutely should not have jeopardized the stability of their children's lives by being druggies. They fucked up. This is fully on them. Over and over and over. It's all negative. So Null's super cope here because Null, I mean, at the end of the day, Null loves
he's a fan of yours. Is that what Null's saying? He's actually a Nick fan.
Did you not see when Null did that?
No.
Oh God, this is great. because it's all just right out.
Whenever it comes to us, he's like, he turns into a fucking retard. No,
Yep.
He would never say this shit about anybody else. His brain would be working, but he's so bitter and butthurt.
Here we go. Where was it? I'll pull it up. Do you know that Null unironically said to me the other day, without a shred of jokery in it, he said, "It is distasteful to call everybody you dislike a pedophile." Null said that.
No, you should start calling some of the people you like a pedophile.
So here we go. This is Nick Rekieta fights a petition, so this is KiwiFarms.net. Update. The pedophile that allegedly requested the body cam footage is actually a member of Rekieta Law's private community on Locals and has been for almost 2 years. He's not. Actually, he's a member of the public version of Locals. He was a non-paying person.
Matter. That's so stupid.
Oh, no, I know. But hold on. Here's the best part. I go check. Here's his community member. Look up. Not a single penny ever paid. $0. $0.
Would you have donated it to Rain if he had given you any money? The child?
No, I would have just kept it. It's fucking insane. What? Wait.
Null talks like that guy Oswald, that black on In Living Color, the black guy that's in prison and uses all the big words, the big lawyer words. Like, he allegedly, man.
But he mispronounces so
you're
many
alleging isn't a crime, so you don't need to use it there, you fat retard.
But yeah, so this is the guy. This is the Kiwi Farms map. And again, it's funny because they act like, I mean, this, you mentioned it's in the open. In 2019, he had an Ask Me Anything thread. He's got a verified tag.
Yeah.
They verified that this was the guy saying he was a pedophile. Presumably Null did the verification or one of the mods, because it's not something that anybody can just normally do.
It's just unreal the amount of crying about pedophile shit that guy does when he's openly harboring a really egregious pedophile.
His reaction score is positive.
Yeah.
Positive. He's embraced by the community. So, it's fine. It's fine. It's funny though, because the main reason for bringing all this up is because this is what Null does.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Null does.
Null
he does
is
it every fucking time. He tries to guilt by association.
Like the main guy at Kiwi Farms.
Yeah,
right,
Joshua Moon, the guy who runs Kiwi Farms.
Yeah.
He tries to ham fist other people's perspectives onto someone else. It's like, oh, you talked to this person who's this. Well, they're a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Josh. I guess. Do you hold yourself to your own standards? No, he doesn't. And now, you know what's even more fun is what they've been bringing up lately. They're like, well, Nick Rekieta interviewed a pedophile way back when. Do you remember who it was?
Oh, yeah, that wall-eyed guy, Tito. Maddox is super fan.
The Maddox supporter. The Maddox
Maddox
super
had
fan.
a convicted pedophile as a super fan that he would bring on the show and like laugh at his shitty jokes. And then I think he like confessed, that he was a pedophile.
I found his his case. I found his case. I found out that he was a registered offender. Found his
pedo like supporter. I mean, it's weird. Like, again, I just don't understand why Nick is like this guy that's supposed to be. Dude, I have never ever even thought about going to Kiwi Farms. Only time I ever heard of it was listening to Nick. I would never go there. It sounds like a disgusting cesspool of shit, Jim. Have you ever been there?
No. They were. They did something like when that shooting happened in New Zealand.
Oh yeah,
years ago. They had like the guy live streamed it, and Kiwi Farms was the only place that kept the video up, and they gotten a bunch of shit for it. And that's
Josh had to fight that shit in court, right?
Yeah.
But it sounds like a cesspool, like just a bunch of people with nothing to do in life except for it's like Reddit, right? Like a lot of people there are not good people either.
Well, it's like Reddit crossed with 4chan and 8chan and 97chan and bunch of
these
other
are all
chans.
places I would never go to. Never. Sorry. Just not my thing.
this case, and we went through it. I kept his name out of it. But then he reached out and wanted to be interviewed. And I said, all right. And he came on the show. It was actually a really good interview. He said that child molesters cannot be rehabbed, that they will always be, they're like addicts, basically, is what he said. They'll always be in recovery. They need accountability. They need to be put in prison, including himself in that.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to that guy. I wonder if he's back.
Hopefully he's dead.
If he's back on the radio flyer.
You should hit Maddox up. I want a total bad guy team up. Maddox, Eric July, this pedophile, Tito, the other pedophile.
It's like but it's so funny because this is exactly what Null does, and he swears that one of the things the other thing he said to me the other day, he was talking and he started speaking using we.
Oh,
we are asking you for this. We are this. It's like, wait, I thought Kiwi Farms wasn't a monolith. I thought you were just a bunch of individuals. That's you keep arguing in federal court over and over.
Yeah,
that's just a website, and you don't act like as a unit or group. And Josh has been saying we a lot lately.
How odd.
Now he's posting on behalf of Kiwi Farms.
Like Vito?
Wait, what was that?
Does you mean we pedophiles like Vito?
Yeah. Well,
we've
evolved to understand pedophiles. That was the worst. Vito, remove that word from your vocabulary.
He can't. He still says
Pause
it. He says it all the time.
Yeah.
Twigs, you've never had a Frito pie? Oh man. Oh my god.
Is that like a walking taco?
Kind of, sort of, yeah, Jim. Like,
okay.
Get your bag of corn chips, throw your chili
and cheese. Yeah, okay,
yes.
Walking taco.
Holy fuck. Yes, man. Oh, it's so good. Like, I just responded to a Mint tweet or whatever, an X, that she had some girl eating fried food at a fair. Like, yeah. We're dudes, and she's eating fried food. Because she called her, look at this butterface. Mm-hmm. She had a good body. She's eating fried food. We're dudes. Not bad. It's 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeah, just buy a can of Hormel chili, buy some fucking cheddar cheese and a bag of Fritos, and you're good to go. And if you want some flaming hot chili or flavor, yes.
I prefer it with taco meat.
Yeah, but you're gay. You're from Chicago, dude. You're from Chicago. You're from Chicago.
Okay,
it's a Southern thing.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, you get like some taco meat, ground.
Oh, the chili cheese. The chili cheese Fritos are my best. They're my favorite form of Cheetos. I don't like the flaming hot. But if I want spicy and I don't have that hot sauce, I'll do it with the flaming hot. But if I like just the flavor of that chili, ooh, goddamn. You're highfalutin with yours, Jim. You got to think poor people. You can buy an off-brand bag of Fritos,
and then you get like the spicy nacho cheese for like nachos, and you pour that on top of it. And some jalapenos.
Highfalutin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Hear me out.
Yeah.
I know a guy who cannot take personal accountability for a single fucking thing in his entire life. Nothing. To the point where he can't, if he sent a text message and it was misunderstood, and you say, but read the words of the text message and understand, and like try and figure out why someone believed you said the one thing when you meant something else.
Yeah.
He won't say that he sent the text message. Like, it's that bad. When this is a real person, when they had anything to ever admit to, they would always say we and we do this, we do that.
Yeah, Vito does that.
It's like, exactly, you're an asshole. Yeah, you don't like sandwiches. We over here, we prefer soup. It's like, wait, don't put me included with your I do love soup, but don't make
every time I ask him about his comic, like, is your comic coming out now or ever? He's like, well, we're trying to get it out. I'm like, well,
who's we?
Who's we? You. I'm talking to you. Like, well, we really think that we have something for, by the end of the month. Okay.
I'm going to go get a fucking Italian.
You think he knows what they're doing? Because I don't think he knows what they're doing.
I think so. Maybe that's Vito's problem. He's a we guy. Like, he can't have the personal accountability at all.
Yeah,
so it's
those chili cheese.
Did you read Noel's post where he talks about how he's worked out one time in his life and he'll never do it again?
Sit on the couch to watch a movie.
And on that day, how many push-ups did he do?
Yeah. Fucking crazy.
No, you got to do more push-ups than this guy raped kids. How about that? Then your forum members have raped kids convicted, not just raped kids in general, because that could be, I couldn't even do that many push-ups, but convicted in court of raping kids.
It's a disturbing trend that keeps happening on the Kiwi Farms. I'm noticing. It's like it just keeps.
Nick, it really is, because my community expels pedophiles. They
don't even pay to join mine.
Yeah. We don't give them awards and stuff. We don't send them into court to do our important legal filings. We say, hey, don't do that. Get away
Oh,
from
that-
me. Get the hell out of here.
Some lawyer allegedly licensed in Minnesota offered to professionally record the hearings on behalf of Kiwi Farms, but he wrote some other attorney's bar number down.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Sometimes I misspell my own name, you know?
Yeah.
It happens
yeah,
all
just-
my
Just
birthday.
wrote someone else's bar number down again. I mean, you know, like, it's just and twice in the same document.
License? Huh? That's somebody else's. I don't know why I wrote that.
Twice in the same document, he wrote down the other person's bar number. It's not like he just fat fingered it.
Yeah.
Like the one time. It was twice. The 2 times he wrote it down wrong. So that's good.
Yeah, they're not sending their best, are they? Or maybe they are.
Well, that's possible. Of course, that's been fun too.
That was their saucy pedophile. That pedophile could like lure kids in. The rest of them have to rely on force. That was their best one, I guess.
Oh God. I don't even want to talk too much about these people. Dude, I'm not the kind of guy.
They're sick and everyone's afraid of them.
I think people are very afraid of them.
They're very afraid of them because they are so sick.
The thing is, I was always a guy who resisted this, like that whole like, oh, they're just living in their mom's basement. Like I hate that sort of label because like, look, I know a lot of dudes who like live in a shitty apartment or whatever because they work or they drive a truck and they really don't need to be home. And so it's like, you know, I don't care about people's life choices like that. Like, oh, you're single, whatever. But consistently, as I have been exposed, not like the children are, but as I've been exposed to Kiwi Farms users, I find disturbing trends of government assistance, no job, no family, no support network.
Yeah.
And often government housing. And yes, on occasion, a little dash of the pedophilia.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, you guys really do make a fucking
hang
career
around
of that.
pedophiles. That's the thing, you know?
Josh likes to have a board collecting them. Isn't that funny? Do you think he's
Josh
just
is going to mint him a silver coin?
Twigs, the problem with Doritos is they're not thick enough. They'll get soggy real fast. Fritos are like twice as thick as Doritos, so they don't get soggy.
Right.
That's why you don't use Doritos. This is lemon and cherry mixed.
He's going to mint. What's the guy's name?
Christian?
You know, what's this new guy's name?
Oh, Jason Close.
Jason Close. Next is going to be limited time.
I just went to the Ripiverse site because I can't help myself. His $5 sale is sold $623 worth of stuff.
Yep.
53 items, $623. So you get a $5 hat, a $5 ISOM book, or a $5 Blood Ruth t-shirt. That's what's see ISOM. Or you can pick one of the ISOM 2 covers, or you can pick one of the Alpha Core covers, a Ripiverse Studios t-shirt, a 3D Assets t-shirt. Oh, I that just went right off the shelf, right? Like that 3D Assets shirt so well that you're giving it out for $5. He's got a log line for this shit, dude. Jesus Christ. And a $5 Blood Ruth shirt. And his campaign, or not his campaign, his collection for the clothes, he sold $8,000. This is a disaster. Eric's pull on the economy is so bad that Ethan sold more toys and fucking backers last night on one show for 4 hours than Eric did in the last 96 hours for his garbage. Those shirts and shorts are awful. They're terrible. They're awful products. It's not bad, but I guarantee you I could probably rip it like I did PTP's shirt in that Last of the Seekers shit last night, Twigs. And you're like, well, fuck, this is garbage. I'm like, I shouldn't be able to rip a shirt at its collar and rip it right down the middle. That's how cheap that PTP shit was.
He's got to be losing money on those shirts, right?
For $5 at this point. Well, at the least, he's not making any money, right? He's like, but if he's making you pay for shipping, he's probably making it up there, Jim. Like, you know, let's say he charges $7 to ship a shirt or $5 to ship the shirt.
I wonder if you're a member and you get a discount. You get a discount on the $5.
Oh, dude, I mean, it's really crazy. I think the shipping is where he's making his money on these $5 sales.
But his members get free shipping.
Yeah, but he gets their membership money every month, so that's fine with him. He could just.
Isn't that funny? Do you think he's
just going to mint him a silver coin? He's going to mint. What's the guy's name?
Chris Chan.
What's this new guy's name?
Oh, Jason Close.
Jason Close. Next is going to be limited time fund Null's new lawsuit. He's going to sue God for some reason. For
not making him Catholic, making him Jewish.
Null's going to sue God for making kids so sexy, and he's going to fund the lawsuit by selling limited edition
characters organic. That's. I mean, if Eric's characters weren't organic, then they wouldn't sell as well as they do. This is the retarded fucking statement of Az trying to defend the Rippaverse with Eric July on that stream last night with Ethan. This was the good content that I watched last night. And it's like even Eric didn't even know what to say when Az was trying to put this spin on why Bane and what's his name? The guy who killed Superman, Jim. Jesus Christ.
General Zod?
Doomsday. When Doomsday killed Superman and when Bane broke Batman's back, that was all organic. Well, pro tip, Ethan worked at fucking DC. He knew what was going on. He said that actual Bane was organic. It was a thing that just happened. But Doomsday was a corporate fucking choice. They had to create a character that would be able to kill Superman, and it was a panel agreement on the name and all this stuff. So it wasn't as organic as he's claiming. And Eric's customer, or not his customers, but his characters being organic is fine if you want to say that. But these organic characters just don't sell. They're just not capturing people's imaginations. Even the people that are Sims for Eric are just like, I'm out on this shit. I don't care about Gooding. I don't really care about the Alpha Core. They're just like, I just want to buy ISOM because Eric wrote it and he's a special guy. Yeah, slap. Oh, the whole slap thing. And Kevin, I did watch all of Ethan's stream, and that was the most interesting part when he was breaking down how Doomsday was created behind the scenes. That was really fucking interesting. Like, wow, like Ethan was there. He knows like how this shit worked. Fucking cool. And these two idiots have no fucking clue. Az thinks that Doomsday was organic. Like it's a natural thing that these creators came up with, and it just worked. And Ethan even said it was a cool story. He liked it, but it wasn't organic. It was something that DC decided they had to do, and we're going to try to make it as cool as possible. The other thing that Ethan said is Eric overthinks all the names for his organic characters or any of his characters. Keep it simple, like Batman, Spider-Man, The Flash, Green Lantern. They're all easy to read, easy to understand. That's it. Keep it fucking easy. Yeah. So go back. Exactly, Thomas. It's unbelievable.
Oh,
it's
shit.
Unbelievable. What'd you do? Hit the wrong button?
I hit the wrong button. Hold on.
So Thomas says, love how the marketing word organic sneaked into gaming, etc., where it doesn't make naturally sense whatsoever. Of course not, dude. Like, come on, man. Like,
here, pull up my stream. Pull
I've never played a game and gave two fucks about this NPC character in the background and said, I can't wait for them to make a whole game about some dumb fuck character in the background. What is it, Eric? Jim.
The Rippaverse Ripascend is expanding with several collections and merchandise items on the way. We need to get the warehouse ready, so we are doing a week-long $5 sale before some permanent price drops. Grab your books, t-shirts, and posters for a steal of a deal now. So they're doing a $5 sale for a week before they permanently drop prices. What? The fuck?
His messaging is always the worst, dude. It's always.
So he's going to drop prices lower than $5? But buy it now at $5? Let's hear what he has to say out of his own mouth.
Officially in a new era of the Rippaverse. More books and more merchandise released more often. And to accommodate this new format, we need to make room for the items that we have incoming. We don't do sales often, but they are fun to do. And this will be our biggest sale yet. Starting from.
This is the second sale in like the last month and a half. What are you talking about? This is often, dude. This is often. And if you're so successful and you have all this product that just keeps going off the shelves, Jim, organically, because people find you on the internet. They're just randomly searching for new books and they buy your shit. And you have all this stock available because it keeps selling. Why not get more fucking floor space to keep more product in the house? Do you see Amazon warehouses getting smaller, Jim? No. I live in the Chicago area. About every 5 miles, Jim, there's a fucking Amazon warehouse, and they're gigantic. And they're full of cars of people working, sorting out product. And there's all these fucking Amazon Prime trucks leaving the parking lot all the time. They're not even UPS trucks anymore. They're Prime trucks because they're releasing new shit all the time. And people are going there organically. This fucking retard.
Friday, August the 16th, we will be running a special $5 sale. You heard that right. Over 20 items in the store will be marked down to just $5 for about a week. The sale will end at 11:59 p.m. on August 23rd. And after this sale, the mass print covers for ISOM number 2 and Alpha Core number 1 will hit their first permanent price drop. The price drop will not be $5, so you'll want to take advantage of it while you can. As for some of the other non-mass print covers that are part of the sale,
why even tell me there's a price drop afterwards? Again, you're devaluing the value of the book. If I buy it for $5 because it's a $35 book, and then you're going to permanently price drop it after that, I didn't get the value I got for $5.
Yeah, he's
a fucking retard. A fucking retard. And clip it if you're. I'm going to take this guy off the screen. He's a fucking retard. Positive retard. He has the worst marketing person ever working for him. What's her name?
I don't know, but that's not how you. Basically, he's telling his customers, if you're a collector, you're an idiot because I'm going to fucking undercut you.
Dude, I got this great sale on, like, Ethan does stream sales. As soon as the stream is over, the price goes right the fuck back up. Like, he's not, like, I got it for $18 on this $25 coloring book. Did you buy that book last night, Jim, when he dropped it down to $18?
No.
But that's what he does. He doesn't devalue it long term. You still, like, he had the Trump covers on sale last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you get one?
I already have one.
Oh, you already have one. So
yeah, I didn't pay $100 for it either.
Well, my problem is I watched it after. I was like, fuck. If I would have been watching it, I would have paid the $100 for that Trump cover just to have it. Especially knowing that they go for like $500. Like, Ethan could be a dick and sell it for $5. He really could. And people would still pay it. But he even says, I'm not charging you guys that because you're my fans. I mean, and his fans are also reselling them, but they're smart. He's trying organically to hide his financial struggles. Yeah, the struggles are real, Jim. They're real. these financial struggles, if you don't release a campaign for clothes and then 2 days later do a $5 and make it a collect. Why is that a collection? That should be a whole tab on your webpage. Like, even every store you go to has a sales tab, right? There's what's on sale today. Like, you can click on that and say, oh, I got this hot deal right now on Amazon. Oh, Jim, by the way, did you check out AliExpress?
No.
It's unreal. That shit's fucking nuts. You can get a goddamn Android phone for like $19 with a 6.2-inch screen. Not the Xiaom or whatever that's outlawed in America. Trump outlawed that shit, remember, because it was spyware.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can pay $200 for some real good ones. I was just like, this can't be right. And they ship to America for free.
Yeah,
what?
All right, let's see. We got a.
Yeah, of course he did, because they were all gone. But like, no offense. When I heard Ethan say he found another case, I was like, oh, like Eric found another case of CGC rated books. Remember that, Jim?
Yeah.
Like I just happened to find another case of 20 in my office. I thought your office was your basement, like where you draw, and you just have a warehouse to store a bunch of shit in. You don't have an office there. But God bless them, dude. God bless these guys that know how to make money. I don't have anything to sell except for my wonderful personality, my great co-host, Jim, and our panels that are always fun. That's all we can sell. Yeah, it takes it. When I was looking up last night, Elemental, if I would have ordered like an Android tablet for $45, like, wow, that's really nice. It comes with a keyboard and everything. It was going to take about 7 days to get here. Okay, I think that 7-day wait time is way better than $400 for a fucking shitty Samsung tablet. The only reason that people buy Samsung products is because apparently Google and Android are in bed together, because Samsung seems to be the only phones that get true Android updates when Android updates come out. All the other Android products, they wait like 6 months to a year later, because fucking Google don't give a fuck about updating those phones because they're not huge sellers. That's the good thing about Apple, Jim. They support their shit forever. I think they're still updating iPhone 7s when an update comes out. That's how good Apple is. So let's get back to retard.
This will be the lowest price they will ever be. They will go back to their cover price now, after the sale, though there's a possibility that it may be eligible for a future store-wide coupon, kind of like we did with the Rippaverse Day, but those covers will not have a price drop. So this is an opportunity for you to stock up on Rippaverse merchandise. It's also a good entry point if you've never bought anything from the Rippaverse. We don't have an endless supply, so some items will
Yes, you do.
out. So head over to Rippaverse.com and grab as
supply.
much merchandise as you possibly can, and be sure to grab those books. Thanks for your support, and welcome to the new fans of the Rippaverse.
Okay, again, who's this for? Where did this go, Jim? Did he sell this ad to NBC? Did he sell this?
No, he just put it
ad?
on Twitter.
He put it on Twitter and his fucking gay website, or his gay YouTube channel, right? So you're not growing anything with this. People look at this fat-faced, bearded dude that barely moves his mouth when he's talking. He looks really weird when he talks in that video, Jim. He looks creepy. Like, that was a creepy video. Well, we played an Eric July stream late night, and it pisses me off because I don't like disingenuous people. That's why I enjoy Jim. I enjoy Low Watermark. I enjoy Nicholas and Julio and the chat, because you guys you seem to me like genuine people that actually give a fuck about things. Eric just doesn't give a fuck. He wants to just prove everybody wrong that he's the smartest guy in comics. He's not. He's not that guy. And I know why Dick doesn't like this view, Jim. If I remove this and it's just me and you, but I switch it to this, it really fucking makes our heads look gigantic. So Nick's got him on a weird screen. If we go here, you're not zoomed in as much.
Well, Nick is using Rumble Studios.
No, he's not. He's using this. He's using
Rumble Studio. He's using Rumble Studio. It says it in the top left.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he's using Rumble Studio. If you look at the top left of, if you look at the top left of the screen, pull the screen back up under the title. It says Rumble Studio.
Exactly, Kevin. He's selling the book. Backers paid $35 to $45 now for $5, because those same OG customers are going to go back and give Eric like $5 a book. Because
don't you understand, Dave? It's called cost averaging down. If you already bought it for $45, if you buy 5 of them at $5, then it's like you just paid $20 or $15 for 5 of them.
And then
so you're saving money.
But you're also this true Eric July fan.
Yeah,
you're buying for $5 and you go, oh shit, I can sell these on eBay for like $50, and they sell for like $6. Because
now,
nobody gives a fuck anymore.
Remember how I think it was his ISM-1 or something that he bought, and then he ordered. He said something about buying an extra 50,000 covers or something like that.
ISM-1, yeah.
Did he at any point state or write on any of those books that they were second printing?
He did not, and that's what my wife caught. My wife told me, she goes, "Wait a minute, Dave. He did a first run." I go, "Yeah." She goes, and now he's got 50,000 more. Did they say second edition? I said, no, they don't. She goes, well, that's false advertising, because I'm a photographer. And if I make a bunch of prints for a family and this is what they bought, I have to actually put on this stuff that this is the second run of the first of this collection. They're paying me to give them the first, like you do a wedding, Jim, right? And there's 100 people there and 40 people say, I want the wedding pictures, whatever it is, right? So they get that first set. And then, 2 months later, 10 people call back and they go, hey, you know what? We really want them now. My wife has to put second run on, and she just knows the fucking rules of printing. Like, it's rules of printing. She goes, and my wife, like, she doesn't care about any of this stuff. She goes, this guy is fucking shady, Dave. I go, yeah, that's why I started YouTube, because he's a shady motherfucker. I think Sturgis looks like he chews raw chicken bones in the dark. I don't know, man. I think Sturgis in what do they call it? IRL, in real life, is just some little nerd guy, Jim, that walks around with no confidence. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we've seen him walk. There's been videos of him walking, actually stalking Anna, right? Like he was everywhere at Matsuri where Anna was that day, for 2 days, right? Every time she turned around, Sturgis was in those videos. But I just think he's like this real quiet guy in real life with no confidence. He probably has like, no real life. That's sad, but like he's not a young guy either. And he gets online and he gets his ghetto on. He gets his badassery on, but he won't go on people's channels, Jim, because what's his reason? He doesn't want to give them clout. Like he doesn't want his clout to rub off on somebody that he might talk to. It's like, dude, come on, man. You're not that guy. You're just a fucking nerd who just has nothing going on for him in his life. Kevin for $5. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. How about I give you $5 instead? I will accept your $5 and appreciate it. And thank you for that $5. Yeah, I actually think that this guy, Renowned Zero, is a sad person in real life. Jim, do you agree?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not I don't want to play armchair psychologist or whatever they call it.
Dude, you see him walking around though in these videos. He's got that head down. He's lurking. He's a lurker. I don't know, man. That's what happens.
Coins from China for whatever, $100 a piece to.
Why is he streaming on Rumble
Do you
Studio
remember
to
the
YouTube?
8chan drama with Josh as a moderator over on 8chan?
Only a little bit. Only that everyone was mad at him and he had an explanation for why it wasn't.
The reason that everyone was mad at him was because he moderated like the Chan the slash pedophile board.
Oh,
where he's like, look, I took out their ability to share pictures, but I wanted to give them a place to talk and vent their pedophilia or whatever.
Huh.
That was the thing. He was like the moderator.
Them or us?
I don't know. He might have been saying we back then. I'm not sure.
That's bizarre.
But he would always, his defense was, well, they couldn't post pictures, so they couldn't post actual kid porn. And people were like, but dude, you gave us space for a bunch of pedophiles to like just hang out and talk about pedophilia
and meet each other.
Right the first time. Don't correct your assessment.
Do you remember
right.
any of the early
Chicken
fucking null posting that was done? Like really early, where he talked about being into Shota.
I'll be right back,
and
Jim.
shit like that. Like that was the only way he could masturbate. That's why it's Broke Dick Farms, right? Was because he talked about how these are old posts. I'm sure he was being satirical. How his dick didn't work anymore except when he would masturbate to Shota, which if people don't know, Shota is the male version of Lolly. It's an underage boy that's drawn in an anime style. This type of stuff Digibro was talking about.
Why is he talking about that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But those old null posts, they're really, really, really interesting.
I'm more into his N-word posting when he melts down and says he's the N-word of the world. Did you read that one? Vito had like a really heartfelt tearjerker reading of that to some violin music.
Yes, no, the world's
nobody likes him, and he only gets only the worst reprobates and pieces of shit like him, and nobody that anyone respects likes him, and this is just his lot in life. Real sad.
The most banned queens is, just to be clear, libertarian NPL. I guess it's non-practicing lawyer. That's me. By definition, I'm a practicing lawyer, which is funny. But keep going. From Minnesota is complaining to a MAPS defending ass about a convicted MAP engaging activity that is not doing illegal or unconstitutional. Remember all the minor attracted persons you defended, Dick? Remember all those?
Did I? Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah.
I think it's fucking.
My general philosophy is that everyone should be killed on Earth. So I don't know how. Like I pray for an asteroid to hit the Earth.
You had the very controversial opinion of this thing is not defined as child porn.
Oh yeah, Cuties is not
right, as evidenced by I think it's still available.
Pretty sure, yeah. Pretty sure they're gonna start running an ad campaign that it's the last month you can watch it on Netflix.
And all of the all of the lawsuits against it, where like the Texas guys like, oh, those all failed on First Amendment grounds.
Yeah,
and like you have the very controversial opinion of like, well, it doesn't actually fall under the law as child pornography.
Yeah. Oh, I made it even worse. I said, well, the woman who made it to help mothers and young girls talk about how men want to rape them.
Yeah,
and that they shouldn't act like whores online.
Right. It was like the funny thing is like, you know what? I agree with you.
Yeah.
I just think you did it wrong.
Well, yeah, you know.
I think that I hated that like production of the movie. I didn't watch it. So many people had to watch it to find out. They're like, oh, I got to see how bad it is. They watched it and they're like, it was awful. It's like, you didn't get that from like the trailer or the poster?
Let's ask Jason. Let's ask Jason Close let's ask him if he's jacked off to it or not. No, you shouldn't have, you pussy. You shouldn't have banned him. Ask him if he's jacked off to Cuties. Let's determine this once and for all if this is child porn or not, or pedo ban or
not. Was it on his laptop?
Yeah. Does he have a Netflix?
Laptop?
How many times does he watch it on Netflix? Ask him. Because if it's child porn, he's not. I mean, I've watched the same Hitomi Tanaka videos about 10,000 times. I don't need more.
Oh no. If you watch my interview with a convicted child porn collector, you find out that they need more.
They do. Yeah,
and weird. This guy, I was reading through one of his documents. I don't have all of them yet. I was reading through one of his documents, and the special agent who was investigating this guy's laptop to find out the Jason Close guy to find out about all the kid porn that was on it. They talked about how they guard their child pornography as prized treasures and possessions. Like that is a common thing to do. And
it's like their currency? Like
literally
beyond the pedo dome?
So when I would do I used to do the series. I'm going to bring it back soon because it's fucking interesting, even though it's horrifying. It's how to catch and convict a predator, right? And you go through the federal documents that are all available on Pacer for a registered sex offender. Just pick one. It doesn't matter. You just pick one. They're all horrible. Oh. And what they do is they talk about how they obtain their collections. Because you notice it's never a guy with like, he's got 4 pictures of an underage. It's 40,000 images, 12,000 videos. And it's what they do is they literally batch up groups of videos and content and trade them with other people on
Retro,
they
you
use,
might
like,
want to move,
chat
dude.
rooms and shit like that on message boards that are anonymous, and they try and verify that it's not a Fed. It's always a Fed, by the way. It's always a Fed on the other side, but they try and verify
Like
that
Huey
it's not.
Farms.
Can you imagine the number of Feds that have to be on that site?
But, I mean, there's one convicted child molester there, so.
But yeah, they would use a message board, or they would use a private chat function, and then they would have kind of logs of what videos were in particular collections, and they would trade them. Yeah. And actually, Josh had talked about a system he was trying to develop, which would actually capture and catalog child sexual abuse material through something called hashing. He claimed they would use hashes to be able to quickly identify and ban child sexual abuse material by creating a live.
Is that like 2:00 in the morning for you?
Yeah, it is. I was going to ask if you wanted to.
Do you have to babysit tomorrow?
Yeah.
Dude, you should have checked out like an hour or two ago.
Yeah, well, I was hoping to zip through this. I didn't know how long they were going to stream for.
This is going to be a long one, I think. Nick's got the kids back. Dick's got an open mind. I don't drive anymore, says Retro Dice. Really? Okay. Yeah. Dude, slash tires, that's fucked up, man. And tires ain't cheap, Jim. Tires are fucking expensive. Jesus Christ. Oil changes aren't cheap anymore. Remember the $20 oil change? Yeah. My wife's car costs like $200 to change a fucking oil. It's fucking ridiculous. And what's your Ferrari cost? Like $1,000, Jim?
They're expensive.
Minimum, right? It's just to get the fucking car at the dealership is $1,000. You did not, fanboy. Did you really buy books? Oh man, my P.O. box is in my description if you want to send me one so we can we'll treat it like we treated PTP's product. Jesus Christ. Let's play Jim's little Inglorious Rex stinger, right, Jim? Your stinger?
Yep. Stinger.
This is the first one.
This is Inglorious Rex 1.
This is Jim with his Robert Stack I wish voice. So you did buy him. Tony, are you Toy Fanboy? Are you gonna review these? If you do, please let us know, and we'll play him, and we'll put your link in the chat and all that stuff. Oh, just so you have. Isn't it weird? Like it's a weird thing. Like we buy shit just to say, yeah, I own some of that shit. Like I own that fucking stuff. And the older you get, the more you want to do it, just because we're stupid.
In a dystopian future where science is used for amusement as well as survival,
Robert Stack.
Follow Alex Stone's journey into the world of monster martial arts. Every fighter has a beast inside them. Can they control the beast when it's unleashed? Inglorious Rex, Volume 1 from 9 Lives Comics. Story by Shane Davis and Yanzi Lin. Pencils by Shane Davis. Ink by Yanzi Lin. Colors by Jason Wright. Lettered by Eric Weathers. Inglorious Rex, Volume 1. Available today at 9livescomics.com.
Okay, so Jim, you haven't told the chat this, but you had a conversation with the creator of this book, right? After you made this?
No, not a conversation. I sent it to him, and he said he was going to use it.
That's a conversation. When people respond to questions,
it was a DM on Twitter. And
he responded.
Yeah.
And he said, yes, can I use this?
Yeah. And
you said, yes. That's
of
great.
Course.
I mean, my point is, like, the creator of this book that sold, what, $400,000 worth between the two campaigns?
I don't know.
Said, can I use this?
I don't pocket watch people.
Liar. You buy their shit. You know, what does that mean, pocket watch? Like, keep tabs?
Yeah, keep track of what they make.
Really? When you type R into your web browser, what's the first thing that pops up? Ripaverse, right?
I don't even know. Let's see. Let's do an experiment. R. Rumble.
Oh, R-I.
Well, the second one was Ripaverse.
I know, right? Like, my R is Rumble. Second is Ripaverse.
Oh, and look at Rock and Roll Ninjas on there, too.
Oh my God, Google is horrible. It remembers everything we do, man. Jesus Christ. But hey, I had a very good stream, Jim. Enjoy your grandson tomorrow. I know we had way over $50 in super chats tonight, but I don't really think we're going to do another theory show tomorrow, Jim. Maybe Saturday.
Wow, we could do an Anunnaki stream.
Well, how about if we do a theory stream, but we also mix in some detracting? There's some detracting we got to get back to. It's been a while. And maybe we pick on Yellow Flash or Nerdrotic or whoever.
We can pick on Yellow Flash.
Yeah, Gary. Gary's harder to pick on, though.
Yeah. I mean, Gary just
Antarctica. Ooh. Yeah, Anunnaki. Though.
I think out of all those people, I think Gary's one of the most interesting that I would actually like to have a conversation with.
Because he's an adult. In a lot of ways, right? He's been through a lot of shit. He got through the bad shit in his life, and he's successful. Look, success story for hating on shit is whatever.
I wouldn't want to even talk to him about his successful stuff. I'd like to talk to him about the bad
negatives.
Part.
Yeah. Well, here's what I think too. I think as soon as Gary turns off the camera, he doesn't talk about this shit anymore. He goes and he watches shit he likes. He reads his books. He hangs out with his wife. All
right, I gotta go. It's 2:15.
All right, buddy. Hey, let me get the outro.
All right.
And chat, thank you all for being part of the show. It's always great. Oh shit. Let me see here. Let's see. I don't even know if I have the outro. Fuck. Let's see. Let's see. I'll type it in. OUTRO. I guess I don't. This new PC, I guess I didn't do it. So I guess what I'll do is I'll play this for the outro. I will play my mixed intro, which is, just, hey. Hello, everybody. I'm starting a new channel, and we're going to be talking about whiskey, bourbon, toys, media. Just want to give a quick short to let everybody know what to expect to talk about, plus much more. Hello, everybody. I'm starting a new channel, and we're going to be